And I hope that we are live. Hello, everybody. How are you? CJ, Filthy, Mr. SVR, Peacheld. You guys excited?
Pumped.
Yes.
Yeah, hyped. Poggers. Super poggers.
Tonight
Christmas
is the night.
morning, man.
Yes. Christmas, baby.
What daytime is it for you right now? Like Christmas morning? What?
Well, it's afternoon, but you know, we sleep in late here in the Midwest.
I also pre-slept.
9 p.m.
Like I did pre-sleep quite a lot. Like for me it's 10 p.m. So for the European folks, if you want to go all the way, it's gonna be a long night. Danctuary will end at around like 5 a.m. or something my time, and then afterwards I'll have to do some production stuff. So what can you do? It's gonna be a long night, but I'm prepared. I got my how do you call that one? Brewskis here.
Brewskis.
So,
Nice.
We'll be going.
Need some Arax's monsters, man.
I have the tea plus lemonade thing. I have a question. Are you guys hearing like some Diablo sounds? Because I am, but I don't know what exactly of my machine is playing any.
Yeah, it's coming from the live stream, from the share that you're doing.
There we go.
You have to mute that too.
Okay, what do I need to mute?
I don't hear it.
Oh, wait. Is it... You don't hear anything?
I do not. Well, as you guys might have noticed, Rex is doing production for the first time because I won't be here the entire night. Rex will be. That's why we did swap up.
Yeah, I hear a bunch of... I hear like an epic battle going on, but I have no idea.
I hear this too.
It's coming. Yeah. This sounds like it's coming from the
Oh, wait a
YouTube.
minute. Oh, I know what happened.
Oh.
The Blizzcon thing started playing something.
There you go.
Well, there we go. I was like,
Nice.
where is this coming from? Okay, we're good.
It was Blizzard all along. It was Blizzard all along.
They're sabotaging us.
Yes, but
Yep.
so that's another thing. Did you guys notice so we noticed, obviously, they changed the schedule today. It was kind of a non-announcement, no anything happening. We have a 5-minute break between the opening ceremony and the first panel, which is Diablo What's Next. Then 10 minutes got shoved off the Diablo What's Next, and 10 minutes got added to the deep dive. Do we want to go into... So, CJ, what do you think? Why?
I don't like changes. That was my first reaction. I looked at everything. It doesn't seem to change much schedule-wise, but it was a bit of a panic moment because I very carefully orchestrated my schedule for the day, and I'm like, oh no, things have changed. And
Yeah.
it seems like it's just a few minutes here and there. But yeah, they're giving more time. I think it's to the I forget now what exactly. We have less time on the What's Next.
Yes.
More, I think, on the roundtable, and possibly
No,
more on the deep
dive.
dive.
10
Deep dive
minutes on
gets
the
it.
deep
Okay.
dive, and we got a 5-minute additional break after the opening ceremony.
So, should we be panicking and assume that they've cut something? Is that what
Yeah.
happened?
Diablo 2 Resurrected
God.
is now Diablo
Yeah.
2 RIP.
That's what we're all gonna do, right? You know? I don't know.
They got upset at all the leaks. They've canceled everything. All ongoing projects are canceled. This is what we get. We get a lump of coal because we were
I-
naughty.
Actually
yeah.
avoided the leaks and haven't seen any of it yet. I've
Same
purposely,
me too,
for the
man.
first
Yeah.
time, because I want this natural reaction when I see it. I didn't want to like spoil anything. So
Wait, there were leaks?
I did this.
Yeah, was it
Yeah.
earlier today?
Please, no. Do not talk about them. Oh my
Well,
god. Like
I
did
don't
the same
know.
thing as
I didn't
Peter.
see any of them. I didn't know
See?
there were
Yeah.
leaks.
Like
Yeah.
anytime I was
Everything
on...
is leaked now. Yeah, we're not going
Everything.
to talk about it, but yeah, today everything, the last of it.
Riker's already got like 5 videos up on it, like explaining all of it.
No,
Dude.
like
I
I
think
was...
he might have secretly been the one that no.
Yes, CJ was the one leaking it. What do you think, dude?
Nice.
That's
How was
how
this?
it works.
Oh, there.
You know, I was kind of disappointed. Like, I wish I can be in like Peach Child's position where I can see everything like fresh. And it's like the last of everything. Like there was still
Yeah.
some like holdouts that hadn't been leaked, and now it's like, oh, I mean, unless like the leaks could be wrong for sure. Like that would be
Yeah.
nice, like to get a surprise.
Yeah.
I had a similar like experience in 2019, where 2019 also got heavily leaked. Or like there was like this one article in like GameStar or something where there was like Diablo 4 art or something in there. I remember like on the night before BlizzCon last year when we were all hanging out in the what was it, Marriott lobby and getting drunk. Every single time somebody started a sentence with "Did you see the?" and I immediately turned around and got a new drink. Like I just didn't want to be a part of the discussion anymore, and I consistently did this to make sure that I don't get spoiled and leaked and whatever with anything. And in a pandemic situation, it's a bit easier. It's like you go on a subreddit, you see the first thread has leak in the title, you immediately close the subreddit and don't come back until after BlizzCon. That's what I did so far. So if one of you guys is gonna leak me right now on here live on panel, it's the last time you'll ever be on Danctuary. I swear.
Be so gutting to
Brax
get like
is like, wait, I gotta out. Hold on. So this is
Yeah.
really what happened.
This is how I get out.
technical difficulties. Just push the button. Be fine.
Yep.
Well, dang, I was going to ask what everyone is hoping to see coming out, but I guess some people
Can't
know.
ask Riker. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what's going down. I would say I'm expecting Diablo 2. I've been saying that for 3 BlizzCons now, though. So
Yeah, exactly.
you know,
But that was the same reasoning that I gave last Danctuary. It's like, dude, this is like the third BlizzCon where we say it's gonna be D2. So
Yeah.
whatever, man. I'm not a believer until I install it.
I wasn't a believer for a long time, but here's logic. Fluff convinced me of this. He said that Mr. Llama announced that he's going full-time content creator.
Oh, come on.
Ah, nice. we
Come
like it.
on, dude. No.
Yeah. No, I'd buy this. I'd buy this. Totally.
That's all it took. That's all it took for
he
me.
did announce that one, yes. But let's ask Mr. Llama. So Mr. Llama will be on Danctuary tonight.
Yeah.
We can ask him. We can talk with him.
Well, we'll
that's about
know
it.
by that
We'll
point.
I'm pretty
see.
sure Llama debunked that. But yeah.
Yeah,
I mean-
I'm saying. All it took. I was
Dude,
like, oh, sold. I'm sold.
Did you happen to catch the previous episode of Mr. Llama, P-Child?
No, not all of it.
No worries. We're discussing also a possible like D2 resurrection thing, right? And there was a question in the room like, how far can they go in terms of doing quality of life changes, right? Such that Diablo 2 is still Diablo 2, and what would you consider a change where it's not the same game anymore, right? So what is the key essence of D2, right? And we're pointing out things like, for instance, force moving, right? Ryan really wanted to have force move. And like Mr. Llama was already very opposed to that one. There was also a gold pickup discussion, right? Whether or not there should be gold pickup. Somebody in the YouTube comments mentioned that gold pickup does not work really well when you have multiple people, like you share loot, right? And then one has more movement speed and then he picks up all the gold and he owns all the gold. So I do agree.
But the gold is shared in D2 amongst the party.
It is
when you
not
pick
shared?
it up, it gets shared. It is shared. When you pick up gold, it's shared.
True. Indeed, you're correct on this one. So yeah, the guy, what the heck? You're right. That YouTube comment. Let me quickly get there. He's right. Yeah.
You are wrong.
My bigger concern is when you die, you drop your gold. Are we going to accidentally pick up the gold of our friends who died? I would think maybe
are we gonna
if they're
PK
going to do
people now? Your girls. Okay. Let's see. Yeah. But the question was essentially like, what's the quintessence where things get too much, right? And Mr. Llama is very pure on this end, right? So if they come out on stage tonight and they say, so we have auto gold pickup, I can already see it. It's like Mr. Llama quitting full time immediately again, right? It's like Mr. Llama has left the server. The minions of hell now grow weaker, right? It's like
if they don't have a straight 1-to-1 copy, I think people are going to be upset. But there's people like me who haven't played it in a long time, and I could play through the campaign. I mean, I played it 20 years ago, but honestly, I haven't played it since. And so I'll play through it again, and if it's a 1-to-1, that'll be fun. I think if they add a different game mode and put more features and more end game to it, then it could be something that I'm super excited for. But I also understand the other counter argument to that it segregates the audience and player base, and so you can argue both ways. Either way, I'll be happy personally because I'll have new Diablo content to play while we wait for D4. But I don't know, man. To me, I guess ultimately this is a remake, so I think they should probably stay pretty true to the original and satisfy that crowd, and let us guys that want new stuff wait for D4. Yeah.
Mhm.
Let me give you the Omega Lol leak. All right. So I'm sorry, I'm gonna drop the big leak here. The
Go ahead.
D2 remaster. In order to not upset anyone, it's gonna be all the original engine, the original graphics, original bugs, original everything, just in a new packaging, and they're gonna sell it for $99.99.
It's on the
Everyone's gonna love
Battle.net
it.
launcher, officially supported.
So like
Ouch.
so Peachild, makes a good point. I never really think about that. About this game is for them, and maybe D4 is for us, right? That gets all the new stuff. And yeah, I wouldn't expect the Diablo 2 remaster to have a ton of different content, but kind of to go exactly maybe with what Riker was meaning with that. I hope terrible joke. I hope that's not the actual leak.
Joke, yeah.
If I wanted to play D2 exactly as it was, I would play D2.
Yeah.
I would just play D2. I mean,
Well-
I think there's an opportunity here, not to make Mr. Llama cringe, not to change everything, but just to do, to improve the game in whatever ways that they are, again, as Matt alluded to, while trying to make it the same game. Don't you think they have to do something? Otherwise, it's just D2 again?
Well, think about this. We had this discussion recently on New Meta, and we talked about what if they remake the game, but graphically, like, what's your graphic expectations? I'm expecting Diablo 4-ish level of graphics, right?
From a D2
What-
remaster.
Yeah, well, I was assuming they're going to remake the whole game based on how the engine works now,
Wow.
right? So why wouldn't
Wow.
they? But if they just
progress.
put on some high def textures on D2 now, like, how disappointed would you be? What are you expecting visually
I would
from
not
D2?
be, wow, I would not be disappointed at all. Like, for instance, did you play Age of Empires 2 back in the days? Like, long time ago?
Like 20
Okay.
years ago. Yeah.
Did you play the remake or the remaster, like the high definition version of it?
No.
That is an extremely well done and remaster, which is, it still has like kind of the
Well-
same visuals, just upscaled. It's clearer, it's crisper.
So
They
here's
did
the
a
thought
really
process.
graceful job of remastering it.
Warcraft 3 remastered, or whatever they called it, reforged, whatever it was called.
Refunded, yeah.
Yeah,
Refunded.
If you compare that to the original, like, that's what I would think be like the low end of what they did for D2, right?
Graphically speaking, right?
Graphically
Not-
speaking. Yeah, graphically speaking.
Mhm.
Now, if you take a look game like Tony Hawk Pro Skater, which Vicarious Visions, who got absorbed by Blizzard, did, Tony Hawk looked phenomenal compared to its original. That's what
True.
I want from D2. I want a total remake and have it look good.
Yeah, that's definitely a complete and full remake. That's
Yeah.
I can see.
So
okay.
that's what I'm hoping for. But I'm just saying, like, what if they come out with a Warcraft 3 level release for Diablo 2? Would you be disappointed? Panel, what do you think?
Well, I don't think Blizzard would do that, because I think they've learned from those mistakes, right? For me personally, and everyone will probably have a very different opinion, Diablo 2 is such a dated game in terms of graphics. Pretty much anything that they do, to me, is going to be a huge improvement. So I don't know if it has to be D4 level to me, but as long as they make, some kind of good effort, I already think it's going to look way better, because Diablo 2's graphics are pretty potato, right?
Right.
It's a pretty old game. I don't think they have to do too much.
I don't think they'll hit D4, to be clear, like, before people start getting upset. But that would be the dream, right? Is like, I'd expect something super 2021-ish. I don't want 2002 graphics on this remake game.
How about
I mean, if you
D3
look
level?
though at StarCraft remaster, like StarCraft and D2 are more similar than D2 and Warcraft 3, because Warcraft 3 was a 3D game. D2 is a 2D sprite game. StarCraft was a 2D sprite game. They remastered StarCraft. Everyone loved it, right? That was met with total acclaim. And it's really just like they added widescreen and upscaled the sprites. It's still a 2D game, still well received. So like, if literally that's all that we get for D2 remastered, I'm happy with that.
Yeah.
Same.
That's a good comparison. Yeah. Yeah, I think personally I would be a little disappointed if that's all they did, but that's okay, because D2's not made. They're not making it for me anyways. They're making it for people that still love D2 right now, I think. or loved it back in the day. And I played through the campaign like twice, so I want to play it again, and I hope it has end game new stuff that we can do. But if it doesn't, then that's cool. I'll play through the campaign again and be happy.
So that's an interesting point, P Child, and something that we were talking about earlier today is, so let's say Diablo 2 Remastered is made. Let's say the graphics look really good and it's good old-fashioned D2 and it looks a lot better. But let's say the game itself is pretty much the same. So you get to hell and then you do Bale runs or you do cow runs. And I think now they have the Ubers, right? But kind of similar to D3, there's not a whole lot to do in the end game. What do you think the right move is? Do you just release it like that because that's Diablo 2 and that's what people know and that's what people want? Or do you add new things? And if you add new things, does it take away from the experience of it being Diablo 2? What would you guys do?
I think you've got to add some new stuff. Just personal opinion, I think you've got to add some new stuff because, as you say, you can still play D2 now. If you want to, you can go and basically, if all we're doing is just adding some slightly better graphics, I'd be happy, but I just think we could do a lot more with it.
You should be in a discussion with Mr. Llama, Filthy. I can totally see your point, but you should also listen to the other side of the spectrum, and those are the people that are still playing it nowadays and have been still putting in weekly a lot of hours into it.
Yeah.
So the question is really, who do they want to cater to, right? I always think about, do you guys know the metaphor of the frog? How do you kill a frog peacefully? It's you have a frog and he's cold-blooded, right? And if you throw a frog into a pot of boiling water, then he will just jump out and survive. But what you can do is take a pot of cool water, put the frog in there, and then slowly over time turn up the heat, right?
Nobody try this at home.
Yeah, and at some point the frog will die, but he will not jump out, right? And it's just slowly turning up the heat.
What are you doing
right?
in Germany over there?
This is just a metaphor. Come on, dude. Right?
This is how we make dinner in Europe. What you guys eat?
This is a French thing, okay? No. Right? And this is the metaphor of the frog, right? How do you peacefully kill a frog? And the question is now, what does this have to do with D2? Well, I wouldn't expect them to do massive changes, changes in a way that people could go out on a leash and say, this is truly not Diablo 2 anymore, because this is not what we used to do in D2. So if at all, I would say, all right, graphics rework, yes. Upscaled graphics, yes. Entirely new engine and everything with completely new looks, no. That's too risky. New endgame content, I would also say no. At best right now, quality of life changes, gold pickup, force move, and all that stuff, just to make it feel a bit more modern. And then maybe over time, if it's really well received, then they might do some actual content in there that they change and actual patch notes. So that's, the turning up the heat to a point where old gamers of D2 that still play it don't jump out of the, boiling water. That's how I feel about it. Yeah, go ahead.
You're calling Mr. Llama a frog.
Everybody go to Mr. Llama's stream. I just called you a frog on stream in front of the community.
I think it's
subtle changes, small over time. Yeah. I think that's.
I think it's smart for Blizzard to target that old D2 audience because ultimately that's who's going to play the game a year from now or 2 years from now.
Those are also the people that will be the loudest, right?
We're going to move on.
Those will be the loudest.
Yeah. We're out. So once D4 hits, as long as it's a good game, we're not going to play it anymore. And those guys
exactly, and those guys
that wanted it, they'll still have it and they'll play it. So I would lean that way just for that. But me personally, from a selfish standpoint, I want new stuff added to it, but I don't think that's the right play. So
yeah, that's a good way of summing it up. Actually, I like that.
Mm-hmm. So we used the first 20 minutes to discuss D2. So is there anything else? Any other games you guys can think of?
Real quick.
Sure.
I want to challenge something that P Child and Matt said. Let's think about this just as a thought. Let's say you were the Blizzard CEO and you're making Diablo 2 Remastered. Are you absolutely sure that your target audience is the niche crowd that loves Diablo 2? Because what I'm thinking is Diablo as a franchise is this big giant behemoth, right? And we have all these other games coming out, Immortal and Diablo 4. And what I would love as the CEO, I want everybody to play every game. All I have left right now for D2 is the niche following. I might be thinking of ways to bring in the other people. I want the D3 player base to love this game. I want the future Immortal players to play this game. I want the D4 players to play this game. I'm not sure if I was sitting in the chair, if I would be making decisions saying, that Diablo 2 niche crowd that's been with us for 20 years, I want to give them everything that they want, because I'm just going to abandon the thought that everybody else who's going to play it, they're going to play it for a week or a month, and then they're going to be out. Do you guys, am I way off here? Would you still go with just targeting the niche crowd?
No, I think that's a very American and company point of view. I can see how financially and economically that makes a lot of sense. This is like, tradition and legacy against, future and, monetization. So it's a fair point, obviously. I personally would cater towards the legacy, because there is Immortal and D4 coming with new stuff, being the new thing, being innovative, and hopefully not copying from the old stuff. Those are not going to be, like D4 will do D4 things that D2 didn't do, hopefully. And I think if D2 remaster happens, then it will cater, or should cater, to its legacy, which is people playing D2. If I were the CEO from this point of view, that feels like a fair thing to do. Is it the smart thing to do? Well, who knows?
And right,
I think
go ahead.
PoE players, is that who you want to grab?
I want to grab everybody. I want to grab the Halo players, the PoE players, the Pokemon players, the Diablo 3 players, I want to grab everybody. That's what I want to do.
Are we playing it on the go too?
We're gonna make it on the Tamagotchi for everything, man. Everything.
I'm just saying, like, we port it to the phone. No, I don't know, man. I agree with you. I think that as a CEO hat, you care about dollar signs, and I don't think keeping it 1-to-1 is a good financial investment. You're just gonna hit the nostalgia base that way. But how much can you innovate if you're really devoting your crew to D4? You have all these guys working on D4. How much are you going to pull away? I guess if you're having a Vicarious make it, they can do whatever. But
yeah, and I didn't mean it to sound like evil. Like I like Diablo 2 more than Diablo 3. I have more hours in Diablo 2 than I have in Diablo 3. I am a gigantic Diablo 2 advocate. I didn't mean it as like an evil way. I want the most money possible. That would be probably also another benefit of it, but I guess I meant it more from the perspective of I just want to grow the community. I want the community to expand. I want to please as many people as possible with this remaster. What do you think, CJ? What's the play here if you were the one pushing the buttons?
Yeah, I think you're all hitting upon a lot of points that I agree with. I've had talks like this before on my streams, and let me lay out some very heartbreaking stuff right now. These are some sad realities, and this is from the perspective of as Rax is saying, like, you're the CEO, you're like the ruthless businessman, right? Because the devs are all very passionate, they're artists, they're creators. So like it's not this to them. To them, they're putting their all into these projects, and they're important, and they want them to be received by everyone and loved. But somewhere up there, up in the food chain, there's some businessman who wants to do what's best for his business. In general, a remaster is aimed at a nostalgia crowd. A remaster is not for the people that still play Diablo 2, because there's not enough people that still play Diablo 2 for that to be financially viable. There's a lot of people that have played Diablo 2. So it's the nostalgia that you're cashing in on with the remaster. It's all the people that have, over the past 20 years, picked up, played the game, and might be interested in revisiting it for a little bit. People are like, yeah, but then it's not going to have any longevity if you don't add more endgame. A remaster doesn't need to have longevity. They want you to play D4 when that releases. They don't want you to keep playing D2. They're trying to make D4 the game that everyone's going to jump over to. a remaster will bring brand awareness. It's going to pull in the people who didn't like D3. It's going to pull in the people that have gone to other competing games, potentially. It helps keep the Diablo brand alive. It's not being designed to compete with other, Diablo products necessarily, right? You got Immortal that is on mobile, different crowd. D3 has its audience and, a lot of people like that, but D2 is something else. By remastering it, a lot of the people that go to other ARPGs because they don't like D3, at least you can temporarily bring them back until D4 releases. So I do think from a business perspective, you're cashing in on nostalgia, you're regaining market share that you've lost over the past several years to other competing games by bringing them back to Diablo. And you're also, again, all of you have touched upon different points of these here. You're bringing awareness to outsiders as well, people who maybe don't know about Diablo somehow. Are like, oh, okay, well, let me check out this thing, because there's like a lot of hype around it from a nostalgia point of view. It's being well received by the community because it is important that it is well received by those nostalgia players or the active players. That'll create positive buzz and might bring in people who are WoW players, who are Overwatch players. Who knows? They'll be like, oh, here's this new thing in the Battle.net launcher. I hear people saying good things about it. Let's dive on in.
I just completely agree with CJ, especially like the very first thing that he said. It's building brand awareness to hopefully ship the whole crowd to the Omega game Diablo 4. That's kind of what I see Diablo 2 Remastered as a stepping stone to accomplish. Hey, what do you guys think about that, Filthy? What's your opinion?
Yeah, I rushed out and bought Diablo 1 like within 2 minutes of getting the announcement. It was available on GOG. I've played it for about 5 hours. I had a wonderful 5 hours playing it, but it's not something that I've gone back and played over and over again. And I think the word that Riker gets is nostalgia. That's it. They got my $10 or whatever, and that's it's fine.
It's the same for me and Age of Empires 2. Like when the remaster, remake, whatever hits on Steam, I went there, bought it. I played like 5 games. I saw my childhood pass by, and I was like, all right, enough fields for today. And once in a while, I still play it, but it's like, was it worth the investment? No, it was worth the nostalgia. What a question.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question. So, what was it worth it to you guys? Was that?
Yeah, 100%.
Was that $10 well spent? So, I mean,
yes.
Even if it doesn't have this gigantic replay value, it seems like you can still have very positive feelings towards it.
Absolutely.
I think so. Yeah. But I mean, you can still play Diablo 2 as it is now. As in you can still download it and play it.
Yeah.
I think.
I'll buy Final Fantasy VII on every platform they ever release it on.
Yeah.
Like, it's just like, I don't even care if I play it. I'm just like, oh, it's on Switch, I'll buy it. It's on PC, I'll buy it. It's on whatever. Like, whenever they do it, just because the game was that good to me. That was like, my childhood favorite game of all time. So when they release it on something, I'm like, oh, maybe someday I'll play it, which I won't, but buy it anyways. I think Diablo 2 is going to hit that for a lot of people.
Someday I'll play it, but I won't.
No.
Well, perfect. I think this is going to be maybe the moment are we coming up on our first transition? So just to warn everybody that's watching, we are going to be shifting through the matrix. You're going to see us teleporting around. But yeah, if whoever's dipping out, I think it might be CJ, who we will see at the very end, and Filthy, who is going to enjoy it, and we'll hopefully hear from soon. Thank you both for being here. And if you guys could jump up and just let whoever is next know, we'll do the little switcheroo and see how this goes.
Enjoy BlizzCon, guys. Enjoy BlizzCon.
Yeah. Good luck.
Right,
Thanks
Talk
for
to you guys
having me.
soon.
Yeah. See you.
Thanks, guys.
Okay. Thanks for having us. Enjoy the announcements. We'll talk later.
Oh, that was quick. Leviathan.
Wow,
was right
Leviathan.
on click. Holy cow, dude. He didn't.
Oh, wow. Anna was fast too. Pog.
DH mechanics, baby.
DH mechanics.
You must have
in here.
You must have
Spot
attack
open,
speed. Do you have attack speed rolled on everything, Leviathan?
I got that pre-nerf attack speed, baby.
Yes, exactly from 1.08, dude. I
Human
remember that
aimbot.
patch. Crazy.
Dude, the hype is adrenaline through me. I'm ready. Oh,
You ready? Yeah, me and Leviathan were exchanging some voice messages today, right? I remember waking up and I just like picked up my phone and I'm like, oh, let me send a voice message to Steven, right? So just hit on the button. I'm like, Blizzcon, and hang up, and that's it, right? And then I got a Blizzcon back later, and that was it. So yeah, dude, it's been building up. So how do you feel? What do you expect?
Ooh, I mean, I expect the world. This is the Diablo. If last BlizzCon was the Diablo BlizzCon because we got D4, then this one is that to another level, though. We're getting more D4 juice. We're getting maybe another game, D2 Remaster, like you guys have been talking about. And Immortal. I really fully believe that. I know a lot of people aren't keen to talk about it a lot, but I actually think this might be the BlizzCon for Immortal to kind of get its comeuppance. And by that, I mean D4 is now officially a thing. And I think with that in Blizzard's pocket, they can talk more freely about Immortal without, hopefully incurring as much ire as they did originally. And I mean, it's rumored that maybe we'll get Immortal release date this year. So
I remember like yesterday you were on the Warcraft radio segment. I was watching that one. It was pretty late. Was it yesterday? It was yesterday, I think.
I think so.
You said something amongst the lines of like you feel like D4 lifted the weight of the Immortals team, like of their shoulders, that now they can like speak freely about the game and they feel more I don't know
at ease,
like, at ease and so on. So and I was like, yeah, that's kind of how it feels, and maybe this will be the reason why this BlizzCon will feel like Immortal. I also expect some good news for Immortal. You guys think we'll get a release date? Yes or no?
We will get the release date.
So Anna's on yes.
So
I am.
Go ahead, Anna.
I am 100% for Immortal. That was from the very beginning for me. Really, like, what is your problem with Immortal except that it's mobile? What? Because so far I haven't seen a single negative comment about Immortal except, yeah, but it's mobile. No. And I don't have this.
The only thing that Immortal got wrong was that it happened before D4.
Yeah.
As
yeah,
an announcement.
100% true.
That's it. Well, it's unfortunate. Timing is everything.
Yeah, I think maybe they'll talk about a public beta on
Public
BlizzCon.
beta. So you don't believe in a release date?
I don't think
BlizzCon?
I don't think so. I don't think it's. They just did the alpha test not too long ago, so they haven't even hit betas. Public betas even.
So one thing that Rob told me earlier, I was talking to Rob, and he was saying that on the Activision investor call, they said that Diablo Immortal will be released in 2021.
Yep.
I think it could hit this year, but we still got a lot of months left. So
right.
I don't And
Yeah.
I think a lot of companies have been promising
and then
dates.
release in the end of the year.
The one thing to keep in mind, though, is I guess this is a little different because it is sort of their first foray into mobile. But if you look at every other previous reveal of the release date for a Blizzard game, it's been within like a scope of a year or so. Like the game is revealed, and then we kind of have like a year or so until the actual game comes out. And so if we're already in that year, then I feel like we're actually kind of late on getting the release date, if anything from the past is true with Blizzard.
I expected it last BlizzCon, honestly. So.
So what do you guys think is more likely then? Are we going to get a release date, or is it more likely... So in the investor call, they said it's coming out this year. So, I mean, that should be pretty good evidence that it's coming out this year. Do you think it's more likely that we get the announcement of when it's being released, or do you think it's more likely we get an announcement of the alpha went well, here's the date for either an open or a closed beta, and we move forward? What do you guys think is more likely?
Well, what's more hype is the release date, for sure.
Yeah.
I don't care what's more likely.
But it does give them, if they only go with the beta, I think that does generate some hype and also gives them a window of, okay, well, if we're getting a lot of data from the beta and it's not looking as great as we want, then they don't have to commit to, I mean, besides, I guess, the investors being like, oh, what happened here? Actually releasing it this year, then they could delay if they haven't, fully come out to the public that it's coming out this exact day.
So what if I play devil's advocate here for a second? And what if I try to make the argument that the announcement of a beta would be better than a release date?
Actually, that would be logical.
So
No, you had alpha. You're supposed to have beta, and then you're supposed to have release. So, okay, alpha went so well that we're gonna just skip the next phase of testing, or we gonna give us now the release date, but still we will have some beta, and maybe beta will show us some problems, but we already have the release date. We don't have the time to fix it, and no. Seems more logical, actually, beta to announce the start of the beta testing. But I'm up to everything. Beta,
Yeah,
let's go
today.
beta. Release, let's go release.
You said today, Preshow?
Yeah, beta today.
Beta today?
That would be so
You
sick.
know,
I don't know.
That's the way to play it. You know.
We're still missing 15 levels, and was it 2 skills per class or 3? I don't remember
and
anymore.
we're missing some classes too, right?
they
Missing
could beta
classes.
No, we're
So-
also missing. Fair enough. We're also missing 2 classes. I forgot
But
about
they
that
could
one.
they could give the alpha test that we did to as the beta, the public beta. You know, and
True.
So that's
people play
exactly
it.
what Matt is saying is what I was going to allude to. I think a beta would be better news because there's a ton of things that we haven't tested. For example, the 2 classes, the extra levels. There's going to be stuff to do. You know, there's new zones that we haven't tested. And there are things about the classes that SVR already found could break the game. When I turn on his stream and so he's walking with his team in the dungeon and he teleports, he starts fighting the Countess. I'm like, what the hell is going on here? What kind of sorcery was that? You know, we need to test all the skills for all the different classes, and they mention, you know, there's clans and there's different PvP things and there's a bunch of these different events. Imagine if they announce April 1st or whatever, it's out.
Oh no, come on.
April 1st beta start
all
or
dates.
alpha? Oh my god. Come on. I would actually, come on. That
That would actually be really
well
funny.
played. Come on.
Yeah.
That's well played.
Embracing the meme, man. That'd be a good
Yes.
move, honestly.
Like when you become a meme, there's no way. There's
You
no
can't
going
fight it.
backwards. Yes, it's you gotta swim with the, you know.
Swim with the current.
Yeah, swim with the current. Embrace it. There's no other way. Like that's just how it is. Welcome to being a meme.
Hey
You
guys, we're a little behind schedule. I'm gonna jump out and let somebody grab my spot real quick.
All right, P.
All right.
I will see you in a
I'm
little
also
bit.
going
Thank you,
out.
bud.
All right.
See
Goodbye,
you in a
Matt.
bit, guys.
Goodbye, P. We'll see you
Bye-bye.
later.
See you guys after the show.
Okay, so while we shovel in 2 more people and while we teleport around, I don't know, Leviathan and Anna, if you guys could hear what we were talking about earlier, but we were talking about if you were the CEO of Blizzard and you were designing Diablo 2 Remastered, would you focus more on catering toward a broad audience and people who play Path of Exile and all this different stuff and D3, the people who have left, and try to bring them back in and shovel them into D4? Or would you design it more toward the niche hardcore Diablo 2 players? So Anna, if you were the CEO, what would you do as we welcome Nineball and Lord Fluffy? Fluffy, I hope you're comfortable, because with the way that the schedule changed, you're going to be in that chair for a while. I hope you're comfy, dude.
Listen, I've been doing this a long time.
What do you think, Anna? What would you do
With Diablo 2?
with Diablo 2
Sorry, wait.
Remastered? Yeah.
Diablo 2 Remaster. Yeah, I was listening to you guys, and from my personal experience, I met a lot of people who are right now far away, like completely not in the gaming community. Like they're not playing, they have serious real life now. But the moment you're saying Diablo, they're immediately, yeah, Diablo 2, I played. Yeah, that was in my life. And I guess, as Riker was saying, it's more nostalgic. It's more if I have a feeling that CEO is thinking in this direction to bring also back a lot of people who played Diablo 2. Everyone played Diablo 2. Even I played Diablo 2 when I was 15. That's absolutely impossible. I played Barbarian. My gosh. So I guess they are hitting. CEO is trying to reach this bright audience and trying to bring back the players from all also like players who completely went far away from gaming, also players who went to the different games, to the different franchise, from Overwatch, Path of Exile, or everyone who's playing Path of Exile played Diablo 2, and everyone will be, interesting, what happened? I need to 100%, I need to check. It's Diablo 2, I have so many wonderful memories connected with the Diablo 2. So that's my guess. That's more like nostalgic hit, plus, yeah, 100% Blizzard is trying to build the audience for incoming Diablo 4, bringing back together all the players from Diablo 2, from Diablo 3, we're anyway here, and now also Diablo Immortal. That's a completely new level. I don't speak English. That's a completely new. That's a completely new players.
Yeah, I think actually one thing that you keyed in on that I've been wanting to mention is that I don't know that D2 remastered needs to be like the catch-all for everything, right? Because I do believe that you're kind of looking at the slate of Blizzard Diablo products, and you do have existing D3 and whatever updates may come with that. You have Diablo Immortal, which is hopefully going to be a brand new audience for mobile, and that's going to put a ton of eyes that haven't been there before on the franchise. And then D2, like we've all been saying, is really that nostalgic hit. I don't even know that it needs to venture too far from the original. I hope it would kind of have some quality of life stuff, but I think just the name itself is enough of a draw. And if it comes out at least within earshot of when D4 should be more like exciting in terms of maybe there's an alpha or beta, so you can transition. Maybe people play D2 remaster for 4 months or something, and then like, oh, here's this D4 open beta, so let's just move over to that. And suddenly things are looking really good for being able to now have tons and tons and tons of eyes from every single different Diablo offering that all funnel into D4. Fluffy.
Yeah, what's going on?
Something get messed up here. Let me check here.
Am I hosting the stream now?
You might be Nineball.
I'm sitting in the host chair.
I'm playing Portal right now. This is awesome.
I actually don't know what happened because we have 5 webcams up, so it should work perfectly. So that's
your capture. Yeah.
Oh, my capture fell off.
Looks so wonderful.
Yep.
Okay, thank you guys. So, Mr. Fluffy, what are we expecting here from this BlizzCon? What do you think's coming? Did you read the spoilers?
Here's the play. No, of course not. I will say though, I had a level of hype come into this podcast. It was really high, and just seeing Riker's face, I don't know, it kind of brought me down a little bit. That's not to say that that's his face, but like he was talking about how he had heard.
You're reading his emotions.
Stuff. Yeah, and so like, now I'm like, I'm a little sketch. I don't know, but obviously predictions. You don't go into the next Diablo without your quarterback, right? So we got to have the Necro. Now,
agreed.
They didn't ask me to personally stream it, so maybe it's next BlizzCon. I don't know. So that's on the table. I did, as P-Child kind of alluded to when he was on here. Mr. Llama went full time. I don't know what more of a confirmation you guys need that Diablo 2 Resurrected is happening, because why would he go full time all of a sudden?
Very spooky timing.
Streaming a dead game. You know what I mean? So like, this is the time. And outside of that, I'm super hopeful for some D3 stuff. I know they probably won't talk about it at BlizzCon, but I think that they should. And yeah, all the things, like literally all the games, basically.
So
are going to get juiced.
Are you playing D4 if there's no Necro?
See, this is something I've struggled with internally a lot, because overall I'm a really, really happy guy. I super happy every day.
The epitome of happiness, Lord Fluffy.
Really. But if they don't announce like Necro for Diablo 4 launch, I will slip into a deep and dark depression this world has never seen. Like, I'll have to just reevaluate my life. I was like, what do I play now? I don't want to go back to playing a Barb main because, I don't know, the Barb just doesn't do it for me anymore. after got a taste of the Necro, and I guess I go Druid because I saw Druid had some poison stuff. But even then, I'll still be unhappy. It just won't. It'll be a sad stream until the Necro pack. But then it's like, that's cringe to me because then that's literally Diablo 2, Necro pay to play. Diablo 3, Necro pay to play. Diablo 4, Necro pay. Like, come on, stop it. Just give it.
Stop it.
You know?
9ball, are you playing if there's no Necro?
Oh, I think I'll find something, or there is a Necromancer in Immortal that will be included base game, so there you go. You always have that as a fallback option.
So full-time Immortal forever, Fluffy? How about that?
We meme on Diablo Immortal a lot, right? But I don't think there's any scenario where, like, when that game comes out, I'll obviously be rank 1 worldwide Necromancer for the time until that game launches, until it becomes pay to win. And that window, I will be like all over that game, and then as soon as it that catches up, then like, okay, well, we're done with Immortal now. But I will be playing it a lot at first, for sure.
Leviathan, Anna, you guys blasting Immortal? You guys gonna go ham? Leviathan, you were going crazy in the alpha. Are we gonna see a repeat?
Yeah, I'm kind of in line with Fluffy on it. Like, I don't really want to have to spend any money, and I think that once that gate gets opened, like, it's kind of a lost cause because I don't have an infinite wallet. But I do feel like as long as there's a little bit of fun to be had originally, and maybe along the way, if you kind of start to ignore some of the people that play or people that pay to play, then it should still be a fun time. So I don't know. I still want to hear more about like the monetization model and if they've decided to change their minds on things with like crests and such. And I guess also if the next test lets us go to endgame, see how impactful that type of stuff will be, right? Like where exactly what the levels will play out, and that will certainly determine how I'll approach it on launch.
There is no Witch Doctor. Useless game. Anyway.
Literally best Diablo classes ever released. No Witch Doctor.
So, like,
Skip
actually,
that.
I'm also waiting for Necro because, hopefully. It's kind of like Witch Doctor, but it's dead. So.
I think technically the Witch Doctor is kind of like the Necro. You're getting it wrong.
It's just alive.
My class dead? What the hell?
No, I'm really hyped for Diablo Immortal, and I will enjoy it. And I really want to try Necromancer. I want to see how it will work in Immortal.
But if you play,
we'll see how it will work with monetization system, how much money it will take. But yeah, anyway, I'm really happy that it's like a new stone in Diablo, Diablo whole story. So, I am hyped. Maybe Witch Doctor will be an expansion one day.
But Anna, if you start Necro in Immortal, how is Fluffy going to be rank 1? Because you're going to kick his ass.
I know what he's bringing. But he's hoping.
So I guess one thing that's maybe a little bit different for me, I don't know how much of it of a meme it is for you guys, or or how serious you're being. But to me, I guess the classes, I don't attach myself too strongly to any class. I just, if I like the game or not, I'll just blast it no matter what and just find a class that I like. Are you guys really actually attached to a specific class and play style? Or is it just kind of a meme and you will actually just play whatever is the most fun? Like, if it's no Necro or no Witch Doctor, you guys are out. Like, Leviathan, how do you feel about losing the Demon Hunter and 9ball? I don't know what classes are your favorite, but my favorite's Barb. But if Barb's not there, whatever. I'll just play something else.
The Barbarian, the easy class that's in every game.
So
I mean, for me, like,
yeah, go
that archetype of like bow and arrow is a pretty common one for a lot of ARPGs. So usually I can find that playstyle in any different game, but I do always want it to be there because it is my favorite way to play. Like, I like that sort of elusive damage from a distance, not necessarily magic based sort of fantasy. And I would still play like most games if they're just good, fun games to play, even if that archetype isn't there. So like say D4 today, we learned they're actually going with the Necromancer for the reveal and not like some sort of bow thing. I'd be a little bummed, but I don't think that would ever stop me from playing D4, even if like the next class revealed isn't a bow one either.
Yeah, for me, I'm obviously super attached to Necro, so it'd be really sad. However, it's mostly just kind of the darker theme class that I'm all about. Like if they had a Death Knight or something like that, like would be fine. But I actually really hate minions, which is weird to say as someone that loves Necro so much. It's really the other stuff that I attach myself to, like the corpse skills and the poison and all that stuff. So as long as that's covered somewhere, it doesn't have to be a Necro for me personally, technically, but it just obviously fits super well into the Diablo formula. For 9-ball, I gotta assume your main class is whatever class has the best lore. Come on.
Oh, I mean, like Lord Fluffy, I am also an edgelord in like the undead and stuff like that. The Necro was my favorite class in D2, and the joke is that I didn't even realize there were other classes you could play in Diablo 2 besides the Necromancer. What were those other people standing around the campfire that I could select? Who cares? Followers. And so it would be kind of sad, but like for Diablo 3, we didn't have that option. And even though I kind of like spellcasters and like the pet class, like archetype within fantasy games, I went with the monk. And I mained the monk through classic D3 until about when Reaper came out, and I switched over to a demon hunter and really liked that gameplay style. So, I'll play what, like you were saying, I'll play whatever's fun. Though, as soon as a Necro comes out, I'll switch to that.
I will play what is ridiculous. Because
whatever's ridiculous?
Yeah,
whatever
because
has the
I'm
chicken.
Doctor, because if you can show me something that can transform yourself into a chicken and run in a chicken, kill some things, okay, I will play this. And no, like I knew from the really long time, okay, like highly possible that Witch Doctor is not coming to Diablo 4. So like so far my plan is playing Druid. And of course, checking all the characters, checking like 2 classes, what there will be, who of them will transform into a chicken. I still hoping that it's gonna be a druid special form.
So druid chicken form confirmed is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, giant one, unlocking only if you are falling on a keyboard. And like you're transformed into a druid is transforming into a giant chicken and crashing everything around. Yeah, that's exactly how it's gonna be.
I gotta say, if there's a reveal today, there's not a lot of things that would make me walk away from Diablo 4. But if that reveal is a witch doctor, I am out of here.
It's as bad as possible.
Worst case scenario.
Clip it and ship it.
It could be a clown class. I'm like, cool. I guess I'll try that out.
What?
Witch doctor? No.
You gotta
That's
play
where you draw the
Witch
line?
Doctor.
Dang. Some strong feelings on that one.
It would probably be
I
bad
remember
news.
I saw how Fluffy was playing hardcore Witch Doctor. I think you lost some bet.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Fluffy loses bets?
Fluffy loses, period?
No, never happens.
So the Witch Doctor would be bad news for you because, Leviathan was talking about, like, different archetypes. If they have the Witch Doctor and, it's the big D4 release, I think that's bad news for the Necromancer. If you already got something shooting poison skills and is, I guess, the closest thing to Necromancer we've seen in all the different archetypes in the franchise, yeah, you better be hoping that we don't see that on the reveal. Otherwise...
out of all things that could possibly happen, when you go through and you explore like some of the we don't have the hard metrics, but Blizzard has talked about it. We've done like the fan polls and stuff like that of what class do you play. When you look at it, you have the Necromancer, which is one of the most popular archetypes across not just Diablo 3 but the whole franchise, and then the Witch Doctor, which is arguably the least popular class in the entire franchise. I think we're safe on that one. Congratulations, Fluffy. You'll be playing Diablo 4.
Great. My campaign for Witch Doctor hate has succeeded.
So, I got a question for you guys. We got about 5 minutes before the juice actually starts. But if you guys were, again, the CEO, and you're designing Diablo 4, and let's say you have 5 starting classes, you got 3 of them locked down. You have your Sorceress, your Barbarian, your Druid. You got 2 other slots. There's like 2 plays here, right? You either take 2 classes that your franchise, the devoted people to your franchise love, throw them in, whatever they are, Necro and Paladin or whatever it's going to be. It's probably going to be I'm guessing it's going to be Amazon and Paladin, but we'll see. Or would you at least slot for one of them a new class? Is it time to start with a new class to bring in something completely new for the people? Would you bring two nostalgic classes? Maybe we can start with Leviathan. Or would you slot in something new, and is that a good play?
So, yeah, you kind of hit it in that they're really seeming to want to do the nostalgia play as well here with D4. And a lot of what we originally saw was like a return to darkness, runes, and they're like saying all the right sort of words to bring everyone back and almost like forget the early commentary that happened with D3, which was like, it's a lot of change, it's very bright, colorful. I think in keeping in line with sort of this new ethos of the return to darkness, it's the safe play to bring back the old stuff. So if we see an assassin again, it wouldn't be that surprising. If we see the necro again, it wouldn't be that surprising. But I think like one thing to consider that I think a lot of players often overlook is the creative process for developers. A lot of developers don't like to redo what's already been done because it limits their imagination. It limits their capabilities to like take something in a new direction. And so you do skirt that fine line of how much can we push the envelope and bring something brand new that players will enjoy without like worrying them too much that we're straying from sort of that tried and true formula. I just in my heart of hearts, I think that they're gonna, at least with one of the new characters that haven't been revealed yet, try something a little off the beaten path, whether it's like a paladin but like a dark paladin. You know, it'll have like roots in something we've seen but take it in a new direction because it's more fun to innovate, right?
Yeah. You know, it's interesting you bring up the innovation piece. Like, does like you want to innovate, and I would think that would be true. But then we saw the Diablo 4 demo, and it was like copy pasted skills from Diablo 3. So
Yeah.
I think that they might be a little scared to take some chances. But you know, maybe that's just me. You know, at the end of the day, obviously think that the archetypes, all the archetypes should be solved in the vanilla. So that would be a necromancer for the minions and I think it should be hunter, because I think hunter will play on what Rax said. It will be a new class, but I think that they'll use the keyword phrases like, oh, it's basically the Amazon and the demon hunter to invoke the nostalgia. So I think they'll cover like all grounds with that hunter class. And then I think the way the world is, and I'm sure Nineball will agree with this because we're both huge lore fans, is the way that the world is set up right now. It's like super bleak, super dark, and I don't think there's any room for paladins right now, but maybe after the end of vanilla D4's campaign, you know, we unlock some kind of holiness, you know, and then there's that first expansion class.
Yeah.
Real
and
quick,
I mean,
real quick,
ahead.
sorry, before Ryan, for housekeeping, I think you want to switch your stream to the Blizzard main stream because the opening ceremony is only going to be shown on that one.
I think this is the Blizzard, or this is Diablo. Is this not it?
Yeah.
Diablo.
Yeah, you
Nope,
got to
that
switch.
is not it.
Just so we don't
Opening
miss
is on
it.
all of them.
Yeah.
Or is it not?
No, the opening ceremony won't be on everything. It's only on that main Blizzard one. Then after that, we have all the Diablo stuff.
Thank you. Is this the right one?
that
Blizzard
looks good.
Entertainment. Okay, sorry, I had the Diablo one. Thank you.
No worries.
I got a minute.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm pretty much in agreement with what the others are saying. You know, I think they're obviously playing it safe. They're going with archetypes and classes that were fan favorites, people can identify with, that they know and love. But you know, with the 5 classes, I think you do still have some opportunities to do something new and creative because it is a new game. We just don't want, you know, like a lot of what you guys were saying earlier about D2. You don't just want everything that existed before. You want some new stuff. It's a new game. Let's explore. Let's go some places. So, yeah, 1 new class plus the necromancer.
All right, here we go, guys. I'm gonna unmute here. Hopefully, it's at a good volume. This is it. This is the future. Hype. Here we go.
God.
I'll try not to cry.
Can anybody tell me from I'll pull up how's the volume for all the people watching the stream? I'll pull up the chat in Danctuary. Tell me if you want it up or down. Here we go.
Feeling of just knowing a game is right for you when you first lay eyes on it is such a great feeling.
The thing that happens is you start to feel the excitement just build up.
Okay, this is louder.
All the time,
sleep. Incluso a veces por una misma comunidad. Te llegas a enamorar bastantísimo.
I play video games because I love stories.
Experiencing worlds that you can't experience as yourself.
I guess video games allow me to be what I can't. It's fiction, but it's not.
You come home, log onto your PC, and disappear into a different world.
I am a part of something bigger, a part of something beautiful.
As an autistic person, video games give me a place where I could be in a world that made sense to me.
I will tell you that all of my family play video games.
Me and my brothers, we would share the computer 1 hour at a time.
저는 제 와이프랑 게임을 가장 많이 해요.
I'm really enjoying playing video games with my dad.
My children.
My little sister. That connection between video games, allowing us to converse with each other, added a lot to our relationship.
Games like the World of Warcraft let me meet people that I probably never would have.
I can honestly say I met some of my best friends through playing games.
We have this connection that allows us to share our joys, to share our achievements, to share our growth together.
Every time I'm able to achieve something, I'm able to make myself proud.
Killing heroic Blackhand back in Warlords of Draenor was one of my favorite memories.
I managed to find that one hidden pylon with my one Mutalisk.
We beat hardcore Inferno Diablo.
I was able to hit gold in competitive in Overwatch.
I had someone say, oh, I can't lose to a girl. And I beat that guy.
So I was able to slay this warlock as a little gnome holy priest, freaking out and screaming the whole time.
Adrenaline through my body was going crazy.
Pela caminhada ter sido tão prazerosa e pela conquista ter vindo.
A gente se sentiu muito, caramba, a gente conseguiu algo incrível aqui.
I killed the Lich King! I killed the Lich King!
然后我夺冠的时候，现场的女性工作人员，包括有些男的工作人员，他们都哭了。
Many years ago, I was doing a quest in Terracar Forest, and a lovely little mage came up and said, "Would you like a hand?" They helped me for the rest of the day. We've been married now for over a decade.
Those video games filled a void. They filled the friendships that I didn't have. There isn't a huge LGBTQIA+ community in my city. So when I was able to play a video game, I was able to start talking with people who didn't really care that I was a gay male.
But video games were my escape. When I was a teenager, my dad was diagnosed with ALS, and I looked to video games as a way to escape from that sort of reality. Everything happens for a reason, and I'm just glad video games were there for me.
I'll never stop playing video games.
What? There's no way.
I imagine myself one day being an 80-year-old grandpa gamer.
Playing video games has shaped me. I don't think I would be who I am today.
My passion, my interest, my excitement, they belong.
Video games opened for me the world.
And because of that, I'm forever thankful.
And I can't wait to see what the next generation holds.
Nice.
Welcome to Blizzconline, a celebration of 30 years of Blizzard communities and 30 years of Blizzard games. 30 years is so many years, and last year maybe felt like one of the longest of all. But throughout the years of Blizzard Entertainment, from 1991 to today, many of us can associate certain games with milestones in our lives. Maybe you were a little kid the first time you played The Lost Vikings. Or in high school when you first played a Diablo game. Or maybe you met your partner while you were playing World of Warcraft. That's the awesome thing about video games. They give us experiences that are relevant to the times in our lives and experiences that we carry forward with us. Games are here for us during good times, and they're here for us even when we feel alone or maybe uncertain. Games are coming home, familiar, comfortable, with a connection and a sense of belonging. And while many of us spent most of 2020 in our actual real-life homes, games became even more of a place to get away, to be free from outside concerns, even if just for a little while. So, this is pretty weird. Usually, when we start BlizzCon, the opening call is to my favorite Warcraft faction, the Alliance.
Boo.
Or my favorite
Boo.
faction, the Horde. I get confused. Usually, I'd be speaking to 40,000 of you in person at the Anaheim Convention Center and millions of you around the world. And usually, that would be a perfect way to celebrate. But nothing about the last year has been usual. The pandemic has been hard on everyone, and for many different reasons. But if there's one thing that the last year has taught us, it's that being apart physically doesn't stop us from moving forward. It doesn't stop us from connecting with our player friends around the world, diving in as warriors and heroes, and checking on each other as humans. It doesn't stop us from sharing our latest epic gaming story or celebrating those of others. Games continue to unite us. Now, to be honest, I wasn't sure how well Blizzard could work from home. There are thousands of people, all needing to work together in creating our universes, games, and experiences. Never has it felt more true that it takes a Blizzard to make a Blizzard game. And in 2020, it became clear that the magic of creating at Blizzard isn't just tied to a physical location. It's tied to the people who work here, and I continue to be so proud of each and every one of them. Thank you, Blizzard. We create these games and pour all of our energy and heart into them, but it is you, the Blizzard community, that brings them to life. And that's why Blizzconline is a celebration of you, the guild leaders, healers, DPS, tanks, innkeepers, Zerg, Terran, Protoss, Blackwatch, Shimada, the heroes of Sanctuary and of the Storm. These next few days are for you, our Blizzard community. For World of Warcraft, we'll be showing you what's next for both Shadowlands and Classic. I'm sure you're all burning in anticipation for that one. Hearthstone is getting back to its roots in a major way. We can't wait to show you how. We also have news for our Diablo community. Some of you were able to dip your toes into the depths of hell in the Diablo Immortal Technical Alpha. I really enjoyed seeing players embrace the multiplayer aspect of meeting in town. We can't wait for more of you to get your hands on it. So, it's only the beginning of the year, and already there is so much to look forward to, even though we can't yet be together in person. The Overwatch League will be kicking things off in spring, and we'll be watching closely to see if the San Francisco Shock can continue their championship run. World of Warcraft esports is back with the Arena World Championship and Mythic Dungeon International already in full swing in Shadowlands. StarCraft 2 and Warcraft 3 esports are going strong with our friends at the ESL Pro Tour. And qualifiers are already underway for the first online stop of the 2021 Hearthstone Masters Tour, with the first event taking place next month. But before we get too far ahead, let's take a look one last time to when times were a little simpler. In the early 1990s, the internet was a baby. CD sales had finally eclipsed cassette tapes. Cassette tape, it's a rectangle piece of plastic, and there's a tape inside, and music would get recorded on, and sometimes you needed a pencil to wind it and make it tight. I know, it sounds crazy. We were all playing video games on Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis, DOS, or Mac PCs. I personally was a master of config sys and autoexec bat. So many simple things in simple times. If only we could relive it.
Could you explain to us what a cassette is?
The stage is set. The green flag drops. Let the carnage begin. Holy Toledo! What a collection!
Remastered.
I've never played
Blackthorns.
I've never played any of these games.
Same.
Now we're talking. What a play! Crank up the volume! Unbelievable!
Is this open the ceremony?
Whoa!
it is. We're starting out slow, right? They're gonna build up, I think. I hope.
Okay, so they're gonna release all the old school games in a collection.
The Blizzard Arcade Collection, featuring the Lost Vikings, Rock and Roll Racing, and Blackthorn. These are ports of the games just as you remember them, allowing you to relive the original experience of all three titles in 13 different languages, with a couple of quality of life upgrades. As an example, we include very modern, cutting-edge functionality that wasn't available in the early 90s, both saving and loading of games. And for those of you who purchase any Blizzard Digital Anniversary Bundle via Battle.net, you'll automatically receive the Blizzard Arcade Collection on PC today. Now, you ready to hear about some other video games?
Yes.
Let's hear
No,
what
that's
we
enough.
have.
That's enough.
That's all I needed.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining us today. No matter where you are, World of Warcraft unites us all. Whether you're exploring the Shadowlands, classic Azeroth, or another part of the Blizzard universe, I'm glad you could make it, because we've got a lot of good stuff to show you. But first, let's start with some Covenant pride. Kyrian, take flight. Nightfey, let the hunt begin. Necrolords, to war! Vinthir, let's party. The world has thrown a lot at us since the last BlizzCon, and the thing that's really kept everyone going on the WoW team has been connecting with all of you. The bonds we forge with our guilds and family and friends in WoW are powerful and real. As WoW enters its 16th year and Blizzard celebrates its 30th anniversary, we're so grateful to have the most dedicated and friendly communities in gaming. Let's recap the events in Azeroth. In WoW Classic, we fought an endless battle for South Shore and Tauren Mill. We banded together to open the gates of Ahn'Qiraj and joined forces to take down Kel'Thuzad in his floating citadel of Naxxramas. In Shadowlands, we helped our Covenant recover from the Anima drought, brought on by Sire Denathrius, master of the Vinthir and traitor to the Pantheon of Death. We survived the halls of Torghast and crafted legendary gear in our efforts to expel Denathrius from his castle lair. But innocent souls are still wrongfully being sent to the Maw. They face an eternity of torment, and heroes like Anduin remain chained in its depths. The jailer continues to grow in power. He's preparing to break free from the Maw and complete his plan to unmake the entire Warcraft universe. And Sylvanas, you may be wondering what she's been up to all this time. Today, we're excited to unveil our first major content update for Shadowlands, Chains of Domination.
It's COD.
Look around you!
What makes you believe you're not just a weapon to achieve his ends?
Enough! Join our cause, or be made to serve.
Right now, you hold all the power. Make your choice, Sylvanas Windrunner.
Despite all our efforts, the Maw continues to grow. What if Denathrius's treachery is irreparable? The Primus is lost, and Bastion cannot save the Shadowlands alone.
None of this should have happened.
Perhaps the Winter Queen could...
My Archon, a living soul seeks an audience.
A mortal?
A king. By all our measures, one who has spent his life striving for justice. One who would give anything to serve his people. One whose heart is true.
Very well. He may approach. Step forward. My Ascended have spoken of you. The king held captive in the Maw.
That prison could not hold me forever.
Why have you come to Bastion?
You have a key that I need.
You will release this soul from your grasp.
No. He is bound to me, just as you once sought to bind your own brother.
Boss fight over.
The vessel performed its part flawlessly. 3 keys remain. Then they will see. Death was never meant to be chained.
That is so intense. I know you probably have a lot of questions about what
if we
you
were
just
actually
saw
at BlizzCon,
and what
there'd be a
it
lot of
means for the next
yelling and
stage of
cheering
your
right now.
Shadowlands
Yeah.
journey. Later today, my teammates Ian and Jeremy will be telling you more about Chains of Domination in our Shadowlands update. Please check out the World of Warcraft channel to find out more. Next, I'm excited to share our upcoming World of Warcraft charity pet program. We've heard a lot from our community about how much they love these pets and the opportunity to give to a good cause, along with ideas to make the program even better. So during this upcoming campaign, you'll be able to donate
whatever amount you wish to directly support our chosen charity. Once donations reach our goal, everyone playing World of Warcraft will get a pet for their collection as a thank you, whether you were able to contribute personally or not. And to make this a fun challenge, if we reach a stretch goal, everyone gets a second pet too. And here they are. The first pet is Bananas, literally. He was originally available to a select few back in Burning Crusade era,
There are people
so
who
we're
would
excited to
cry.
give
There are
everyone
people who would
a
kill
chance
for
to
that
adopt
pet.
him. And if we reach our stretch goal, you'll also get Daisy the Sloth.
Yo, let's go.
She's an all-new pet who'll hang around your neck
hangs
when
on
you
your
need
back.
a hug.
It's a backpack
Your
pet?
donations during this campaign will go to support the medical
It's
humanitarian
the backpack
organization
upgrade they've been
Doctors
promising
Without
WoW
Borders,
players for decades.
also known by their French name, Médecins Sans Frontières, or MSF.
I'd rather have
They're
bananas.
an amazing group doing important work around the world. We're grateful to have such a generous community, and we hope you'll help support this worthy cause. We'll be sharing the details about the Charity Pet Program on the World of Warcraft website soon.
Maybe that's the new
So
D3
we've
cosmetic.
talked
the
quite
sloth.
a bit about Shadowlands. Classic players,
Sloth transmog.
now it's your turn. It's my pleasure to hand off to my teammate, Holly Longdale. She's a longtime WoW player, a veteran MMO developer, and she's going to tell us what's in store for WoW Classic.
Oh, this was the burning question, right? People have been on the crusade.
Do you know something?
Hi,
man?
everybody. First, I'd like to thank all of you who have ever been part of the WoW community over the years. You know, online worlds like WoW have been a huge part of our lives for decades now. As a dedicated MMO fan and a developer myself, I remember hearing that Blizzard was going to be making their own MMO. And I thought, well, I guess I'll check out that beta. And sure, we all call the game WoW, but really, wow. I could not believe I got bit by the MMO bug again. I was so excited to be able to make a Night Elf Hunter and be like that famous Dark Elf Ranger from the books that I loved. I have to tell you, Azeroth was
your Night Elf
and
Ranger
still
named Legolas?
is a place I love to live. Since last year, I've had the great honor to work alongside the WoW Classic team to bring these nostalgic experiences back to life for longtime fans and a whole new generation of players. As a fan myself, I've had so much fun in WoW. From the simple things like drive-by buffing or making friends on that long haul from Teldrassil to Ironforge, all the way to the absolutely staggering, like when I jumped blindly through the Dark Portal and was running through Hellfire Peninsula, heard this terrifying noise, and then saw the Fell Reaver. Biggest roamer I had ever seen, and I was very glad I had feigned death in that moment. And that's the thing about WoW. These stories and experiences we all share keep us coming back time after time. With that said, I'm super excited to be able to share with you where our adventures are taking us next.
There it is. Portal to the Burning Crusade.
Looks like the original cinematic.
It's the expansion I
You dare enter my realm.
Can we bring back AoE mind control
Interesting fact. ever listen to the Burning Crusade soundtrack and you hear something that's like, that sounds like something that's Diablo.
Your foolishness has brought you to this end. Take my blood and choke on it.
Death to the outsiders!
I'll turn your world upside down.
You are not prepared.
Oh, it's coming this year.
Oh, this year?
Oh,
yeah. Nice.
Hog.
Brings back so many memories, right?
Illidan is such an easy boss, man.
Exploring the fungal forests of Zangarmarsh, or being awestruck at the chaotic magic alive
I was still
in
so
Netherstorm.
shocked, like throughout all of
The
WoW
Draenei
Classic,
in
like
Exodar.
what, like
The
40
Blood
minutes
Elves in
was the hardest
Silvermoon.
clear time for
I
any
love
of the
playing them both.
old raids.
Do you choose to enlist the Aldor
They're gonna clear
or the
Sunwell in like an
Scryers
hour.
in your quest to fight the Legion?
Like one of the
and of
longest
course,
raid
we
tiers.
can't forget gathering all your friends to fight Illidan at the top of the Black Temple. I can't wait to relive it all with you. Since the team first set out on their own quest to bring the original WoW back to life, we have learned a ton about what players are expecting from this kind of experience. We've also learned when to keep things just as they were and where we all might be open to some changes. We're bringing all these lessons into Burning Crusade Classic, with our primary goal to bring back the same feeling you had when you faced the Fel Reaver for the first time, or when you were digging through piles of Felhound poop. Of course, we can't get this right without you, our incredible community. Soon, you'll be able to revisit Outland yourself when beta starts and tell us what you think. Later, all WoW Classic players are going to be presented with a meaningful choice for each one of your beloved characters. Do you want to move on into Burning Crusade Classic? Or do you want to stay in the original Classic era forever? Whatever you decide, you can do it all with your one WoW subscription. Now, I know I've thrown a lot at you, but don't worry. We'll be getting into the details in our panel later today. So stick with us. We'll make sure you are prepared. And now
There it is,
we're going to
folks.
hear what's coming up in Hearthstone.
If that's releasing later this year, then that means beta's got to be like around the corner.
Hearthstone next.
Did you know they're giving Diablo last?
Oh, I mean, yeah. The best is always saved for last. Come on.
Oh yeah.
Greetings. We're truly excited to share with you everything that's coming to Hearthstone this year. But first, let's take a quick look back at the year of the Phoenix. We added our first new class, the Demon Hunter, and ventured into the ruthless Outlands. Then we went to Skullman's Academy and got to explore dual class cards and their powerful synergies. And with our third expansion of the year, we brought you Hearthstone's biggest update ever, alongside the menacing Old Gods in Madness at the Dark Moon Fair. We launched a brand new game mode, Duels, that saw more than 10 million matches on its first day. We also introduced our long-awaited achievement system and made a significant overhaul to the rewards and progression within the game. Now, it's time to say farewell to the Year of the Phoenix and see what's in store for Hearthstone this year. Welcome to the Year of the Griffin. Over the last couple of years, we've made big changes to Hearthstone. Throughout the Year of the Griffin, we want to keep delivering fun, new experiences and make sure that the tens of millions of you playing Hearthstone are always excited to log in. First up, we'll be giving the standard format its biggest shakeup ever, with the launch of the Core Set later this year. The Core Set replaces the old Basic and Classic sets with a collection of 235 cards made up of some of the best from throughout the years, as well as 29 awesome brand new cards. And the best thing about the Core Set is that it's entirely free. So, there's never been a better time to get into Hearthstone. Here are 3 of Hearthstone's legendary dragons, reimagined to feel more up-to-date and competitive for modern-day Hearthstone. Ysera the Dreamer. You'll finally receive her full arsenal of dream cards right away. She's a nightmare for your opponents.
That's a power creep on that.
Malagos the Spellweaver. He'll fill your hand with spells and is a powerful late game player.
Lose all the spell power.
Worthy of the
I guess
aspect
trying to get rid of the
magic.
OTKs.
And finally, everyone's favorite Black Dragon, Deathwing. He's still as destructive as ever, but timed correctly, he won't leave you empty-handed.
It's a little more useful.
We'll also be launching a brand new format, Classic, where you can play Hearthstone as it was when it first launched. The Classic format will be fully supported, complete with ranks and rewards using Hearthstone's original set of cards. So, if you want to relive the old school experience, then Classic is the place for you. With Classic revisiting the past, now let's take a look to the future and explore the first expansion of the Year of the Griffin.
At this rate, we're going to be a D3 Classic, right?
I was making that joke on my podcast.
Lead to the crossroads. You have come for adventure. But the Barons wants to break you. Your axe must be sharp. Your wits must be keen. And your heart must be mighty. Strength and honor. This is who we are.
That's right. We're headed to one of
There has
Warcraft's
to be a
most
card in here
iconic
called Baron's
locales.
Chat that just
The
forces
Barons.
both players to emote
And
randomly.
we'll come
for the
face
rest
to
of the
face
game.
with the heroes that inhabit it. Starting with one of the Horde's most iconic and well-known characters. A fierce loyalist, one-time war chief that embodies the honor, loyalty, and spirituality of the Horde. Shadowhunter Vol'jin. Shadowhunter Vol'jin is a neutral legendary that allows you to either bolster your own board or weaken that of your opponents. And to celebrate the announcement of Forged in the Barrens, this card is available for free for everyone later today. So log into
BRB.
Hearthstone and claim your free copy of Shadowhunter Vol'jin. And as a bonus, we're also giving away the brand new 30 Years of Blizzard card back.
That's a cool card back.
Next, we have another hero of the Horde who is making his first appearance in Hearthstone. The legendary Blade Master, Samuro, featuring the new keyword, Frenzy. Frenzy activates the first time a minion takes damage and survives. In Samuro's case, this can be used to clear your opponent's board. Heroes of the Horde, like Samuro, are famous for their combat prowess, but others, like Thrall, are known for their powerful elemental magic. Take a look at this new shaman spell, Chain Lightning. Chain Lightning is a spell in a new cycle of cards that rank up and become more powerful when you have 5 and 10 mana, ensuring that they're always useful at every stage in the game. You'll also notice that they're categorized as nature spells. With Forged in the Barrens, we'll be permanently introducing spell schools across the entire game, which enables a whole host of exciting new strategies. And don't worry, members of the Alliance will be featuring some of your most beloved heroes and locales later this year.
Meh.
But what I love most about the Warcraft universe is its amazing characters. And our final announcement is our most ambitious addition to Hearthstone yet. It introduces a brand new way to play with your favorite heroes. Hearthstone Mercenaries.
What is this?
Mercenaries features strategic RPG gameplay where you build teams consisting of some of the most iconic heroes and villains from the Warcraft universe, including timeless characters like the infamous Sylvanas Windrunner, and Ragnaros, the elemental lord of fire. You can also expect to see some of Hearthstone's fan favorites, like the unstoppable Devilsaur, King Crush, and the ever-growing Gruul the Dragon Slayer. You'll lead them in battle through highly replayable roguelike missions, where the map is randomly generated every time you play, and each node represents a unique challenge for your team to take on. Your heroes gain levels, new abilities, equipment, and can even evolve into more powerful versions of themselves. We're thrilled to finally show you Hearthstone Mercenaries. It is scheduled to launch later this year, and we'll have more to share with you down the road. Everything you've seen today is just a taste of what's coming in the Year of the Griffin. So don't forget to tune in to our deep dive panel after the opening ceremony, where we'll share more details on the core set, the new classic format, Forged in the Barrens, and our plans for Battlegrounds and Duels, as well as our upcoming single-player content. I want to thank the team for their amazing work. And on behalf of all of us at Hearthstone, we want to thank the many millions of you who play our game. Your dedication and support is what drives us to make awesome updates and pursue ambitious and fun ideas. We can't wait to kick off the Year of the Griffin with all of you, and we hope to see you in the game soon. Next up, you'll get an update on all things Diablo.
Yes.
Oh,
let's go.
There we go. More Overwatch.
All right, I'm awake. Let's go.
All right.
Oh.
Hey everyone, thank you very much for joining us. I am so excited to kick off the Diablo segment of our show, and I am honored to be here on behalf of all of our Diablo teams to share the news and updates we have in store for you today. We've got a lot of Diablo to cover, and I hope you'll agree with me that it's a great time to be a member of this community. All right, let's kick things off with Diablo 4. We first shared our game with you during Blizzcon of 2019, and we've been truly humbled by your response. We've kept in touch through quarterly updates and sincerely appreciate the thoughts and valuable feedback you've provided as we unveil more and more of the game and share in its development. After all, Diablo belongs to you as much as it belongs to us. Most recently, we teased an update to our campfire screen, and savvy fans, of course, understood that we meant more than just the character lighting and fire visual effects. That's right. Today, we're happy to announce a brave new soul joining the barbarian, the sorcerer, and the druid on this dangerous journey back to Sanctuary. A class is one of the most exciting things you can announce in a Diablo game. This one is especially exciting to me, as it's a re-envisioning of one of the first classes to ever appear in the series. Yes. Let's have a look.
Amazon?
It's gotta be like Rogue, Amazon.
If it's the first, it's Rogue, Warrior, or Sorcerer. I already have the Sorcerer. Right?
There is justice within the light.
Is this Paladin?
But you have to be patient. Now, pray with me. May Akarat guide and protect me.
May Akarat guide and protect me.
May he shepherd my soul.
May he shepherd my soul.
And grant it mercy.
Priest?
And grant it mercy.
What are you doing here?
Looks like a demon hunter.
Is not the time.
But this is confession. And I have sinned. I was a thief who stole from those more fortunate. I strayed from your light and found my trade in the shadows.
There you go.
They call it murder.
Hunter, baby.
I say, job well done. I am a thief, a heretic, a murderer, Father. Will Akarat save me?
You mock our light. But those monsters were a scourge upon my flock. And you were the answer to their prayers.
Then we are settled. And you owe me.
The name you seek is... Thank the heavens for you.
Heavens? I assure you, Father, the heavens didn't send me.
Roll!
Oh. Bringing it old school.
Oh, wow.
Daily range hybrid.
Making the Demon Hunter look slow.
Right?
Oh, okay.
That was a really sick jump back animation.
Right?
That was
Oh!
That's pretty cool.
I think some of that was PvP.
That looks pretty cool, actually.
Really? Jesus. Ugh.
They definitely are going in a more dark direction.
I think they heard
I see what you did there.
Just the sound of that ear getting pierced by the hook is so brutal. I feel like it's gonna haunt me for a long time. I've been a huge fan of the Rogue ever since the original Diablo. Even seeing them come back as NPCs and mercenaries in Diablo 2's Rogue Encampment served as a great bridge between the games. With the setting of Diablo 4 being a larger world than we've ever played in before, we're excited to show you not just what the successors to the original Rogues in the series have been up to since the fall of their order, but also what some of the other Rogues in the world of Sanctuary might look like. The mantra for Diablo 4 has been customization first, and the Rogue takes this to a whole new level. From the beginning, the Rogue has been an incredibly flexible class, able to adapt to any situation. Our goal is to let you create the kind of Rogue that you want to play. Whether it's an unrivaled archer modeled after the original Sisterhood, or a cloak and dagger rogue from the darkest alleys of Chaldean.
That looked really cool.
In Diablo 4, you will have the freedom to create the rogue that you imagine by customizing the looks, the background, and the playstyle of your character. Please stick around for our segment later today, where I'll be joined by other members of the Diablo 4 team to share a closer look at the rogue class, as well as some of the open world gameplay that we're bringing to the game. Spoilers, those severed ears are not just for show.
PvP!
Diablo 4 is not the only Diablo game we're talking about today. If you're looking for an authentic Diablo experience on mobile, we've got you covered. Diablo Immortal has everything you'd expect from a AAA action RPG. From the visceral combat and epic loot to an all-new story, bridging the gap between the events of Diablo 2 and Diablo 3. Later today, you can join the Immortal team, where they'll talk about some of the things they've learned from their recent alpha test and what's next for the game. But that's still not all. We have one last bit of very exciting Diablo news to cover. When you hear us talk about the classes, the items, or the stories of the early Diablo games, you may have picked up on the absolute reverent tone we reserve for that golden era of Diablo. Maybe you share that love of the classics, and just hearing us talk about them makes you want to take on Mephisto or Baal one more time. Or maybe even for the first time. After all, some of our favorite moments happened a long time ago, and not just in Sanctuary years.
Diablo 2
If
is
so,
one of the best ever.
we have a special surprise
Ever.
for you today. Let's check it out.
Of any franchise, it's just one of the best games ever made.
Big agree.
Doesn't age though.
How was it not yours, a wanderer? Now you know what I seek, Marius. Are these the demons from... Don't do it! It seems you are not acceptable of us unto me.
Arise, Diablo, Lord of Terror.
That's the music right there.
Though this be our darkest hour, it may yet be your greatest moment.
I was just gonna say.
It's gotten so much better.
Okay.
Okay. I get behind this.
Oh.
Way better.
Okay. I'm digging it.
On PC. Oh, and console.
Oh,
with
wow.
cross.
Well, they had Pendle skin. They had to have
Wow. Wow.
It is Resurrected.
Yep.
Resurrected.
2021.
Wow. This year.
What?
2021?
PC Tech
Diablo.
Alpha.
20 years.
All right.
The Dark
BRB.
Wanderer has returned.
Diablo.com.
And once again, he travels east. Always east.
To the east.
Diablo 2 is a landmark game for Blizzard. Diablo 2 Resurrected is a full HD remaster of both the original game and the expansion, Lord of Destruction. It takes the 2D sprite-based classic that we love and brings it into the present in 3D, utilizing up-to-date graphical rendering and lighting technologies. It also includes modernizing all 27 minutes of cinematics, recreated shot for shot with the explicit intention of preserving both the look and the pacing of the original movies. Blizzard has a long history of games that we're proud of. And when we think about Diablo 2, we think about it as a definitive pillar in our foundation. Now, it's funny to think that some of you weren't even born when D2 was released, which makes it all the more important that we deliver an authentic experience wherever you play. We want everyone to relive their memories or experience the game for the very first time on their platform of choice. And so we're excited to bring Diablo 2 Resurrected to PC and console, along with cross progression. And for those of you who are in love with the original and you just wish it worked more seamlessly on modern computers, you can bring back all of that nostalgia exactly as you remember and enjoy the game in its original 2D form, much like we did with StarCraft Remastered. Obviously, there's a lot to talk about. Later today, Diablo speedrunner Mr. Llama will host a roundtable with members of the development team on the dedicated Diablo channel. If you are a Diablo 2 fan, I encourage you to take a look. So, from Diablo 2 Resurrected, to Burning Crusade Classic, to the Blizzard Arcade Collection, it's a whole lot of looking back. And while we have teams dedicated to bringing these timeless experiences into your hands, it's actually a very small percentage of our developers working on these projects. Far more people are working on the future of Blizzard. And in addition to what we'll be talking about during the show, we can't wait to tell you even more about our plans over the course of this year and beyond. If you had asked us 30 years ago what gaming would look like today, none of us could have predicted the current Blizzard lineup of games. The advances in technology are one thing, but it's really what those advances have enabled that's even more incredible. If you think about the people who play games and the communities that have grown up around them, the way people can connect instantly, no matter where they are in the world, the way people are increasingly able to express their identity and celebrate who they are through their favorite games, communities, and platforms. The explosion of things like streaming, cosplay, and esports. It would have been hard to imagine any of that 30 years ago. And at Blizzard, that is what excites us about the next 30 years. There is so much that we're working on. And some of it you already know about. The rest, we look forward to talking to you about it when the time is right. Just like the real world, the worlds of Warcraft, Diablo, StarCraft, Heroes of the Storm, Overwatch, and Hearthstone are diverse, expansive, and full of potential. We are not only iterating on the experiences that you've come to expect from us, we're also exploring different ways to express our worlds and welcome more players from more places into them. And we aspire to continue to lead on priorities like accessibility and toxicity control, and to continue supporting causes that have a positive impact on the real world. We want to continue to bring those same feelings of joy and achievement that we all felt when we first defeated the Lich King, or beat Diablo on hardcore mode. Because when we geek out on those experiences with others, we can't help but see the similarities between us and feel what's possible when we play together. Of course, there are new Blizzard worlds that we haven't visited quite yet. And when we do finally unveil those games and experiences, our hope is that you will see in them what we do. That no matter who you are or where you're from, they are spaces where you can create new stories, forge new friendships, and make memories worthy of lasting a lifetime. And through it all, our mission statement of being dedicated to creating the most epic entertainment experiences ever, along with our core values, led by gameplay first, will continue to guide our way. So on behalf of everyone at Blizzard, thank you for being on this journey. For me personally, it is the honor of my professional life to serve you, and the honor of all of us at Blizzard to be the caretakers of the worlds that you play in. We are so excited for what's to come this year, next year, and the next 30 years. Now, what's coming next for the show? Well, it depends on where you watch. For those of you looking for an update on Overwatch, check out the behind-the-scenes look into the development of Overwatch 2 over on their dedicated channel right after the conclusion of opening ceremonies. There, you'll hear about Overwatch 2, new content, new features, including new maps, hero missions, talent trees, and more of what we think will make Overwatch 2 a unique gameplay experience. For World of Warcraft, Diablo, and Hearthstone, you'll get a closer look on their respective channels. And on the dedicated strategy channel, some StarCraft legends will be going head-to-head in epic competition. Once again, welcome to Blizzconline. Be good to one another. Welcome home. Before we kick things off, here's a little something from a previous BlizzCon headliner.
Hey, thanks for having us. We're Metallica. Thanks for having us at BlizzCon 2014. We would love to be there this year,
Are you about to get
but
DMCA?
obviously can't be. So
The upcoming musical performance is
here we
subject to
are.
copyright.
And this is-
Yep. So I think
Got-
now
Got that
gotta
mute.
hit that mute button.
Gotta hit that mute button.
Thank you everybody for joining us on the last episode of Danctuary.
All right, so what
How
we were
many
going...
people thought when he's going down the road of like, oh, and you can play whatever platform you want, that he was gonna say mobile for a second there? I hard skipped a beat.
Oh, but I think that in and of itself though is pretty huge, because if they're gonna go through all the trouble of making like cross-platform progression on Diablo 2, you know that's coming to D4.
Yeah, that was my
Like,
first
it
thought.
has to at that point, right?
It
Yeah.
seems like future-proofing, right?
Yeah.
Okay, something is busted here, and I think I know how to fix it. Okay, so Anna, what did you think of the announcements? What are you most excited for? I'm gonna fix this.
I still need the date for Diablo Immortal.
Yeah, surprised that wasn't up front.
Yeah, but I think
Yeah.
they will anyway say something, hopefully. Diablo 2 looks so good. Diablo 2 looks so good. Looks so good.
Can't believe that's coming this year, because if you think, like, they just got Vicarious Vision, so that means they were working on this way prior to that.
They were
Well, I mean, when
working
you
on
think about the rumors, yeah, the rumors have gone back years.
Right.
It was 2018 was where they thought that they were going to announce it at first. So I think they've been developing it for like 3 years. But the fact that my first thought was when they announced that Burning Crusade and Diablo 2 Remastered and the investor call said we're getting Immortal this year. So I mean, if they're
Yeah.
out and fully operational, maybe they can shovel a lot of resources into D4, and maybe we get D4 sooner. Is that what that means? I don't know.
It's an
That's a
interesting
Blizzard
thought.
here.
I mean, I mean, one of the first things that I thought of is, man, COVID hasn't slowed Blizzard down at all. I mean, they've been dominating it, so to speak.
Yeah, whenever I think about like how Blizzard makes their money, you know, they want like some big release in each quarter, and usually you can think like Hearthstone's going to be good for that, and some of the other stuff takes a little longer. Like whenever WoW is going to do an expansion, sure, the expansion will result in like some cash right there, and then the subscriptions, and then every time there's a patch, that's going to bring people back. But this is like 3 big titles that are all going to be able, you know, maybe Q2, Q3, Q4, kind of spread them out and make a really strong year for them in 2021. And like you
So
said, this is
Leviathan, what was your favorite announcement then? What was your favorite piece?
the Rogue, man. Bows are back on the menu, boys. I know, I'm so stoked. I can't believe it. I really like, even though I was saying I hoped it was, I still had fear that they weren't going to go in that direction.
Yeah, for me it was the Hearthstone roguelike.
Oh, yeah. Are you switching games full time?
I thought that I like all the skills that the rogue had. I was very surprised by it kind of feels like an assassin from PoE, which is kind of my favorite class in PoE, so it looks pretty good. And then the DT remaster, like, it looks better. I guess I kind of wanted more, but I guess I also had an inclination that it would be less, so it was kind of like the middle ground.
Did he get you when he was like, we're gonna modernize the cinematics?
Yes. No, systems. I think the word you're looking for is systems.
So yeah, and then he had some verbiage in there, and maybe I'm looking into it too much, because he said something like, you know, some people weren't born when this was released, and we want you to experience it as it was. So that's the part I'm focusing on, as it was. But then he said, on any platform. But then I go back, and then he says, as it was. And so my question is it exactly the same as Diablo 2 with
But better
updated graphics? Yeah, because
Well,
he's like, I don't know.
I mean, the fact that it's actually going to be like a 3D game, I think SVR was talking about this before, like, it can't be exactly the same, because it's going to be a different engine, and you'll never be able to perfectly replicate everything. But to me, that sounds like, you know, that they'll have options where you can turn on and off the graphics, or if they have stuff. Like I wasn't even paying attention. Did anybody notice? Was there a stamina bar? Did they get rid of the stamina bar?
I don't. Did we see the UI?
God.
I actually don't even think the UI was on.
Okay. All right. I'm sure that there's probably going to be options for you to turn on and off like certain aspects like that. But I mean, if it is an entirely new engine, it won't be like a 1-for-1. It will be close, but they'll never be able to get it perfect.
Yeah. So, do you think that one of my first questions would be, is they said that the game is coming out along with the expansion. Once it's out, is it going to be something that's supported? Do you think that Diablo 2 Remastered is something that they're going to iterate on?
I kind of feel like no, because it's like a true classic game. So
yeah,
the way they're selling it.
Does anyone know what's happened with StarCraft Remastered or whatever it's called? Like, have they done anything since? Because that's the one that's been out the longest, and they actually made reference to it within the D2 Remaster presentation.
The Diablo 2, by the way, the Diablo 2 gameplay has the UI hidden, so that we can't even tell there's a stamina bar.
Okay. I don't think I think it'll just be a one-time release across all those platforms, and then I think that's it. Because also think about that too, like updating it for every platform after that as well. Seems pretty ambitious.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I think maybe just for something along the lines of like bug fixes, and that's about it, but not actual new content.
And do you think they'll have the same ladders and ladder resets that Diablo 2 has? And will they be separate? I guess I'm guessing they're going to be separate. I wonder if it's literally exactly the same game. If it's exactly the same game, if maybe the ladders could they possibly be merged? No, I don't think so. There's no way you could play Diablo 2 Remaster. No, you can't, because it's ported to console, right?
Yeah. Right. Oh, you mean separate from the existing Diablo 2?
Right.
Yeah.
Do you think there's
and that was?
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that like one of the biggest complaints with Warcraft 3 Reforged was that you could never go back and just play Warcraft 3. You're running on like the new engine and all the bugs and problems that they ended up having, with that game. It would make sense to me that they would learn from that lesson, and so that way, if people wanted the actual pure experience, they could still boot up the old D2 and play on the old D2 servers, separated from everything else.
And all those mods and stuff too.
Right. Yeah. I don't know if you can pull up the assets.
Do you have a link for me?
Yes.
Oh, right, because all that stuff got updated now.
Yeah, it's there, and so we can see UI and all that stuff.
I got it.
Okay.
And let me know when the next thing starts. I think it's here on the Diablo channel, but it's not playing. So
I think it's like 2 minutes.
What happens if I unmute this? Okay.
Is it?
So yeah, it looks like, let me drag this over. Looks like you can purchase this already. Diablo 2 Resurrected and the Primeval Collection. Anybody know?
The stamina bar is there.
Ooh.
They've got one screenshot with the actual inventory and the Harder Cube and all the skill bar. So.
Oh yeah, there is a stamina bar. Ew. No.
Gonna be okay. They're gonna start you with 20 stamina potions in your bag when you first make your character.
Yeah. And then after 2 hours of gameplay, I'll never actually even remember that there's a stamina bar in the game until I make a new character.
Does Diablo 2? Am I seeing stash tabs here? Is that?
We can't see what you see right now.
Yeah. Are you seeing the stash tabs?
Oh, I see.
That's Roger Cube. Right?
Yes. I can't see what I'm seeing. Okay. I hate running production on stuff. I'm such a potato.
We forgive you.
Thank you.
Expanded stash.
You said it was available.
No, there is.
There's stash tabs. Yeah.
There's one that says personal and another that says shared.
Oh yeah.
So could there be like a shared stash in between all of your characters?
Yeah. Here. Okay. Can you guys see it now?
Yeah.
Yep. There you go.
Okay. Look at this. Look right here. Look.
Oh yeah.
I don't think that's
already.
Oh, that's fancy.
That's already far more stash space than in the original game too.
That's already too much.
So wait, you said it's available for purchase. How much is it?
So if you go up here, 40? It is the regular one's 40 euros, and the Primeval Collection is $60.
What does that get you? D3?
It's a fantastic.
Yeah,
thing.
see it.
Primeval. That's both?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it looks like it's both.
it's both.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So 40 euros.
It doesn't.
that's- Go ahead.
It's still gonna be $40. It's gonna be $39.99 US. Guaranteed.
Yeah, it's for those in NA, it's $40 and then it's the 49. Oh wait, this is the Primeval Upgrade Collection for 49, and then the Primeval Collection for 59.
Stream is starting.
What's the
Yeah,
difference?
I'm switching it right now.
Mhm,
So let me stop sharing and let me switch.
Can't really see the D2 thing or the D3. Oh, make sure that we're actually on the Diablo channel now.
I think we are.
Oh, there we go.
What can I do for you? 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 What can I do?
Your death will.
We've been sharing updates with you guys through our blog, whether it's items, skills, zones, even user interface updates, and you guys seem to have really enjoyed that. Today, to mark the special occasion of Blizzconline on Blizzard's 30th anniversary, rather than doing a blog, we're actually going to share lots of video, introduce a new class like we saw in opening ceremonies, and also cover some open world topics, including mounts, camps, and PvP.
Yeah, this is like the ultimate blog post, right? We get to actually hand deliver it. This is the dream. It's all finally out there, and we can talk about all of it.
Just in case some of you guys missed it during opening ceremony, let's take another look at the Rogue Announce video.
I'll watch it again. That's fine.
I mean, yeah, I'm not even mad.
Can you mute the icky ear part?
Turn it up.
Well, which one? Turn it up or
Freaking
mute it?
Yes.
What was interesting to me, you saw her go from like the ranged bow like right into melee, so it looks like you have like
hybrid
double equipment. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the class gimmick that they're doing.
And one thing that looked pretty cool. Go ahead.
I was just about to say their class special weapon swap.
May shepherd my soul.
And one thing to notice, watch when they show what I think is actual gameplay and you watch her dismount. It looks like there are actual attacks and methods of dismounting and going straight into combat rather than get off your horse and then attack.
That. Yeah, last was.
Yeah, yeah, that's what they had announced. They showed like in the big cinematic of like the sorceress doing that massive like ice storm just as she blasts off of it.
Yep.
I was a thief.
So they showcased that for the rogue here at the end
Stole
of the video.
from those more fortunate.
Someone said they saw PvP in this too, right?
Yeah, because it looked like in one of the scenes that it was
I
actually
strayed from
like
your
her
light
fighting a barbarian that was doing upheaval.
And found my trade in the shadows. They call it murder. I say, job well done.
Look at those muscles.
It's getting blood eagled.
I am a thief, a heretic, a murderer, father. Will Akarat save me?
You mock our light. But those monsters were a scourge upon my flock. And you were the answer to their prayers.
Then we are settled. And you owe me.
The name you seek is... Thank the heavens for you.
That must be a story spoiler or something.
Yeah.
I assure you, Father, the heavens didn't send me.
She lost the duel, right?
She's not undefeated? I'll never play this.
It is an awesome production, like, that has to be a character. And then they're using it too. I like how she
so fast.
I think that was Andariel.
I think the video is too loud, Rax, for chat.
Oh. Hope was nice and loud for them.
Yeah. This is the you know, that's what it looks like when you have just a quest.
Wow, I love that ending.
Ears for the quest.
There's two things. There's the rain of arrows off the mount for the win, and then when that guy takes the ear and he stretches it onto that hook right at the end, it's like, oh.
That ear box never gets old, you know. I always wonder where all those ears from Diablo 2 when you kill other players went.
Now you know there's some creepy guy in a church collecting ears and putting them in a box. Just
cool.
what we always thought.
No spoilers, but we're going to be hearing a little bit more about World PvP a little bit later in the segment, but ears are definitely making a comeback. But let's go back to the class, because there's just nothing more exciting to be able to introduce to a Diablo game than another class for players to check out.
Yeah, this is a pretty cool thing. We don't get to do this very often, right?
I think it was you that said that, John. There's always room around the campfire.
There's always a little room.
We had kind of like very core archetypes to begin with. The brute strength of the barbarian, the arcane knowledge of the sorceress, kind of a return of a shape-shifting classic with the druid. No RPG lineup is complete without that dexterity class that's kind of like defeating enemies with finesse, with speed. And we kept coming back to just the idea of bringing it to the kind of the godfather of all dexterity-based archetypes, the rogue that we saw in Diablo 1.
I mean, you got to be excited to have the rogue back. I mean, I know that like when we were exploring different classes, like you had talked about some of your experience with Diablo 1, right?
Oh, for sure. So one of the things that's super cool is like the rogue was always able to adapt their playstyle. So fans of Diablo 1, Diablo 2 rogues will be able to create very archetypical rogues, starting with the weapon selection. On the melee weapon side, rogues can use swords and daggers, as well as bows and crossbows on the ranged side.
At the same time.
You know, just those sort of dagger attacks mixed with bow attacks, it's like, it just looks great on screen. With all the classes having this real strong identity as far as the animations and what they do, you think about the druid and shape-shifting, or the barbarian with sort of, you know, his leap attacks. There's just all these great things that you discover with the rogue that you can't really do with other classes.
I love that you can start cosmetically from such a iconic place where you're wearing the red armor, you kind of look like part of the sisterhood of the Sightless Eye from the original games. You know, you can maybe even add some tattoos into the mix, some scars, make that rogue your own. Or if your fantasy of the rogue is a more traditional RPG outlaw, you're definitely able to create that and put on your kind of hood and half mask and be more of a shadowy character.
Yeah, and the character customization, you kind of mentioned it, being able to craft that, you know, that the class of your dreams or your nightmares. It was a feature that I was honestly super nervous about when we started, because we never had this in a Diablo game. But seeing where it is now, it's one of those things that like I'm super excited about with where we're at. There's just a lot of creativity and fun looks, and you can be that you know, tattooed criminal outlaw, or you can be a more noble looking kind of, you know, sort of like thief with good morals.
Well, one of the things that we kind of kept running with beyond just the cosmetics was customization. We had this niche to fill in the class lineup that spoke to the finesse player, to the dexterity player, and just that everyone's idea of what that could be was a little bit different, whether it leaned more on range or melee. But we took that a little bit of a step further. We really wanted to have each class in our game just have that one thing that makes you go like, that's bullshit, when you see a player use it, and then makes you want to re-roll that class, because no other class gets it. For the rogue, it's the class specialization. The 3 specializations are combo points, Shadow Realm, and exploit weakness.
I like Shadow Realm because I take the problem and I make it smaller. I mean, it's just, I just pull 3 guys into the Shadow Realm and duke it out, and then I come back in, I'm like, all right, smaller problem.
I love the idea of exploit weakness. The way it works is during some of the enemy attacks, players will see an icon flash over the enemy's head, during which time they will get to retaliate with much more damage than an ordinary attack. if you're quick on the draw, this is the specialization for you. I'm just like a little bit skill capped there, and like every time I try to make it work,
mechanics.
I'm just a little bit shy of the skill level that's required for that.
It's almost like you're a surgeon, and it requires a really strong ability to assess what's happening all around you.
My personal favorite is the combo point specialization. As you might expect, this ability lets you build multiple combo points, which enhance your spender's effectiveness in combat. It basically, you just like get into this rhythm of combat of like 3 builders to a spender, lets you build up to these big moments. It almost makes like a rhythm game out of combat, which I really enjoy. And the way the class specializations work is you will work with one of the world groups of rogues around the world in Sanctuary that you will find and do class-specific quests that no other class can do. Whether it's the Sisterhood of the Sightless Eye, the remnants of that order that you choose to work with, or the mercenaries of Kyrgyzstan, or the outlaw smugglers of the swamps of Hawazar, depending maybe on what speaks to your class fantasy, or depending on which specialization speaks to you or you find more powerful, you'll be able to complete that quest line and then activate that specialization, which then you can mix and match with any of the playstyles. So you could be a combo points, ranged, or melee player, but you could also be an exploit weakness, range, or melee, or hybrid player. It just gives the class such huge variety in builds and playstyles.
I love how that ties into the open world aspect. The ability to go to Kyrgyzstan or Hawazar and get these special quests that only the rogue can get. That touches on one of the things that I love that we've done, which is like connecting the weapons and equipment to regions. When you're exploring the world and you pick up a sword in Kyrgyzstan, it's a scimitar, right? If you're up in Skazglan, which is up in the north, it's more of like a broadsword. It's this sort of like this, it's a subtle thing, but I think it really, different armors that you get in different regions look like they're from the place. And so giving that sense of place in the world is something that I every time I play the game, I feel it, I see it in just like subtle ways, and just really enhances the overall sense of immersion and experience. And I just want to see what's around the corner.
The weapons are also like, going back all the way to Diablo 2, just such an integral part of the class, and the ability to augment your weapon through magic, through enhancements, is just something that really spoke to us when we try to tap into the core of the class. Going back to those mercenaries that you could hire, it was always kind of cool to see what kind of special arrow shot they would come with. And it's something we paid homage to with the imbue system. All the way from directly elemental imbues like the frost imbue, which feels a lot like the ice arrows that the D2 mercenaries used to shoot, all the way to we expanded it to feel a little grittier, a little darker, into things like poison imbue and shadow imbue. Just the ability to take any sort of attack and kind of mix and match with those imbues.
Once that kind of clicked for me that I could take any ability and imbue it with either of those elements. Rain of Arrows with frost and Rain of Arrows with acid is completely different, right? Like you're essentially freezing the battlefield, and then I just love poison imbue because of the gruesome deaths that all the monsters experience. And we've had a ton of fun making that art, so it's always fun to kind of see just to feel the goatman melt into nothing. You just kill everything on the screen in a gory mess, which I never really gets old.
It's a really flexible way to take a build that you're already comfortable with, that you already like. Say you're really comfortable with Flurry and Shadow Step as kind of your melee skills, and you find yourself needing more crowd control. Without changing your playstyle, you can just add the Frost Imbue to your bar, and now you're able to use those same abilities to slow down enemies or build up to a full freeze.
Yeah, and Frost Imbue plays pretty well with group play as well, right? Where I can freeze an enemy and somebody else can blow it up.
Or also the way that chills work in the game, they build up to a full freeze. So if your best buddy is a sorceress player, your chill spells and your Frost Imbue chills will actually build up faster than if you were using a single player. So just ask to open with Blizzard before you Frost Imbue, and you'll basically be freezing enemies twice as fast, which is super awesome synergy. So the last thing that's worth spending some time talking about the rogue is like how mobile the class is, just how able the class is to kind of close the gap between themselves and the enemy. Even while they're mounted, you might find yourself, a full screen away and just dismounting into a rain of arrows, closing the rest of that gap with maybe like a dash, and then getting back out of there, dropping some caltrops. They can basically control the fluid motion of combat in a way that no other class can. That's something that beyond all of the other customization options that you have, whether it's the playstyle, whether it's the range at which you engage with enemies, whether it's the cosmetics, just the sheer mobility of the class lets you just adapt to the situation. Even when you would have totally been toast as another class, a room full of elites, you're able to use offensive abilities in creative ways. Abilities like Shadow Step, right? Like abilities like Shadow Realm, abilities like Dash. So you're able to kind of like use them to your advantage in a way that gets you out of a very dangerous situation by picking that one lone skeleton archer that maybe is not surrounded by everything else. You can Shadow Step there, get out of the way, and live to fight another day, which just feels like such a rogue thing to do.
When I play the rogue, I really do feel like surgical precision. I really feel like I can move through the whole screen without. It feels kind of effortless, and almost sometimes a little unfair. It's like when I go into Shadow Realm and I'm dashing, I'm like, am I cheating? Did I just break the game?
And we'll hear more about PvP in a little bit, but I just couldn't go without mentioning that some of our most feared PvP players on the team play rogue, and just the way they're able to like surprise you. You might be with a group of friends, and just that mobility lets them go to the middle of the group, unleash a rain of arrows that's frost imbued, and before you know it, you're all frozen. And looking at a rogue while you're frozen, let me tell you, there are fewer scarier things in our game right now than that. I get the feeling that he's
specifically talking about. This was, this is like the ultimate blog post. This has been a lot of fun getting to share a new addition to the campfire. And of course, there's probably going to be more in the future, right? We always say there's a little bit more room around that campfire.
That's right. And that pretty much wraps it up for the Rogue. So why don't we go to Joe and Karina and learn a little bit more about those open world features that we promised.
Well, thank you to Luis and John for introducing the Rogue, which I'm really excited that we finally got a chance to talk about and announce to the community. And we're here today to talk to you about Diablo 4 and the open world. Now, I think maybe the best way to start this conversation, Karina, would be just for me to ask you, like, what are you most excited about what we're adding in Diablo 4 for the open world? What feature, what mechanic, what are you most excited to talk about first?
I am really excited about just exploring the world. I am a huge completist naturally, that's the way I play, and I love exploring and looking under every single nook and cranny. The more this game has been growing, particularly since last Blizzcon, the more fun I am having just riding around the open world on my mount and exploring everything I possibly can.
Yeah, it's really fun, I think, now that we've kind of taken Sanctuary and just made it so much larger when you're playing through the game. When you compare it to like Diablo 3 or Diablo 2, there's tons of like exploration and movement throughout the world in those games, obviously, but now that we've really been able to embrace the open world concept, we can really dive much deeper into like how does Sanctuary actually all fit together, like be able to ride from Skosglen to the Fractured Peaks, like it's very, very interesting that way. One of the things about that I think is really neat is the collection aspect of mounts. So I mean, there's all these horse breeds and other mounts you can find throughout the world, from completing puzzles or just finding hidden locations or slaying certain particular kinds of monsters. Find various horses or things to customize your horse with, like horse armor. There are hoof plates you can get and trophies to show off your accomplishments. There's lots of different ways to make sure that you can personalize your mount, make it really feel like it's your companion.
Yeah, it's really cool that, like you mentioned with the horseshoes, you get to actually change the speed at which your horse can run, and it's something I like, to be able to customize the horse to the type of gameplay that I like to enjoy as a player. And it's really, really fun. I like the amount of variety that you give us.
And I mean, there's more to mounts than just that as well. So like one thing we know we didn't want to do with mounts in Diablo 4 is we didn't want to have like jousting, this idea of like fighting from horseback. It's not really the Diablo experience, right?
Yeah, that's something I'm super excited for. Like we showed last BlizzCon, we had the sorceress, we showed her dismount skill Ice Dash, where she shoots forwards off her mount and destroys everything in her path. But with the rogue, we got to have a little bit more fun with it. And the animation department has done a fantastic job of having her leap up into the air and fire down like the rain of arrows that destroys everything. It's really, really cool. It feels really good.
The idea of like leaping from your saddle and just raining arrows down on your enemies as you pass by, getting down the fray and then starting to like stab people and poison them. That is spot on what we're looking for. Being able to jump in, engage with enemies from the horse, and then just fight it out, duke it out using your skills and everything else like we want.
It's interesting that your mount can't get damaged, but if a monster actually attacks you while you're mounted, you will actually be forced to dismount. So there is a flip side of actually judging for yourself when you do want to use that skill in order to prevent you from being forced off unintentionally.
Yeah, there's definitely a little bit of gameplay there to make sure that you're using it in a way that is most appropriate to help you get where you're trying to go and also fight the monsters you want to fight. One of the things I'm most excited about for the open world right now is this feature we have called camps. So camps are basically these strongholds of evil out in the overworld. You got to remember that decades ago during the events of Reaper of Souls, when Malthael rose to power, the Reapers killed like 9 out of 10 people throughout Sanctuary. Like a tremendous number of people passed away. Now there's a big power vacuum out here, decades later. And these monsters have started to move into these places. Bandits, monsters, goatmen, all kinds of different creatures, skeletons, the undead, have started to like resurface and come back into these areas and start to take them for themselves. You, as the hero of Sanctuary, get to kind of wander through these spaces and begin to reclaim them for the people of Sanctuary. That's part of what makes them really, really neat. Each of them have their own story. They're their own unique fixed place in the world.
Unlike quests are something that happens randomly in the world and you can come across them anyway. Camps are a permanent fixture that you as the player, when you come across that evil, you can actually have a real impact on the open world that everyone else can see, because once you have defeated that evil, one of the really fun things is that you basically unlock that camp and you make a new waypoint that previously didn't exist for yourself, but like suddenly all the marketplaces open up and now you have a blacksmith vendor in a location that previously didn't exist, which I think is really, really cool.
Now, what we're looking at here, this was a village, the village of Karayisu, which now has fallen to ruins. The people here in the Dry Steppes had a problem. The problem was there were bloodthirsty cannibals that dwelled nearby and would regularly raid their community. And the people had to come up with a solution. They weren't strong enough to defend themselves from these cannibals. So they made a dark bargain with the demons. And they were able to gather enough power to push these cannibals out and protect their community. But not without great cost, as we can see here. You're kind of helping resettle parts of Sanctuary in many ways when you take these camps back from the enemy. Vendors will come back, and now suddenly there might be like new quest givers, new stories that need to be told. Dungeon entrances can appear in some of these places afterwards. Like there's all kinds of things that occur after you take over the camp and liberate it from these forces of darkness. And again, it's just so cool to see you permanently change the world as you find these places and kind of wander through and solve these problems. One of the other neat things about camps, and in general, like the overworld, just broadly speaking, is we have so many more opportunities now to kind of play with movement.
It pushes the bar vertically as well as horizontally, and we now have been playing around with the idea of jumping across chasms to allow the player to get access to a location that they previously didn't have.
There's all kinds of areas for players to like find their own path, allowing them extra movement options they haven't had in previous Diablo games.
We are also in a vertical top-down camera for the environment, and so it really breaks up the plane that you typically see as like not only as a developer, as an animator, but also as a player. There's such a huge variety of things that you can possibly do to mix it up and make things a little bit different. There's like certain puzzle elements to it. That it's not so straightforward and not always obvious. So it's not just a matter of running through the world and getting, to your goal. It's you have to think about it.
Yeah, definitely. Now, Karina, I know that you're very excited about PvP.
I'm a huge fan of PvP. I love the first time that we all actually had a chance to, as a whole team, play PvP, because the amount of feedback that generated, I think it took design like 3 days to go through it all. And what that showed me is that I find everyone they either love it or they hate it. And I personally love it. I really enjoy it. So the way that PvP works is that the hatred of Mephisto has been bubbling up from hell and has created these areas in the open world that you can freely walk into that kind of consumes you and makes you turn against your fellow players.
PvP, even in these areas, these fields of hatred, right? Even in these spaces, it's not like mandatory. So these are optional places players can choose to go to kind of collect shards of hatred that they can collect from like killing monsters, from completing events, opening chests, all kinds of ways to earn these things, not necessarily just killing players. And as you earn these shards of hatred, they're kind of in an unpurified state. They're in a basic state. You need to bring them to a purification event in order to turn them into a currency that you can then use in the nearby like small encampments around the fields of hatred. And what's really neat about that is that when you're trying to purify these things, that's when everybody nearby finds out and hears like, oh, okay, well, someone's actually trying to complete a purification ritual. We need to go and kill those players and take all of their shards before they finish. Once you purify them, they're yours. You can't lose them. But before they're purified, they're free game.
Yeah, I think it's really important to note that
pretty
even if you don't want to engage with other PvP players, you can actually explore those areas and collect the shards of hatred from specifically monsters. But the second you need to then turn them in and purify them into a currency where you can spend them on gear, trophies, and other content, you actually are hostile yourself and actually can be attacked during that single moment. But I think that really creates a lot of opportunity for you to team up with friends for just that one little moment in order to gain the reward that you spent so much time collecting.
So you called out earlier that the shards of hatred are used for like some of the vendors you could find in the fields of hatred. There are some special vendors that only kind of arrive in these areas. They'll have special costumes or new mounts and weapons and things along those lines. Nothing that's like strictly more powerful than stuff you can get in other parts of the game, but stuff that really like speaks to your desire as a PvP player. And I think one of the things that's really kind of neat about the system in general is that as a player, if you choose to go hostile, betray other players that are near you, try to get as many shards of hatred as you can, you're going to slowly begin to kind of like infuse yourself with that same curse of Mephisto. And you're going to become a vessel of hatred. Now, once you do that, everyone within a very large radius of you is going to be able to see you as a threat on the map. And they're going to get a bonus for killing you. So when that occurs, you have a set amount of time you need to survive. And if you're able to do that without running away or jumping in a town portal and trying to escape, if you're able to do that and finish that period and manage to escape or defeat your people who are coming to try to destroy you, you're going to get a really big bonus at the end. And that's been really, really exciting to watch in our playtests already, as people are like kind of wrestling for this status and then trying to defend it once they actually achieve it.
Yeah, and there's also the ears that you get to collect as a trophy. It harkens back to D2, where I think you could sell the ears for 1 gold. I don't know if we're going to be doing that. I know we were playing around with them as a currency at one point, but I think right now it's just a cool trophy that you get to collect and show off.
Yeah, right now, very, very cool trophy. The thing was really neat about the Diablo 2 ears, like you could fill up your whole inventory with them, obviously, but being able to see like the people that you took the ears from, like seeing their character names on there, was always like the interesting, fun part. Like, yeah, I got that person that time, right? So we want to make sure that we embrace that aspect of it. That's the important part for us. I think that's going to be a really, really great callback to Diablo 2 PvP.
Right, yeah. So I love where PvP is going, and I love that it is such it's only one part of how large and open the world is, and really harkens back to the adventurer in me when I play the game. How do you feel?
I'm super excited as well. I mean, there's so much to look forward to in Diablo 4 right now. Like what we talked about today just scratches the surface. In general, as a Diablo fan, there's a lot to be looking forward to in the franchise in the future. Thank you so much for watching today. We look forward to speaking to you more about this game and others in the future.
All you have to do to get my ear is cast a wall around me and I'm going to die. It's just 100 to 0.
The ultimate counter. Oh man!
It's like when you throw the towel over like the.
Dolby is a proud partner of Blizzconline. Watch Shop versus the World in Dolby Vision and Dolby Atmos, only in the Dolby Access app.
Putting a chicken upside down.
Coca-Cola, the official refreshment of Blizzconline.
I'm just paralyzed.
All right, I guess this is a good time since we're in the middle of stuff. I'm done with my segment. Thank you, everybody.
Mr. Leviathan, we'll see you later. Thank you, dude.
Yeah, thank you. Me too, Dan. Me too.
Yeah. I'm gonna be passing my torch on as well. Thank you very much for having me, and I'll see you guys in a little bit.
Thank you.
We lose everybody but Fluffy. We tried to give him away, but
finally we're alone. Right.
Yeah. So Fluffy, the main thing that I was seeing there, that the thing that matters more to me than anything when I look at something like this are the ideas that I see. And they just shared some, to me, really, really cool ideas that they have for PvP. You get these shards and you farm them, and do you want to stay or go, and you get them up. the mobs or off of the players, then do you decide to farm more and be greedy, or do you purify them? Then they put like a mark for death on you, and there's a bounty on you. If they kill you, they get it, and if you survive, you keep it. Like that stuff, like that stuff that they thought of, it to me is just absolutely brilliant, and it will add a lot to the game.
It's taken the best systems. That's the Division. It's literally the Division. So like that's a great system to take. I love when you can just kind of take systems for other games and it works out really well. So I think that's really, really interesting, and I think it'd be a cool thing to do. I hope that they kind of bring over other PvP types. Like we obviously would like maybe like, you know, arena style, or maybe even a BR. I say it all the time, or just, you know, other ways. But I do think that that's really cool. Like I like that. I think that works really well in an ARPG. So yeah, I gotta say I agree that I like where they're going with that.
Lexi and Matt, welcome. We are waiting for Mr. P-Child to pop in. Lexi, tell me what you've thought about everything, man. This is the first time bringing you on.
That was a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, there's so much there. It's all looking amazing.
All right,
Rogue is
so
looking great.
Can you give me a rundown? I was just in an interview, so can you give me a rundown of what just happened? Because I couldn't watch.
Did you?
Necro got announced. They canceled PvP.
That's
what else
false.
did I miss, Rex?
That's definitely incorrect. But I unfortunately couldn't listen in. So what happened?
So Matt, what did you see the opening ceremony?
I did watch the entirety of the opening ceremony. I was gone right when the opening ceremony ended. I had to jump into an interview, and like 60 seconds before the interview started, Adam shot me a message with, "Yeah, so I kind of lied to you. Your interview is not with the D4 team. It's with the D2 team. Have fun."
That's exactly what he said to me. But I had one day prep, and you had nothing.
So I just jumped in like, yeah. So my questions are useless, but let's talk D2, right? So I had a good time, but I have no clue what happened in what's next. So what happened?
So what they talked about for the most part is they talked about the rogue class kind of in general and all the different customizations that they're going to have. They talked about how you're going to traverse through the world and how you're going to be climbing up stuff and you're going to be jumping over stuff, and how the open world is going to have, you know, a big impact on your play. They talked about the stuff that we saw in the previous blog post about camps and how it's not just simply going to be that you walk in and you activate the waypoint. You got to take over, you know, this evil camp and purify it, and then it turns into a camp that you can take over, and then there's the waypoint, and then new quests will be available to you. They mentioned that there will be rogue-only quests, so then that begged us to ask, you know, are there going to be specific class? Fix that.
The Decker Cane thing's popping off, just so you know.
And yeah, I think we're gonna mute through the Deckard Cain part so we can discuss everything.
Okay.
I think we're gonna mute through that. The really big thing for me at the very end is they talked about PvP, and there's gonna be some really cool things that they're coming up with PvP that, to me, I really impressed me. Just the ideas that they had to make it better than, you know, just run into a zone and kill other players. So if I can summarize this correctly, and Fluffy and Lexi can tell me if I'm missing anything. You run in, and there are monsters there, as well as, and I think we got Mr. P-Child here. So, yeah, I think, do we need to take off? Let me see. Perfect. Are we good? Yeah, so for the PvP, there are monsters there, and there are people that are going to be there that you can fight. And when you kill these monsters or other people, you get shards of hate, and they are corrupted. This is a currency that you can take out of the PvP zone and purify it, and then it will turn into a currency that you can use. So you need to make a decision. Do you want to keep farming the shards of hate, or have you found enough and you leave, and now all of a sudden you get all the spoils of fighting in this PvP zone?
All right.
Now,
I got.
Have you ever played Division? It's like,
Yeah.
you
No,
just
I've never
sum it
played
up as
Division.
that.
This
Okay.
is exactly what I was saying. What's up, guys? By the way,
what's up,
Hey,
P-Child?
This is Division 2 Dark Zone.
Yeah, literally.
So then,
exactly, and I think it's great. I'm not shitting on Diablo for like stealing it or anything like that. I think I like when games steal things from other games that work, and this works.
Yeah,
And
I
then-
don't want to.
Yeah, just one more thing, just to explain, because Matt didn't see it. To further explain it, if you come in, like if you're sitting there farming shards, and I come in, then the game can essentially mark you for death or put a bounty on you. As Fluffy put it, turn you into a treasure goblin, and everyone will target you. And
That's interesting.
I think we get the rewards for killing you. We can take your shards if we kill you, and you get a bonus if you can survive. So there's no incentive. You have to make a choice. Do you run away and hide, or do you try to survive for the extra reward? So
Alright. So it sounds like most of the info so far has been mostly PvP, which like lines up with what we've seen in the trailer. Like, ears everywhere, and that sound of the ear being like at the Jesus, man, dude, shiver down my spine. That was very
that was like
uncomfortable.
50% of it. The PvP. The other, they went into the rogue a lot.
Okay, makes sense. Did you guys notice in the trailer that the rogue was missing an ear? Like she lost in PvP at some point, I suppose. That was interesting.
But how much more interesting was the rogue than anything we've ever seen? Probably from Diablo in the past 20 years. Like,
Yeah, it looked
from
awesome,
a class
dude.
perspective. Yeah.
I was talking out. I don't know what you guys have talked about already.
Yeah,
nothing.
ultimately.
We're just watching.
They fooled us. They fooled me pretty well though. When there was like the praying part at the beginning, I was sitting there, Paladin. It's gonna be Paladin, right? And it wasn't Paladin. No, right? And then the priest, like the chick, I don't know, like the nun was leaving, and then the rogue came in, and she sat down. I'm like, okay, not Paladin, but they got me good on the first half.
Hey, did you guys see that intro clip? Opening ceremony?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I saw you there, Pog.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, so we had Dioxide. I saw Dioxide. I saw Wolfcrier. I saw the Pea Child, and I think I heard Anna Cake, but I wasn't sure if I heard her from the stream. But I think her vocals were in the opening ceremony. Did you guys notice anyone else? Was it all of us? Like all of the Diablo community in the scene?
That's all I saw too. Yeah.
Okay, those are the ones that you saw.
I was in it.
You were in it?
Yeah, when the Diablo voiceover comes on, that was my voice, but modulated for the opening ceremony. So a lot of people didn't know that.
Not sure if serious or trolling.
No, he's 100% trolling.
Yeah, I was also.
So yeah, man, it was pretty cool.
So how did that come along? You wanna tell the story, but
about how I got in the opening?
Yeah.
Thing?
Like,
I haven't talked about it to anybody. Like I haven't said a word to anybody.
I didn't even know. What the hell?
I saw Fluffy's reaction. He was like,
I tell Fluff a lot. I didn't even tell Fluff this. So I wasn't sure if it was gonna get used or not. So a long time ago, man, like months and months and months ago, I recorded a bunch of footage for them to potentially use, and I wasn't sure if they would. It was like 40 minutes of footage, and they used like one line, which is great. Like I'm happy that they used the one line, but it's cool. And so I found out a couple weeks ago it was gonna be in there. So, but I just didn't say anything because I didn't know what it was. So
sure,
but
sweet,
pretty dope.
It's
Yeah,
awesome,
it was pretty
man.
cool.
pretty cool, dude. Poggers,
Yeah.
man, poggers. You should make that a sub alert or something.
Oh yeah, for sure, dude. Something. The PvP stuff I was pretty hyped for. But they copied a lot of stuff. Somebody on their team plays Division. So I've played a lot of Division 2. Like a lot, like hundreds of hours. And I can tell you that the settlement feature in Division 2 is this camp feature that they're talking about in Diablo 4. Like it looked like pretty much 1-to-1 the same. And so what it is, from Division is you go to the settlement that enemy hostiles have taken over, you get it back, and then once you get it back, it gives you a hub, a town, a waypoint, vendors, all kinds of stuff that you can just use from then on. But you get rewards for clearing it. So maybe Diablo 4 copies that same thing and lets you reset it and make it an evil settlement again, and then you can keep farming those. It's like kind of an end game loop in Division. And then the PvP was Dark Zone, 100%. Like you go in, you're not flagged PvP. So like, let's say SVR and I both go into the same area. I see SVR. I have the option to walk up to him and say like, hey, what's up? How you doing? You want to group up with me and kill stuff? and kill PvE and get items, or I can click a button and toggle and go PvP, and SVR notices and he sees me do that, and then we can start fighting each other. Or he's like, oh, I got to run now, or I got to kill this guy, and we start fighting. And whoever, if he kills me, he can take my shards, and then they're his now until he extracts them.
Are we into the next section right here?
I'm pretty sure we are.
In just 2 weeks. Diablo Immortal is Sanctuary as you've never seen it before. Now, a persistent online multiplayer world, and we can't wait until you get it in your hands. So let's get into it. Next up, Diablo content creator Bloodshed sits down with the Immortal dev team to talk about his impressions of the tech alpha test and to answer all of his questions. And after that, we'll enter the dark and twisted world of the legendary artist Braum to learn more about his Diablo work and what inspires him.
Bloodshed, let's go.
What's up, everybody? Bloodshed here. If you don't know me, I'm a Diablo content creator. I love the hell out of Diablo ever since I was a little kid, grinding legendaries all night, way past my bedtime. As an adult, I still do that, but I also run a full-time Twitch stream and a YouTube channel where we make build guides, educational videos. Because of all this, I've been able to build an amazing community, and I have the opportunity today to talk to some of the Diablo Immortal developers. What's up, guys?
Hey, what's up, Bloodshed? Should we refer to you as Blood or Mr. Shed?
Mr. Shed might be too formal. We'll go with Bloodshed's fine.
Okay, great. Well, Bloodshed, I'm Caleb, the lead producer on Diablo Immortal.
Hey, Bloodshed. My name's Wyatt Chang. I'm the lead designer on Diablo Immortal. Thanks for making this time so we could talk about the game.
Yeah, I'm super excited to kind of delve into Immortal here.
Yeah, and you were actually part of the technical alpha, right? You had a chance to play.
Yeah, I played, I think, over 100 hours. I was grinding, yeah. Burning the thumbs and the screen. It was fun. It was a lot of grinding, but I had a good time with it.
I know some people kind of picked a class and went really deep, and some people played a breadth, kind of played them all. What was your experience like?
Yeah, I went through and I played all the classes, all the way to max level, even grinded out a little bit of Paragon in each of them. But I think my favorite was Wizard. I spent the most time on Wizard. What was your guys' favorite class?
So my favorite class is the Monk. I love the mobility. I like just getting in and out and like destroying whole packs of mobs together. That feels really good. But I think like in terms of fantasy fulfillment, my favorite would have to be the Barbarian. I just love that it's like the meat potatoes, pop demons with my axes feeling, and so sort of like nothing takes that place in my heart. So my answer is cheating. It's 2.
Every time we do a playtest of some kind, I like to play a different class. So this time around, it was time for some Barbarian love. And I played Barbarian up to max and played some Paragon after that. Had a good time with it. I love some of the legendary items on the Barbarian. I got, there was one sweet legendary I found that it was every time you use Hammer of the Ancients, it would summon an Ancient to fight alongside you. And then I got another legendary item that gave Hammer of the Ancients 2 charges, so I could actually like double up on those, and that was super fun.
Yeah, I had a Twister legendary that turned it into a giant tornado, and that was really cool. I was just running through the Elder Rifts, gathering up all the mobs, and then just using this big tornado. It's like as big as the almost screen. It's a really awesome one. A lot of the abilities I notice have like a dual purpose. Like with Monk, you can kick, and then you can kick off the wall, and then with Wizard, you can place like an ice crystal, and then reflect the Ray of Frost off the crystal, and then just do this big AoE to all the enemies in the area. What was it like designing all that interaction that we don't have in other games?
When it comes to designing the skills for Diablo Immortal, we definitely want to make sure that we're bringing something new. You know, in a lot of ways, it's good when the classes feel familiar, and sometimes it fits like an old glove. People love to have their Barbarian with Whirlwind and Whirlwind through enemies. It's such a classic. People would always want to look for that. It's also really important that we have new experiences, and I think things like the Ice Crystal and the kick that you mentioned are really important. You want some things that are new, some things that are improved over previous, and some things that are familiar and comfortable. And I think the right mix of all three when it comes to class skills is what lets us have, honoring the Diablo legacy while still pushing in new directions.
One thing I definitely want to dive into is the speed, like the progression speed. It really gives me like D3 vanilla vibes where, you know, legendaries aren't dropping left and right. And like everything you get, you're so grateful because you don't get that many items or like crafting materials. Like you're always kind of thirsty, and then it feels really good when you get it, you know. Was this all kind of planned, this pacing? Is this what's you guys are thinking about?
Yeah, I think that, you know, you always want to have a good pacing of reward, but you really want those random moments to be exciting as well. So for us, finding a new legendary item is that surprise, right? It's like, oh, sweet, I got a legendary. And if it's happening too often, then it's not as exciting anymore. But we also want to make sure that you're feeling like every play session was worth it. And so, well, that's where systems like Paragon and Gear Rank Up come in, where if I play for 15 or 30 minutes and I don't see a legendary item, I've still managed to advance my character in other ways. And so you sort of have that like predictable reward that you can count on, but then you also have those moments of excitement that come from an awesome drop.
When I hit max level on my wizard, I was bummed because I'm like, no frozen orb, like that's so iconic, right? And then I got a legendary that turned it into frozen orb, and I was like, this is cool. Like it kind of makes you think like anything's possible because you can just kind of modify the skills to become other skills.
Yeah. And you know, there's something super exciting about finding a legendary that you didn't even know existed in the game. You know, it's almost like the magic that existed during technical alpha. You know, nowadays, sometimes we play and all the information is available on the internet and you can look it up, and sometimes you even know what item you want beforehand. I think one of the things that kind of made the technical alpha special was people being genuinely surprised, like, what? I didn't know that this was in the game. You know, I think that's awesome. And I also think, you know, there's a lot of people who play games and they don't look stuff up on the internet beforehand, and they'll get that experience and that feeling. And we're hoping that, you know, with a little bit of a slowed down pace of legendaries and kind of having the skills and the legendary items be easy to understand, people can really have that discovery process as they play the game.
I think that's one reason why I had so much fun too in the alpha, like you said, is it's a full Diablo game. It's like you're getting a brand new Diablo game and everything's new and we're discovering stuff left and right, and you get that like new player feeling all over again. And I'm sure we don't even have all the game yet.
Yeah, it's like a kid in the candy store, right? It's just everything wide-eyed and awesome.
One of my favorite things about Immortal is the variety. There's so many different things to do. And as you're leveling, you get to a point where you can't really continue until you do some other quest grinding. I like it because I can go do bounties or, you know, run some Elder Rifts. Was like the break intentional?
Yeah, oh, great question. It was absolutely intentional. A couple reasons for that. You know, in Diablo 3, Greater Rifts were great. They're really fun, but some of the feedback that we got was that people wanted a bigger variety of things to do. You know, there's sometimes just, you know, a lot of a good thing can still, you know, leave you wanting to do other activities. And in Diablo Immortal, we said, okay, well, let's make use of our outdoor world. Let's make use of these instanced dungeons that we've created. Let's give players a variety of activities to do. The other reason to have this variety of activities is one of the goals for Diablo Immortal is we really want to double down on progression. We want there to be lots of ways for people to meaningfully progress their character all the time. And so we have, you know, we have the gem system, and we have legendary gems, and we have gear rank up, and we have legendary collection, we have Paragon. And by having all these different ways for you to improve your character, it lets players sort of really feel like, you know, what do I want to do today? What am I in the mood to do? In what way do I want to make my character more powerful?
I think that's awesome. Great. Sometimes I feel chained to like a quest hub or like a zone where everything is in this one little spot. But being able to go around the world and hunt for different things and have a little bit of variety, and there's a lot of variety actually in the game, it makes it so much more enjoyable.
Cool, awesome. I'm glad it's working out. We feel like it's working out pretty well too, and we're looking forward to being able to build on that.
The PvP event is something special. Like it's like the World of Warcraft Gurabashi event, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. What was it like designing the PvP in the game?
Kind of zooming out a little bit, every zone has its own event that's associated with it. So for example, in the Battlefield, like you mentioned, there's a little arena where a chest spawns and players can fight over it every 3 hours. But over in Ashwold Cemetery, you know, every half hour there's a carriage, a ghostly carriage that comes through, and anyone in the zone can come by and attack the ghostly carriage and partake in the loot. And there's kind of like a different thing going on in the Dark Wood. There's a corruption going on, and then the Tree of Inifis has a ceremony where you can fight a corrupted image of yourself. And so in every zone there's a different mechanic. And when we got to the Battlefield, there was this idea to
I'm sure
allow
that's next.
just a free-for-all PvP event. And it definitely turned out to be a lot of people's favorite.
Yeah, I had some experiences there. The first time I showed up, it was like me and like 5 people. And I was all bright-eyed, and I'm like, let's do this. It's going to be a fun little bloodbath. I found out really quickly that you can group for the event, and it was 4v1, and it was an experience. Speaking of like these zone events,
no,
the
Leviathan
Ashwold event where you have to like escort this horse and carriage, I believe, through the zone was my favorite one by far. Seeing everybody on the server kind of coming together, fighting over it, and then getting the loot was pretty awesome. Do you guys have any like favorites?
Oh yeah, my favorite is in the Library of Zoltan Kuhl. Sort of peppered around the zone, you'll find these hidden tomes, and if you collect enough of them, you can combine them together, and it essentially unlocks a secret level. And so it could be a level where you go in, fight some mobs, get some cool loot, and come back out, or it can actually even summon a world boss like a Hydra that everyone in the zone has to come together and kill. And so I like the randomness there, because it feels like doing it over and over, you could get a different result, and it kind of keeps the excitement up. So one of the things also new is our Paragon system, and we were able to design something from scratch for this game with all the learnings we had from Diablo 3. So my question is actually for Wyatt, what was that like designing a new Paragon system?
It was cool. It was cool. We had Paragon in Diablo 3, but once you reach Paragon 800, it became a more sort of just a linear path. And being able to say, okay, we know that Diablo Immortal is a game that's going to, have a long lifetime. We're going to provide content updates to it. We're going to be adding and expanding on all of the features. How can we design a Paragon system that is exciting now, but will also be exciting years into the future? And that's where the idea of let's have multiple trees. And when we want to expand on the Paragon system, we'll add additional trees. Each tree provides players with some choice of where they want their Paragon points to go. And the system is completely extensible anytime we want to raise the Paragon cap. But that's me talking as a designer. Blood, you experienced it from a player's point of view, and also as someone who's done a lot of Paragon in Diablo 3. What was your reaction to the Paragon system?
I was blown away by the choice. You can specialize in 4 or 5 different trees, and then with each tree there's these I don't know what they're called, the circle and square nodes within the tree. So there's traits and other abilities that you can earn.
The circles are the ones that give you bonuses all the time, no matter what tree you have picked as being active, and then the squares are the active specializations that give you a special bonus when that tree is selected.
I love to kind of min-max whatever I'm doing in the game. So if I'm doing PvP, I can swap to that tree and get those bonuses. And then if I'm doing some farming, I can switch to the treasure hunter tree was my favorite. And then I can get, more bonuses doing that activity. So I guess, for me, being able to kind of control how my character is performing, I'm all about it. There is a dungeon now where you can kind of go back in time where you fight alongside Kuhl, and you get to hang out with Tel Rasha. It's kind of like a WoW time walking event. Are you guys going to explore this mechanic further? Maybe we can, I don't know, do a dungeon after the Sin War or something like that?
That is a great call out, and you're spot on with even referencing WoW time walking dungeons, because that's actually how we've talked about it internally as well, is, hey, the Library of Zoltan Kuhl is this opportunity for us to dive into the past. We get to see Tel Rasha and Baal have this conflict and for the player to relive it. And we really love the way that World of Warcraft used the Caverns of Time and time walking to further expand the reach of the types of stories that you could tell. So no announcements today, but definitely something the team is excited about using.
I noticed that every dungeon has like a cutscene. It feels like a full-fledged, normal, like AAA game. It's awesome.
Well, we have a policy that, that relates to the cinematics, but also things like audio design that, a lot of mobile players, they don't play with the sound on. But because this is a Blizzard game, we felt like for those players that do, we have to really show up and show people that AAA quality that they've come to expect from any of our games. And so that provides us a lot of just excitement, enthusiasm on the team, because we know we're not holding back. Not just because this is a mobile game, we do less. Like we still, just take it to 11, every chance we get.
Speaking about the story and the characters, we get to hang out with Deckard Cain again. What was it like working with him?
Yeah, that is awesome. It was great to be able to bring Deckard Cain back, being able to work with Michael Goff again. There's a short Blizzconline segment with him. He's such a beloved character in the Diablo franchise, so I'm glad we're able to do that. I love that we're able to visit characters that are fan favorites, but, we want to be, we're not just Diablo on mobile, it's a brand new game. And so as part of a brand new game, we've got brand new characters that we want to explore as well. From Skarn, one of your main antagonists in the game. You've also got Zul and Lethis. We're going to be exploring the storylines behind Vala and Josen. Vala, go to the Demon Hunter, being able to learn more about her and her history. We've got all new stories to explore.
Yeah, I didn't realize how much I missed Deckard Cain until I got off the boat, like you said. And I'm like, man, yeah, this is awesome.
He's back.
He's like the glue of the franchise almost, It's awesome.
One of our goals was to be a mobile MMO. And one of the ways that, we really focused on is having a cool town hub like Westmarch. I don't know if you felt like Westmarch made the game feel bigger.
Well, when I first heard about it, I was like, oh, that's cool. There's a hub for everybody to go to, like a little town. But it's way cooler when you get to play it because you're there and you get to see everybody running by. You get to check out everyone's gear, and it does feel a lot more alive. And it became one of my favorite features, I think, overall, just because it's like we were talking about WoW, seeing people with certain gear and inspecting them, I think really kind of brings like the game and the community together.
I think one of the best parts is seeing all the different spots in the city where people go for different activities, whether it's leveling up their gear or getting gems slotted in or going to do some rifts or bounties. It's really cool to just watch people sort of like in the traffic, going from here to there. And it feels almost like a living city, right? Where there's a bunch of people just going about their day and it feels very, like you said, like an alive.
Watching people take group selfies in,
exactly.
In different sections. It was cool, yeah. I enjoyed it.
A central town hub was something that we wanted to do for Diablo 3. Back then, internally, we called it Player Town. And it never quite made it. In game development, you have to kind of pick and choose the features that you're going to incorporate, but I'm super thrilled that we were able to incorporate a capital city into this experience. One of the things I think is special about having a game with a capital town and also just an online game where other players are always around is you really get the sense that the world is real. That like when you close down the app, when you aren't playing anymore, the world lives on without you and is alive without you. And I feel like having a capital city really brings that idea home.
Now we just need to have like a working bar in Westmarch and I'll be happy.
There is actually a bar in Westmarch. There wasn't a whole lot of reason to go there during Technical Alpha, but it's got a whole tavern vibe in there and go hang out.
And to be able to sit and maybe order something or hang out.
There's going to be some reasons for you to swing by the bar later. I think one of the ways that Diablo Immortal is really trying to do do something new is with the social aspects of the game. When we talk about the game being a mobile MMO, I think finding reasons for you to enjoy being around other people is really important to us. I mean, you can play through the main story campaign solo, just
at the beginning because the Countess is still
alive.
alive.
Digest the story and do it at your own pace.
That's the
But providing incentives and rewards for interacting with other players, I think actually makes the game more fun.
Yeah, speaking of like community, we did a dungeon together on Alpha.
Definitely. Yes, we did. I had a lot of fun running that dungeon with you. So I was just watching your stream, you know, when the Tech Alpha was going on, there were a bunch of different content creators who had their streams going, and I saw you, so I'm like, oh, well, let me jump on. And I remember I typed out in chat to you, I was like, hey, Blood, do you want to run a dungeon together? And you said yes, and so that was cool. I was able to jump on, we were able to party up, no problem. I'm really glad that the voice chat was there because I was like, well, you're streaming. How do we get on voice? Like, do we need to like get onto Discord somehow? But since you were streaming the game, I think it all just worked out and all the audio passed through. And that was a good time. I think that was one of my highlights from the technical alpha.
Actually Poggers.
Oh, that's awesome. That means a lot. So I got to ask you guys, are there any plans for controller support?
Controller support is one of the most requested things that we got coming out of Technical Alpha. And so you are not alone in wanting to be able to sit comfortably and play with a Bluetooth controller. We're actually going to be investigating how we can bring in controller support in the future. And we are very excited that the community responded so positively to it. And so nothing to announce today, but definitely look for updates on this in the future.
Yeah, the touch controls are really good. I would use them for any kind of quick gameplay sessions.
Sort of like a confirmation.
You know, when I'm out and about or doing things. But, you know, when I'm kind of plopping down for the day, it would be cool to kind of switch to controller mode and kick back. Did you guys play in any areas outside of your home?
Yeah, I mean, one of my favorite experiences is being able to just take my dog out for a walk and, you know, play. I was just taking my dog for a walk. I was at a intersection and the PvP event in Balfen came up, and I was just like, I'm gonna do it from here. Super convenient to be able to just play from the park or wherever. I remember Leviathan was joking that, you know, he could play while he was waiting at the doctor's office, and it's almost like, okay, you're up. He said, no, you can go. I'll keep waiting.
5 more minutes.
Don't worry about me.
Wherever I was out where I could play, you know, comfortably, I was playing Immortal, and it was a cool experience to be able to just play it wherever I was and kind of get progress on my account.
What kind of stuff did you enjoy doing?
That was actually my favorite thing about Immortal was the amount of activities you could do. There's like these layers out in the open world, there's legendary mobs, there's a lot, but I think hunting for layers or like hidden dungeons, it kind of gave me some of those D2 vibes.
What was the max rank normal gem that you got during Technical Alpha?
Not too much. I think a 5. Does that sound right? I think it was like level 5 for the normal gems.
5 definitely requires that. That sounds like, you know, 10 to 12 hours of grinding a day for a while.
Layers, I mentioned, were one of my favorite kind of activities to do in Immortal. I noticed some of the tile sets look like D3 assets, and are we going to get like a more variety of tile sets and layers?
There's the question.
In Technical Alpha, we had 2 of those tile sets intentionally, just for that small test. But we plan on adding a lot of diversity and variety to those tile sets. And there should be a difference between what you see in a Rift, which sort of like takes its tile set from a global pool of different things you can see, versus like a layer, where a layer could be inside Biofen or Ashwold Cemetery, and the layer below a cemetery should look different than the layer below a jungle or a frozen mountain or whatever the zone is. And so we're putting a lot of effort to make sure that there's diversity there and that it feels connected to the world above it.
That's really cool. So if it's like a foresty type zone, the layer is going to have like a foresty, mossy type dungeon to correspond with it. That really kind of increases the immersion. I like that idea.
Yeah, we want you to remember where you are in the surface world as you dive down into the layer, but that by no means limits the amount of diversity and like rich art we're able to put into each of these tile sets.
Did you expect players to grind so much in general, like with all the Paragon that we grinded and all the gem levels and everything.
There were some people who seriously went ham on it, for sure. Like, it was pretty impressive. And I mean, I took it as a compliment. You know, when people want to play the game that much, it means that we've made something special that people want to enjoy. I think it speaks doubly so when it's a limited technical alpha, it's only going for a short time, and progress isn't carrying forward. For people to play an RPG and invest time in a character that is ultimately going to be deleted really means that they're just having a lot of fun doing it. And that's great to see.
I was really surprised by how far people got in challenge rifts. Like, to see that was just awesome because, you know, I don't think anyone internally had gotten that far naturally without using, you know, some like developer powers. And so just to see in like, you know, 2.5 weeks, people, you know, just blowing the dev team away in terms of challenge rift progression. That's cool. That makes us really happy.
Probably got a lot of good data off of it from the alpha, I'm assuming.
We got a lot of cool clips on Twitch, man. Like, like we just got a lot of great observation, like just watching people play at that high level and seeing what skills they use, what do they talk about, what kind of gear or legendaries do they want. Like, that informs us a lot, just watching you guys play.
It was really cool to see sort of how a lot of the high-end players take on the game. It was also interesting to see how, like, just your average person walks into the game. We held the test primarily in Australia, and being able to see, you know, not like the elite top 5%, but just your average person who downloads the game, you know, how long does it take them to finish the tutorial? How many hours do they want to play? What percentage of people are coming back? Like, we've been gathering a lot of data, and it's been extremely helpful.
So I was there at BlizzCon 2018, and how do you think the announcement for Immortal went?
Yeah, that was
there
rough.
We go. This is why you're not on the show.
For sure. I think a lot of people came, they had Diablo 4 in the mind. And, you know, at one point during the Q&A, it was asked if the game would ever be coming to PC. And, you know, I had probably not the best response. And what went through my mind is I really wanted to be able to say, hey, you know, we're making Diablo 4. And that's not something that we could share at the time. An inappropriate remark came out instead. And I am glad that now hopefully people can see, you know, there's more Diablo on its way. We have a lot of love for the Diablo universe, and our goal ultimately is to provide more Diablo options for more people.
Yeah, so I mean, I was there at BlizzCon, like I said, in ground zero, and it was tough. I mean, it was really hard with all the, you know, passion at an all-time high from the community. It was tough to stream it, but you know, I always believed in Immortal. It was so much fun when I played the demo, and
Thank you.
I was like everybody else. I wanted D4 to be announced, but with all the hints and you guys saying that there was multiple projects in the works, I guess that was my glimmer of hope that I was holding to. And so I was able to look at Immortal, I guess, a different way, because in the back of my mind, I knew like Diablo 4 was probably getting developed. But I streamed it, and I regret nothing. It was fun, and I feel like I can tackle anything now.
Cool. Well, thanks for supporting the team.
Yeah.
We got feedback, and I think that really sustained the team through that time. Is for the people who played it at BlizzCon, there was a lot of feedback that said, you know, this is good. You know, I think the game kind of spoke for itself, and you know, playing is believing for this game. And I'm looking forward to the future where we can get the game in more people's hands so they can see for themselves.
What's next? Like, is there another testing phase? Like, what's happening?
We will have a new testing phase, which will include new content, for example, a new class. And we're really excited to bring that to a wider audience as well, potentially for a longer period of time. Our previous test was only 2.5 weeks, and so we're looking at our next test as an opportunity to test more end game systems. And so we're really excited about that and we'll announce more about that very soon.
Oh, so you're saying all the stuff that we've experienced is still not the true endgame that you have planned?
Oh, no. No, we have an epic endgame planned for Diablo Immortal, and for the technical alpha, it was very much focused on just that like early and mid game, and so I believe we've said before that like the challenge rift alone is not the sole end game of Immortal. We have a lot more planned.
The level cap of the technical alpha was set at 45. For the release game, we're planning for it to be 60. So, you know, at 45, we wanted there to be something for players to do, which is why we have the challenge rifts. But the tech alpha was really focused on the early leveling experience and the mid-game systems. There are whole new other systems that we still have planned for the Elder game.
Well, I had a blast playing the alpha. I had an awesome time hanging out with you guys today. So thanks for having me.
Yeah, Bloodshed, thanks a lot.
Yeah, Blood, it's been an absolute pleasure.
It's been amazing to be part of Blizzconline, and I look forward to what's to come.
Kudos to Blood. Kudos to Blood. Well done.
Yep. Nice, dude.
Dolby is a proud partner of Blizzconline. What's Shock versus the World?
What was the phrase? An epic endgame system?
Yeah.
Epic. Wyatt was cheesing too. He's like, you guys don't even know.
I was hoping they would have the controller support for the next test, but it sounds like they're kind of far away from that.
Yeah.
Like, at least confirmation that that's probably going to be a thing.
I mean, the thing is, like, they essentially said we're looking into this, and it has been like so, you know, so many people requested it. It's kind of hard to go back on the statement saying like, oh yeah, we tested it, it's bad. Like, you know, likely not going to happen. So it's going to happen eventually. It's kind of a confirmed announcement at this point that it will happen eventually. Right.
I really didn't get as much out of that interview as I was hoping for, though. It just didn't.
True. I wanted to say the same thing. Like the first 15 minutes or something was just reiterating
like
on what we've seen.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like, what was your favorite thing of the Immortal Alpha? What did you do? And so on. So a lot of things that we already knew.
It was marketing stuff. I feel like they were trying to spin the game in a positive way and show the cool things they put in it that people that didn't get to play.
You had a couple hard-hitting ones in there, but overall, that felt like.
You know what my favorite statement was? Fuck data. We got good Twitch clips. Oh, you guys got some good data, right? We got some good Twitch clips. I'm like, all right, all right. That's the true business. Yeah.
So Fluffy, if you would have been there, what other hard-hitting questions would you have asked them? What do you want answered about Immortal?
This is why he wasn't there.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard for me to sit here and like. Obviously, the first things come up are itemization, but yeah, I mean, if I sit down and do an interview, I'd come up with a whole list of questions that we don't have answers to, of course.
I mean, sure. I'm sure Bloodshed had as well, but right, in preparation of BlizzCon,
Sure.
I'm sure.
But they wouldn't invite me, and there's probably a reason for that.
That's also true.
So
have you guys got to talk about the D4 stuff at all? Like, what have you talked about after the ceremony? Because I jumped in and it was pretty much right into that.
So we had a brief discussion on the rogue class and on the new PvP system. Did we get much more info besides those two things on D4?
No.
Not really.
Just like open world PvP and rogue.
The horse mount jumping stuff a little bit.
That we already knew that though.
Yeah.
So I unfortunately missed what's next entirely. I was in a interview. I was told it a couple of days ago. It should be a D4 interview with the D4 team, and 5 minutes before I jumped into the interview, Adam told me that it's actually D2. So I came omega misprepared into that interview with some severely incorrect questions, but I had a good time with 2 people from the D2 team. I gotta say, when we had earlier this discussion in the pre-show about do you want to cater to legacy or to newer players, right, with some more changes, this is something that I mainly asked about, and the D2 Resurrected thingy is true to its legacy. Like, name it, stamina bar is still there. They discussed stamina bar, but they wanted to keep it. It is purely for the tradition and legacy.
Is your interview coming up? Or
no, this is not to be live. This is essentially one of the like media interview from last year. Remember?
Gotcha. Yeah. Keep giving us the juice then. Yeah.
So, a true successor remake of D2. With
What did you guys think about the announcement of it? Did you talk about it?
Yeah.
I mean, I think the rogue class itself is really good. I mean, I guess to me, specifically around D4, I mean, I know there's going to be 2 additional classes, and I might be a little bit different from most people. Like, you know, there's going to be 5 classes to play, A, B, C, and D, and E. I'll pick my favorite one, or I'll play all 5 of them, and I'll blast them. What I'm always wondering about is, like what they said at the end of Immortal. I want to know, after I get through campaign, after I unlock all the waypoints, you know, yada, 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 I want to know what we're going to do all day long. I want to know about the end game. I already know there's going to be another class coming at launch. I would have loved to have heard more about that, but for me, as far as the class is concerned, I think the rogue fills a lot of archetypes that a lot of people are going to be excited for. I guess I wish there was more info on D4 than there was. I don't know. Lexi, how did you feel about it?
Yeah, they mentioned the mythic key dungeon kind of thing before. They didn't bring that back up yet, though.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Yeah, but that could be one of the end game things. Is like this increasing difficulty of the dungeons where you get more and more objectives to do. That was in one of the update blogs. But Rogue is looking really cool because of the timing, and it seems like it could be a really high skill cap character, which is what I usually tend to enjoy. You know, timings like really tight and kind of like Bazooka, right? Like Bazooka had tight timings, and I enjoyed playing that.
It looks very fast paced and very proactive about a question, as in you need to take care of her. Looks fairly squishy, and it looks good overall. I do agree that the substance of what we've seen for D4, even though I missed what's next, I expected a bit more at this point. Do you guys feel like the next section that we are getting is the deep dive? Is this confirmed to be a Diablo 2 deep dive?
I would assume.
I would also assume, right? There's still a Mr. Llama segment coming up. Or
Yeah,
Mr. Llama will and we'll also have Mr. Llama on the show during this time.
Yeah, while it's happening.
Yeah, while it's happening. So I'm not sure in the deep dive we'll see anything in regards to D4, which essentially means we have tomorrow left for D4, but no big announcements essentially. So yeah,
FBR, what else did you get out of your interview? Was there anything else that was kind of...
Sure. Very legacy based, right? There's a one-click button to switch back to the original D2. Like while playing, essentially, you can switch back to original D2 with original graphics, meaning the key engine is still in there. So the black box that computes, you know, each frame, whereas the engine is running at 25 frames, and they didn't change that stuff and so on. And what they switched out for the remaster is the renderer. So you have the old renderer, which is the 2D sprite renderer, and there's a new rendering system, a 3D rendering system, that you can play if you want to. Also, with that system and a couple of other things come in, which is, for instance, controller support. Controller support because, you know, we'll also release for consoles and so on. So controller support is something that they also want to provide for the PC game. Cross progression, right? Everything will move to the new Battle.net system. So also D2 itself will move to the new Battle.net ecosystem. I had a couple of questions based on, does that mean that, for instance, account rollbacks, something that you can do in D3, right? For instance, you disenchant your perfect primal weapon by mistake, and you were like, oh shit, man, yeah, let me roll back, right, to a checkpoint from last week, and you would get your weapon back. They were unclear or not certain if this is something that will happen to D2 as well, where, you know, D2 also benefits from this system. Probably not. I had a couple of questions regarding trading, because trading in D2, you know, D2, JSP and all that stuff, are they considering to change that one, right? To give the player a safer spot, maybe a safer trading window, or some kind of a system around trading that makes it a safer experience? The answer was no. We want to really, 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 really stay traditional, the original D2 experience. This also includes stamina bar. This includes all the painful things that you think might be painful but are in the game. Things that they changed is auto pickup for gold is opt-in, for instance. Things they changed is you can link items in game, for instance, right? So if you trade something, you can show the item in chat first. People can see the item, right? Those are things that are coming. Are those breaking the quintessential thing of D2? Probably not. Hence, they felt comfortable adding that one. And my last question at the very end was, going through all this endeavor of, making a new rendering engine and providing it to us. That's a lot of work for remastering a game, right? Will there be in the future any plans to add on top of that one? Be it balance changes, because, it will be exactly the same balance. Exactly the same balance as D2 right now in a lot of construction. No changes, no plans right now, right? But having all those stepping stones, right, and like building the fundament for maybe building a house and building something on top of it. Any plans on adding more to it? And the answer was just right now, no. This is meant to be really, really, really traditional legacy.
So
that's about it.
So did they say anything about when the loot drops? Is it literally free for all? Whoever clicks the fastest gets the loot, or does everyone get their own instance?
Everything on this end, like loot allocation, how loot is divided, blah blah blah. That's all legacy, all the same thing as in D2. Full D2 experience.
Can't wait for a whole new generation of players to be like, "What the hell?"
Yeah. I mean, we talked like a couple of things are painful, but they want to keep it in the game. That's just how it is.
How'd you guys feel about the graphical update to it? What did you think? Okay, disappointed?
What? It looks amazing to me.
No, I'm asking. I'm asking, what do you think?
Oh.
I thought it was pretty good.
I think it's kind of good they didn't make it too look too good, like not have it look better than D3 or anything like that, because it still feels like D2 now.
Interesting.
Okay, valid point, I guess.
I guess if you want to say it looks somewhere between PoE at the very beginning of PoE and D3, somewhere in between. Like remember PoE from 2012 and remember D3 in 2012? Feels like this D2 remaster is somewhere in between, which is very much acceptable to me.
That was my comment when I saw it. I was like, well, I guess it looks better than PoE. But yeah, I was a little underwhelmed.
Not current PoE. I was with Fluff. I was underwhelmed, unfortunately, when I saw it.
Interesting.
I was disappointed a little bit. I didn't expect more, but I wanted more. You know what I mean?
Same.
So, it was what I expected, but I was hoping for more secretly.
Yeah, it was. We watched the Warcraft like comparison yesterday or 2 days ago or whatever, and that was like worst case scenario, and it's definitely better than that.
Yeah.
So like, pleased in that regard, but we also kind of like wanted to be wowed a little bit, I guess. So like see Poison Nova in like crazy high definition and would be really cool.
It's hard when you see the D4 footage too, because it looks so good.
Yeah, true.
And then you're just like, so you gotta kind of separate a little bit.
One thing to point out on that interview, I can say that both people that interviewed were incredibly passionate about D2. I asked them also about the background, when did they play the first time, what was the first time they played, right, which class and so on. And they were giggling of passion and love of D2 quite often in regards to some questions. So that was really, really, really enjoyable for me to just visually see how those were just fans, and they really liked our Danctuary episodes on D2. So that was also funny.
Yeah, that's awesome to hear. One thing that has me, I don't know, maybe a little bit worried is I would love D2 Remaster to bring back this tidal wave of players to the Diablo franchise. I want it to be good for the game. I want it to be a good segue into Diablo 4. But so if I were to robotically deliver what is coming to somebody who didn't watch BlizzCon, you are getting Diablo 2 with an extra stash tab. It's exactly the same in absolutely every way, with slightly better graphics, and it's the exact same game with no plans for any future add-ons, right? It's not going to have any trouble convincing me to play it. I love Diablo 2. I love that game. I will play it. Probably going to have the niche crowd that we were talking about at the beginning of the podcast that loves Diablo 2 so much is going to be overjoyed that it's literally just Diablo 2 again, and that's probably exactly what they want. But I question its ability to really excite people to play it for more than a month, or am I wrong here? Am I missing some?
No, it's not going to be long lasting, not at all.
Yeah, I think you're 100% on point. Like I'm a Diablo fan of the IP, and I'm not crazy excited about it. You know, like, and I love Diablo. Like, am I going to play it? Sure, but I'm not like, oh man, I can't wait. You know?
Yeah.
So
You hit
I
the
think
nail on the head too with like, we're happy, right? Like, we're happy for the people that still love that game. Like, bottom at the end of the day, like, Mr. Llama, congratulations, fantastic. But yeah, we're all questioning, like, but why though?
I think it's going to be a good test for specifically for the cross-platform and controller support for D4 to see how that's going to turn out.
Yeah, I did think the cross save was awesome.
I worry about the cross saves though, because is that going to allow more hacking and exploits? Because consoles kind of usually are plagued with that kind of issue.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Really good point.
Yeah.
Doesn't that stem now mostly from the game being stored on the console, or the character being on the console?
Save file, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't
So
know
I
if
don't think that
console
would be an
can
issue.
have it always online or not.
Yeah, like they had a Switch symbol I noticed on the console thing. Like it listed the consoles, and Switch was on there. And it makes me wonder if it's a policy for Switch to have offline play for the portability mode. I don't know if that's a requirement, because like PS4 support, for example, required that you had remote play built into the game. The devs had to do it. So I wonder if Nintendo has policies like that too.
What do you guys think about what does that say to the community? To say Diablo 2 Remaster Resurrected comes out and we see maybe the worst cheating botting we've ever seen. What do you think that, like, what is that going to set the tone for a kind of a negative reaction for D4's future, or will people be really upset because of D2 fanboys? Yeah.
You got to step up the security game if D3 is proven anything, you know. So it'll be a challenge. I think it's always a cat and mouse, and I think D2 remaster is going to get hit probably hard, you know. So we'll see if they have built in or thought about this and built in tools. So,
but you bring up a good point with like that Switch might have that policy where like the game has to be playable offline or something weird.
Yeah, hope not.
Yeah, because that would screw over everybody else. Because the
D2 has both modes, right? They have the online and offline modes.
I will have to say goodbye. Mr. Llama will join now. So continue discussing D2. See you guys later.
We're bringing in the D2 guy.
The D2?
Who?
We're bringing in the D2 guy. Here he comes.
Hello.
Mr. Llama.
Before anyone else kicks off, okay, hang on. How excited were you for roguelike Hearthstone?
So pumped. That was the greatest announcement I'd been waiting the whole time for it.
I knew it. Rex, sorry, go ahead.
No, Mr. Llama, we got the D2 guy himself. Dude, I think we're about to see you on the main stage, but how pumped are you?
I mean, I have been pumped for, I don't know if I can even tell you how long. I'm still not 100% certain with NDA stuff and all of that. I have been so pumped for a while now, and it has just been awesome. I got to see it and got to just chat with them, and I mean everything you guys are going to see, plus more of, you know, pre-talks and after talks and all that stuff, and it was just they're just doing the game right, you know. That's just the biggest thing. When I really saw it, they were just you know, they understood what made Diablo 2 Diablo 2, right? Why the game is so good, the lighting in it, the darkness of it, the way that the game is built, and the skills and the items, and they didn't want to change the core at all. They just wanted to improve the quality of life a little bit and then make it look gorgeous. And so they just did it. I'm so excited. Like when I heard Vicarious Visions was doing it, I was just so pumped. And yeah,
they do good work, man, for sure.
They do good. They've done good work on so much other stuff, and so as soon as I heard that, I was like, oh, this could be really good. And it was fantastic.
I gotta say, I mean, I might not be crazy interested in this thing, but like I couldn't be happier for you. Like really. And when they said, oh, you know, Llama's gonna come out, he's gonna do the interview and stuff like that, I was just like clapping, like, feels great for you, dude.
I didn't know that they were gonna like do that stuff. That was the coolest thing ever. Like they gave me a shout on the main stage. They were like, yo, we're gonna have Mr. Llama like do stuff later. Like,
that's pretty cool.
You're the only person announced in any game on the opening ceremony.
That's the coolest. I mean, I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting just like when the deep dive came around, it'd be like, oh look, it's Llama, and then like that would just be a thing.
So, Llama, I have a question for you. Something that we were just talking about. So, I think you are definitely the person to answer this for us. So,
sure.
All of us want Diablo 2 Remastered to just dominate. We want it to. It's obviously the D2 purists are going to love it for all the reasons you just gave. It's going to be. And by the way, just real quick, it could be only me, but are you guys not seeing Llama's cam? I don't know if you can turn it on, Llama, but we're just seeing your cute little.
Oh, sorry.
We're just seeing your cute little. There he is. There's the man. So I want Diablo 2 Remastered to just dominate. I want tons of people. The purists are going to like it. I want tons of people who play D3, who are going to play Immortal, who are going to play D4, who play PoE, who play WoW, whatever they play. I want everyone to play it, and I want everyone to like it. I'm trying to think of how I can spin it in a way that's going to be very exciting for them to play, because what it sounds like if a robot was announcing Diablo 2 Remastered, it would say, same as Diablo 2, better graphics, another stash tab. It looks like there's more inventory space. SVR mentioned in the interview that he just had that there are no immediate plans to add anything to the game in the future. How exactly do we advertise this to people to get people to play it and get people excited for it and get them to play it for as long as possible?
Well, first off, you just say this is the greatest ARPG that has ever been made, and now you're getting a chance to get into it with the graphics that you need to get into it because you're, too elitist about your graphics to play the game or whatever it is. So, I think that's kind of the first thing I'd say. Beyond that, that was Rax talking now. Beyond that, I would say this is your chance to be introduced. If you have not played Diablo 2 before, this is your chance to be introduced to this game, and to just like older Diablo that has lived up to the test of time. They've brought in the quality of life changes and the stuff that a lot of people aren't going to like, and yada 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 and all that stuff. And it is now just this is your chance to get into it. Essentially, that's what I'm just going to tell people. If you didn't get into it before, now is your chance, because it's coming back. It looks gorgeous. It's got the updated sounds and visuals and textures and all of that stuff. And it has quality of life. You've got shared stash. You don't have to deal with the dumb, like, I'm muling my gear and then the server crashes and I can't get my, like all of the things that we all just hated. Don't have to deal with all that stuff anymore. So now is a better time than ever to get into the game. And
is there any like instance resetting, or is it still leave game remaking?
Instance resetting? Jeez, just listening to you is just it hurts. No, you play it like, you know, Diablo 2 is meant to be played.
What, for 50-year-old tech? Got it. Cool.
Wow. That is Lord Fluffy, the face of Diablo 3.
Diablo.
Who does not have a good understanding of the beauty of Diablo 2. So it's okay. You can do your fun little instances in Diablo 3 and have a good time. Nice.
So does this mean that we aren't gonna get Force Move either? I'm crying over here. I just want.
There might be. We'll have to check in on this. Actually, I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think back to when I did
talk
this.
about this or not?
You know, there's a lot of things that we're gonna jump into in this deep dive.
Okay.
So this is gonna be fun to watch. I'm very excited. I've got my sushi, and I'm just here to. I mean,
You're celeb famous now. You get an extra lock on the door. I mean, you're gonna have people busting it down.
It's a strange, like, I'm just gonna watch myself ask questions to the devs. So it's kind of like, I already know what the answers are.
Listen, I knew as soon as you announced this week, oh yeah, I'm going full time. I'm like, okay.
Yep.
It's happening.
He convinced me.
Like,
And you
come
know
on.
what? My chat yelled at me because you debunked it. And I'm like, no, dude. Like, I know that there's no way. There's no way they're announcing it until Fluff told me you announced full time. I'm like, oh, yep, 100% confirmed. Done.
So not actually related, consequentially.
Sure, dude. Sure.
I left my job or put in to leave my job about a week before I knew that this was happening.
Really?
And it was a while ago. Yeah. So I put in, and then this happened, and then it also was scheduled for this week, and I was like, all right, well, that's just gonna be
That's fate right there.
Yeah,
your own chat doesn't even believe you.
I know they don't, but it's true.
They're like, no, Peachow doesn't know. He just doesn't know. Like, he confirmed it's not true. He doesn't know. I'm like, I don't believe it. He's lying to you guys.
So let's
here we
say.
go, here we go.
Okay, here we go.
Is this it?
Forget the iconic Diablo 2 box art with the Dark Wanderer staring directly into your soul. But that brings us to our surprise announcement today. Diablo 2 Resurrected. After 20 years, the genre-defining legendary game is back.
Yeah. Okay.
But now as a full HD remaster. That's 4K visuals, 7.1 sound, and a shot-for-shot remake of all the cinematics. It's been a great partnership working with Vicarious Visions on the game, and we're so glad they're now officially part of the Blizzard family.
Yeah,
so to give you more info on D2R, I'm very excited to have D2 speedrunner and content creator Mr. Llama host a round table with members of the development team,
D3
both Blizzard
remaster
and VD,
hog.
as they answer all the burning questions.
Can we get some guys on the team, maybe, though?
Awful. So I had no clue that this is what was happening, by the way. They were just like I like talk with them every now and then, and they're like, hey, like I've got this video thing to just send to you.
We're gonna watch the
or
video.
whatever it is. So like, here you go. Like that's it. They gave me no context whatsoever.
They just said turn it on and record it.
Wait, we got Kane back?
Oh, it's 2. It's 2. It's Diablo 2 Remastered. It's Diablo 2 Remastered. Come on. Come on. Show it to me.
Show
This feel in darkest hours. It may yet
There we
be
go.
your greatest moment.
I knew it was there somewhere. Somewhere out there I knew. Somewhere out there. Yo, sick. Ooh, love the campfire. Oh, that multi-shot looks awesome. Wow. and console. Okay. All right. That'll be interesting. Oh, that leap attack was awesome. Oh, the Diablo fight is gorgeous. Oh, Resurrected. Let's go. Come on.
Perfect piece of PR.
So that was super exciting. I'm Mr. LMSC. I am a Twitch streamer. I have been playing Diablo 2 for 20 years, streaming it for 6 years. I probably have over 25,000 hours in this game and just absolutely love it. So seeing the remaster happen, I have to just, of course, ask a very first high-level question. Why the D2 remaster right now?
Well, Diablo 2 is a very special game to Blizzard, as many of you well know, and Diablo 2 also had its 20th year anniversary. So with that, we really wanted to stay true to what that authentic experience was for Diablo 2 and bring it to the current audience and improve it for the existing audience and invite new people to experience it for the first time. It's also good learning opportunities too for us, especially when we're partnering up with Vicarious Visions now to work on a remaster projects like this together.
So it's been a great partnership. We've actually worked with Blizzard for a while now, a couple years, even starting with some Battle.net integration type things. We just finished Tony Hawk remaster. Before that, we did Crash Bandicoot remaster, and it just seemed like a perfect match for us to work together.
It was a shock to my system to first to come in and then see that it's a remaster trailer. Was not expecting that. But then to see the complete shift in the design and the art and everything, and I'd really love to hear more about how you came up with the process for how you want to remaster the look of it, right? How you wanted it to visually exist. And I'd love to bring in Chris Amaral to talk about some of that. Chris, can you discuss a little bit of the philosophy and the design decisions around this remaster?
So luckily we had a ton of good inspiration from the original D2 art. Our primary focus is always nostalgia, right? We want to make sure we focus on getting this right and deliver an authentic experience that players remembered from 20 years ago. Every choice we make with the art, with the models, with the environments should really ignite that nostalgia and then reinforce that emotional connection from the original game. But then we came up with like a 70-30 visual guide. 70% is basically the classic. This is where we don't touch. We don't touch what works, right? We want to maintain those iconic shapes, colors, tones. Everything should be one-to-one and faithful to the original. We want things to feel authentic and preserve those original designs. With the 30% new, that's kind of like where we're going to elevate that art. Every change we make should really signify that step forward visually.
I also noticed that the game was 3D, and can you talk a little bit about the discussion or how you moved and some challenges moving from 2D to 3D?
Well, I mean, evolving from a 2D sprite game, like a 2D image game, to a 3D is very challenging. We basically had to write a complete new PBR renderer, so a physically based renderer on top of the old game logic. It's difficult because you're dealing with models versus 2D sprites, where you have to basically write. You have dynamic lighting, you have dynamic VFX. Like a lot of that is an additional system that we have to work out on our end.
So the follow-up to that question, I suppose, is I wasn't able to see any items when I was watching that trailer. Are all of the items also going to be remastered? All of the gems, all of every single piece of this? And what sorts of flavor did you decide to add to that artwork?
So everything is being redone. So we remodeled everything because everything has to drop in the game. So you have your icon art, and then you have your 3D space art that flips, right? So we had to basically model everything. And as far as the inspiration, we actually were inspired by some original documentation that we found from Blizzard North, where there was a huge Word doc of where the original artists pulled inspiration from. So a lot of that was very historical landmarks, locations, and very very much real world referencing. So that was kind of where we kind of pulled our inspiration as well. We wanted that functional design that the original art had. Everything felt like it was believable, and that detail really does help to give it some realistic context and makes you feel more immersed in the game. Like, it makes you feel like you're part of this world when you can see every little buckle and strap.
I remember when we went into the tavern and there was garlic hanging from a beam, and we're all like, what's the garlic? And this is all full 3D everything, and then they're like, oh yeah, there was garlic in the old game. We go back and it's like 4 white sprites, and you're like, holy cow, yeah, garlic, and there's hams hanging and everything. So it was really cool to see, to see it almost for the first time.
And it's funny because original SD, like, it was made in all 3D. So we actually came across a bunch of screenshots that were a different camera. Like, it wasn't the isometric camera. It was like either marketing art or something else, or maybe just exploration. But there was shots of that garlic in the original art. You could never really see it in the pixel art, but it was there. So it was telling that they were really trying to achieve something very grand with this art.
I'm not gonna lie, I never knew that they had garlic hanging in there. I mean, maybe a couple white sprites. I thought they were maybe candles. Who knows? No clue. But that makes me excited to go look around now and just like explore all of the areas in the game, just to look at the new detailed art and see what.
Well, you see it now too, because also we have the one new feature for the art on the art side of things is a zoom camera. So it'll help you get in there and look at all the details. Like, it was something that I really felt strongly that, like, a lot of ARPGs that come out now all have a zoom feature. This will really get you up and close and personal with, like, your armor, your weapons, like everything, the runes.
Another way to look at it too is our legacy toggle feature, where you can flip back between the old visuals of the game and our current visuals. It's not even just a simple art swap. It is really the old game running underneath, because, like Chris was mentioning, our new art engine our graphics engine is running on top of the game, and is mimicking what is running underneath. It's still following all the same data and rules and timings of everything. So we are still being true to that 25 frames per second of what the game is underneath, but rendering it in a way that has more frames per second.
Yeah, I'd love to hear more about that specifically, because when I go into Diablo 2, I'm thinking 25 FPS, and like you said, the game is built on that. My faster casting, my hit recovery, all of this stuff is built on 25 FPS. So how do you create a game at 60 FPS?
So all of the logic and how the game talks with the server and everything like that runs on that cycle, and that hasn't changed. So we still have benchmarks in all of our content, say for animations of when a hit frame occurs, how long it can recover, and all of that. That all matches exactly. Now it can run at a faster frame rate, and so modern games run on time, not frames. So we've done that. But all of the logic still runs on those same things. So you can wait for your breaks to occur. All of those things still happen at the exact same. And that was through no small effort.
I mean, that's one of the most important things.
But it's super important, right? Because even if you can't see it right away, you feel it when it's different. We've done that on lots of areas. So for example, the original game only had so many sprites to render your rotation. So you'd have your character and they're rendered out at so many angles, and the monsters even less. But you could actually walk at greater directions, right? You have, I think it was 64 different squares around you that you would path to, and you'd have feet sliding. We've increased that, so now there's more granularity. Obviously it's 3D, your character can run straight, but underneath the hood, I mean, this is a game made back when the inspiration was tabletop games, and so the game is a grid. So it still respects that grid, right? Like on the controller will still allow you to move small amounts because you push the stick a little bit, but it's still, you're either in a run state or a walk state, stamina's still a thing, you're still on a grid. Like all of that logic, once again, is all being driven by the old game. That hasn't changed.
Rob was mentioning animation. Animation is also like, it was very challenging because you only had a few of the frame counts basically to make that animation. So it wasn't like a modern game where you have tons of different keys to make it very fluid animation. But we had to really like maintain that timing, that pace. The posing was a big focus for us too. We wanted to get those iconic poses for each character, and then just align that silhouette.
So continuing the talk of visuals, I want to talk about characters, cosmetics, how they look. Because I know something that I love with Diablo 2 is just putting on, a scale mail, putting on a full plate mail, putting on a sacred armor, and seeing the character have the different change and all of that. But some things still don't reflect over in the color of it or whatnot, right? Some do, some don't. Is there going to be changes there, or is it just enhancing all of those visuals?
This whole thing is making me impressed with Vicarious Visions itself.
So our goal was to basically be one-to-one with parity with the original game. So we built every piece of armor that was in the original game and is now in the remastered version. The only difference we did is with the icon items. So now we have a more connected visual with the icon and the item that drops in the game, where before you had different visuals. That's really the only thing we pushed on as far as modernization.
Yeah, so shields or weapons, a lot of the unique items that you find in the game had special kind of icon arts, right? And that is something we're actually going to be showing on your character in the new visuals.
That definitely excites me. I think that's something a lot of people would love to see, a lance guard and have the cool stuff actually on their character there.
It will be the same model you see on those icons.
Are we going to see remastering of the cinematics in the game?
Yes.
Yes, we are. Yep, the entire full 28 minutes or whatever is going to be all remastered with new high fidelity art. It's going to look amazing, by the way. So
will the sound in those also be remastered, and any other sound in the game be remastered?
All of the audio has been remastered, as well as we've added additional, surround sound features. There's more ambient. There's more effects going on. It's just a richer experience if you want to play with your, full setup. However, we have to use that measured hand as well with audio. There's just a lot of very, very iconic sounds that we really couldn't change, right? Like if you put a skull into your inventory, that pop noise,
don't change my skull sound.
Exactly, right? So there are certain things you're gonna, you'll hear. For your footsteps running will have some variety. When the rain kicks in, it's going to have a lot more depth. When you go to the jungle, you'll hear a lot more life in those trees. But yeah, there's just some sounds we couldn't mess with, right?
With Blizzard, when we're creating new games, one of our design philosophies is to what we call find the fun. And when we were looking at D2 again, we very much felt like the fun is still there. So it's actually one of our core pillars for Diablo 2 Resurrected specifically was to keep the fun and keep it at its core. And because of that, we're looking at it more as a remaster at that point, and what can we do based on what the community wants or what features naturally are necessary for making this game run on modern day systems and things like that.
I think also we want to thank and appreciate the fan base, right? This is really a true nod to the original game. We want to preserve that game and the structure of that game as much as we can. And if we went with the remake, it would be a completely different game. So I think that was the reason why we chose this.
Speaking, from my experience or from some of my community's experience and the discussions we've had, we definitely felt like with Diablo 2, a remaster just seemed like the way to go. Because there's so many, like you said, there's so many of those tiny details within the game that overall, when you add them up, create such a big part of the experience of the game. And remaking that into a new game could be a challenge, and could also be a challenge in keeping the fun of the game in that way. I kind of look at it a little bit like StarCraft Brood War, which also had a remaster, and how it's like, a lot of the pathing bugs and the, duds from the Reavers and all of these things in the game that were kind of awful are what make the game beautiful and what make the game super balanced. And if you were to go and remake it and remove some of those issues, it would change how the whole entire game plays. And so I felt like with Diablo 2, that's kind of the same idea, right? You got to keep some of those difficult details, because then it ends up creating the overall experience that we all know and love.
Yeah, we also felt that for a game during its time back in 2000, based on limitations, or everyone was still looking at strategy guides or just limited internet, it led to that kind of typical game design you see, where there was a lot of mystery, discovery. So we felt like that was another part of like, part of keeping the fun, which was to maintain that discovery of the game as well.
So speaking to maintaining and possibly changing, what are the pieces that did end up staying the same? Or if it's easier to
good, man.
The other way, what are the pieces that were really changed to bring this remaster to life?
So at its core, we want it to still be the same. So right away, things like the balance, the monsters you see on the spawn rates, item drops, and things like that are the same. And what we're doing is trying to take any of the rough edges you see, compatibility issues, resolution issues, and obviously the art, improving the arts as well. All these kinds of things you come to know from a remaster, but still maintaining very much what the game is. So,
and when it comes to the features we added, this is probably the biggest area where we scrutinize so much is this addition straying too much? Does it still create the same gameplay experience and other things like that? So things like a shared stash, we know people use mule characters, right? And so adding a shared stash we felt was the right choice when it
we have a shared stash?
We have a shared stash.
Yeah.
Oh, thank God.
Now the way that the shared stash works is there are rules, right? You can't have your ladder characters mixing a stash with a non-ladder character. And you can have your offline characters.
The artwork of that jewelry is way better.
Use your online.
And
but
gems.
for the most part, we're like, people do this anyway with a mule character, so it's okay to give them this feature.
Yeah.
That is like the greatest feature that you could add, because there's nothing worse than opening up the game, going in, dropping all your GG items to mule them over because you've run out of space, and then not being able to log back in, or the game's not created, or it didn't perm in time, and losing all of your gear, or trying to find someone to help you transfer your gear over, because, oh my gosh, a shared stash is amazing. Thank you so much. That's such a help.
Like I said, maintain the core was a thing, but the other aspect of it was to see where we can improve, right? So the shared stash is one of them, because we saw it as a very common concern, especially around muling, which people had workarounds
like
anyway, right?
shared
So that is one thing.
That's what it looks
Another
like to
example
me.
is we are reimagining the UI in the game.
PoE
With a new reimagined UI, we're still trying to stay very faithful to what you come to expect. So you'll still have the classic globes on the HUD screen, the skill icons, the potion belts, and all that. But we are reorganizing a little bit. We're trying to integrate the menu buttons and the stamina bars closer together within the HUD, so it's built a little bit cleaner. And naturally with reimagining a UI, we have some liberties to add a few things. So going back to the information I was talking about, a big thing we're doing on the character screen is we're adding an advanced stats screen as well. So we're going to be showing you all the information you get from items as well. So you don't have to do that kind of math with like looking at each of your items and
Once you
calculating
put on
how much
like
magic
2 rune
you have,
words,
for
it's going to be like
example.
20
It'll be,
pages
summarized
long.
right there for you.
Something that we've seen already in
I love it,
a
though.
lot of
Advanced
mods
stats
where
is
they've
perfect.
gone ahead and taken that information and created a little screen. So that's really nice to see that you guys are implementing that as well. Because yeah, I don't think anybody like sitting down and counting up the magic find of every specific item, and all of their charms and all of everything to figure out what is the number, how much do I have.
We've also added auto gold, so you can opt in. It is a feature you can turn off, which is one of the things we have to be careful of. A handful of other things where we're like, if you want this, you can turn it on, but you can also keep it off. This was actually something that we started looking into when we were adding controller support. There's a lot of paths that we could have taken with controller support. Obviously for controllers on console, which we're coming out on, but allowing just plug a controller in for accessibility reasons, for that might be the way you want to play. But it's a PC first experience. Like for example, there's still an inventory grid, there's still inventory Tetris. That's core to what Diablo 2 is, right? Taking that away, it starts to become
hard to go back,
something
man.
different.
And I love that. I think that's the perfect way to really introduce it, because you're going to have that split in the community. You're going to have half the people who say, just give me auto gold. It's 2020. I don't want to worry about having to pick up every individual gold stack. But then you're going to have the opposite side of purists who go, don't touch this, like that completely changes my game experience. And you know, if I'm speedrunning through the game or playing through whatever, I want to be able to go over and pick up the gold stacks and take that time, and that's more a part of the Diablo 2 experience for me. I want to jump back to features in a second, but before we do, you just brought up console play, and I feel like we have to jump into console, the decision for console, and how you're gonna make that work. You already talked a little bit about like auto gold, having that to be a little more accessible. But when I think of Diablo 2, I think of a mouse going and clicking everywhere. And how does this work on a console?
To say it wasn't a challenge would be a bold lie. So there's a couple things. For the most part, the game thinks you're still using a keyboard and mouse with a controller. That was almost a rule we kept, that helped keep us on the rails, because we didn't want to be sacrificing, once again, that authentic experience. But we did want to make it more accessible, bring it to a modern audience. I mean, there are people who were born after this game came out that we want them to enjoy it and play it. And a lot of those people are used to, just more modern titles that could use a controller. Also, from an accessibility of just allowing you to plug in a controller, helps for many other people to get to enjoy the game. The biggest thing I think that we are, there are two big things we'll say. One is you're changing the way you play the game from being kind of an eye in the sky and telling your hero what to do by clicking on areas, to actually being your character and directing them. So pathfinding is gone, right? Because you're doing the pathfinding and things like that, which creates some very interesting things. For example, the sorceress's teleport is meant to teleport to wherever you click. So in that area, when you're playing on the console, we will have a kind of a default distance that you will teleport to. Whereas on the PC, you can click wherever you want. Same with Barbarian's Leap, although that one's interesting because it levels, but it's become a very, very fun challenge. Like, I'm a necromancer and I need to target an item on the ground that has a certain keyword. It's working so far, but you guys will be the ultimate judge of that.
Yeah, we've had a lot of talks back and forth, play testing and things like that. A big challenge we had too was categorizing, all those 300 character skills, to see how each of them really play, to see what challenges there were. And yeah, like Rob mentions, the Necromancer Iron Golem is a favorite of ours to continuously talk about because of the various ways it can target. Also, like a Sorcerer's Telekinesis is another example.
Watching the trailer, we see the assassin and druid at the campfire. We see a druid casting tornado. I have to ask though, even still, this includes Lord of Destruction, right? This is going to be a full encompassing remaster and not just classic or just a piece?
That's correct. Yeah, we are going to be including both the base Diablo 2 and the expansion Lord of Destruction as well. And we're even keeping the mode of playing non-expansion character as well, right? So you could still play a classic barbarian, for example, and things like that.
Okay, awesome. Because that was something I was also going to ask was, will there be classic mode? Because once again, when you go to the purist, you always have the people that go back all the way and they're like, classic is pure and that's it, and I won't play anything else.
Yeah, it was very much a mode we wanted to keep. Even based on popularity, it might not be as much, but it's still a part of the game, and it still leads to interesting ways of playing too, right? A lot of it's even data driven too, so like a lot of the reasons to keep it were pretty clear to us. Like, let's make sure we're not taking something away from this remaster.
I'd love to go ahead and start talking about some of the other features, or continue talking about some of the other features that you had mentioned before, because hearing each of these already has gotten me so excited for this game. And so what are some other little things that you felt could be changed, wouldn't change the whole flow of the game, but just improve it a little bit?
One thing we're looking into is making it easier to interact with your stash. So having quick keys to move to your stash is one thing versus like dragging the mouse to every time you want to move something to your stash. Other things we're looking at as well are like an item comparison tooltip. So in case you're looking at some other item, you can hold shift or whatever controller button is mapped, and then you can see what equipped items you have just for quick glances, things like that.
The item comparison is a great example of us adding it, but added it with a measured hand. So we don't suggest any gear for anybody.
I noticed that Diablo tries
the
to
gear in
suggest and
Diablo
this
2 is so quirky and different, and every class can use everything, that us recommending things like that actually was more confusing to people. So you hold shift and it's like, here's what you got equipped, here's what it is.
I think that's the great way to do it with Diablo 2, because
In the
I agree.
case of
I mean,
Immortal,
I think
sometimes
that's
it's
one of the best
suggested
parts about Diablo
incorrectly.
2. The items are so fantastic,
made me
so
mad.
unique in their own design that it would be near impossible to have a tooltip that could actually recommend one or the other.
Always incorrect.
You know, because it's all so
Pretty much
unique
always,
to
yeah.
every situation and character and skill build and everything.
We added 5 more languages, so that's a feature to a lot of people who speak those other languages. The whole front end is pretty much modernized now, so your character is much bigger front and center right in the beginning, and you'll have a backdrop of whatever act you're in. So that's all been streamlined. You can still, play online or offline, but that flow has been improved.
So what are your favorite changes that each of you have within the game so far?
There's a lot of fun. It's fun to see a lot of the art come to life with our new visuals. So for me, one of the things I've been waiting for since first starting on this game was to see that character creation campfire scene come to life in our new arts, and I'm really happy to see how far it's progressed, and I love seeing that. It's just such an iconic moment. It's the first thing you really see in the game before you get started, and it's amazing.
Can I say all the art? No, I'm just kidding. So we added, like Rob mentioned, we added an act-specific screen in the front end. And it's basically this large screen where we have like a diorama of each act, and it's amazing to see because it feels like you're really there. Like you can see the detail, you can see every aspect of the scene, and it just has that very immersive feeling to it. So that's probably my favorite part.
I think mine is a little bit more squishy. I think our game has gotten a little scarier. I think that there are certain areas in the game where just the way that the 3D lighting is and the way the sound is, and I play it on a big screen TV sometimes, and just it feels scarier, it feels creepier, a little more claustrophobic in certain areas. That's not just one feature, there's a lot of things going on there, but I think it's really, really cool. I would like to hope that had the original creators had the tools we have today, it's the experience they would have wanted to make.
Yeah, I think the lighting really helps with that too, because we're a 3D game. That's one of the biggest differences between the original games. So what the game had before with the sprites, with 3D models built into sprites, was not a true real-time lighting system. So because we're pushing that with a 3D graphics engine running on top of the game and getting actual 3D lighting inside of those kinds of caverns and corridors makes for a very interesting experience now, because it just feels more immersive with having light react around you like that.
Yeah, I would definitely say, I mean, I've only seen the trailer piece you sent me, but even from that, just seeing like down in the tunnels or the sewers or, any of those like you said, cavern dungeonous zones, the lighting, it was darker and brighter, and then things like the skeletons
there,
with the
like
fire,
light radius would actually really
just
help
had like
you. You
this
can't see
different,
jack shit there.
I agree, creepier feel. So I haven't seen much more than or anything more than you guys showed me.
You can't see
But
anything.
there was definitely a different feel to the
just
game.
throw fireballs.
And I loved the
Now I can
fire
see.
the most, I think. Just watching like the Sorceress Meteor was like gorgeous.
Fire and lightning, once we got all the effects up and running, that was definitely a couple of times where we would be just in a review and we're like, and 10 minutes would go by and we're like, oh crap, we had a meeting, we were just playing now. Another thing that kind of goes without saying, that just because it's parody, but 8-player multiplayer, that just works, but once again, it was tricky to get that going.
So with multiplayer, are there going to be any changes, any differences in there from PvP to trading to how players interact, units blocking each other? I mean, all sorts of stuff.
So with multiplayer, we want to keep all the features you've known and loved there. So PvP will still be there, down to like opening the party window and engaging hostility. Trading is still going to function the same as You know, you can go into games, trade items, or talk in chat channels and things like that. Areas of improvement, though, like I said, going back to my mentioning of reimagining a lot of the UI, improvements to the Battlenet lobby. So we're trying to look at some things like improving like how you browse server games. Like, so when you're looking at a game to join and typing passwords and things like that, that's the kind of area we're trying to see how we could smooth out in ways like making sure you can browse normal games, Nightmare games, and Hell games, even though you've graduated to the higher difficulty. I'm sure you've known that.
There's nothing worse than accidentally killing Bale in Nightmare when you're trying to do Nightmare Bale runs and you're like, I can't find any of the games anymore for Nightmare Bale runs.
But you can if you log into a separate character.
Right, you go to a separate character and then look at
that was kind of our logic, right? We want since there are workarounds there,
that's an advanced strategy right there.
Made it
they know
easier
the game.
for us to make the decision of allowing some of those things. Another change is also
Llama,
looking
would
into
you support them changing
reducing
when you kill
ladder
the cow king,
seasons
you can't open
overall.
the cow
So right now,
level
ladder
anymore,
seasons
right?
in Diablo 2 are
What
6
if they-
months.
Yeah,
and we're looking at reducing
they can change that. That's cool.
as well to help
Yeah, I hope
have more engagement.
I hope they
and
take out that
kind of
penalty,
drive more
'cause that's-
incentives too.
that's
You know,
not
6
good,
months is
right?
a long time, and we're looking into like if we make it shorter, we could probably have greater beats throughout the year, as well as seeing people strive harder for getting like that to that level 99, right?
So is there going to be any reward change on that, or will it just simply be, you know, the same standard? You get to 99, you're 99 on that leaderboard, and I mean that's a giant reward in itself. But I don't know if there's any other piece go up on the Battle.net website or something.
We're not looking into adding anything beyond what the game really did, but in some ways there will be some things that kind of come out of because of what we changed. So we have the ladder, the leaderboard, right, where you can see each class going to level 99. There are easier ways to filter through that. And we're also looking into saving that, right? So you can always look back to previous seasons as well. So in a way, we're creating that kind of legacy now that has kind of been dropped from the past. So that's one advantage, is your names could be there in the legacy if you're looking in the past.
I mean, I think that would be cool enough. Just anything to keep it there as like a forever. Like this was season 1, season 2, you know? Like that's when I got my 89. Because I know a lot of people like to go and reflect kind of on their old characters and pushes and stuff like that.
Character expiration will not be a thing anymore, by the way. Due to modern Battle.net integrations, we do not have to. You will not have to worry about refreshing your character, so they will stay with you.
Awesome. Will there be anything different with like character names then, if that's the case?
Oh, yeah. So this was one that we talked about for a very, very long time. So because we are moving to global servers and we have cross progression, we will allow duplicate names because with everyone being in the same thing across all consoles and all platforms and other things like that, you would very quickly bump into duplicates like day one. And so we are allowing duplicate names. However, they will also be appended with your gamer tag or your Battle.net ID or the things like that, so that you are still unique. But this also allows us for people to play the game quicker, because we can autofill in your name, other things like that.
Rob touched on it a little bit, but another mention there was going to global servers as well. So this is a new thing we're doing, where the concept of US West, US East, Asia regions, and EU are no longer going to be a thing in terms of like being on separated servers. Wow, can you imagine how competitive
the leaderboards are going to be?
Push for a global
Holy shit.
play.
I'm going to be level 10 and someone in China is going to be 99.
Across people around the world.
I think that's a fantastic change. That's always been one of the like saddest parts, is like they're on EU and I'm on, you know, US East, and then my other friend's on US West, and it's like, how do we get us all together? You know, like, okay, somebody has to make a sacrifice there. And so that seems like a really positive change. So far, you guys are killing it. I'm loving absolutely. I just want to say, like, I'm loving all of the changes and all of the decisions that have been made. It feels like you're really respecting the integrity of the game, but really bringing in a lot of that quality of life, because Diablo 2 just had some of those pain points like muling and separate servers and all of that.
So I just want to throw that out there really quick.
There's a lot of love and care going on into this. Like we're very passionate about Diablo 2. You know, I can even give you a little anecdote of when I started on the team. I was asking around too. Naturally, as a designer, I want to know as much as possible about this game in order to make good decisions on a remaster. So I asked around, like, what kind of files and leftover archives do we have from before, from Blizzard North? And I was told, like, I was given some, and like this, I was told that was it, which I quickly disbelieved because I like to just do my own little digging arounds to find out things. So I dug around a lot in a lot of archives, and I looked around in different teams as well, because naturally a game from 20 years ago, people have moved on different teams, and like where has data moved around across our other games across Blizzard. So it was within folders, I like to say, that I found a lot of old source files from Diablo 2. A lot of things, like within folders of saying stuff we should archive. And there was a lot of stuff to archive indeed, because there were a lot of things, like we're talking like model source files, old tools that Blizzard North used to create like the sprites and things like that. All these things I spent months and months organizing and communicate that out to the team and help getting Blizzard library team and other people to help out too, to help share as much information as possible, which helps a lot with when we're adapting some of these models and whatnot and making new art out of it, because sometimes those pixels aren't good enough, and if we have some kind of source model to look at, if we have it, now we can make even closer decisions.
On that day when he found that, I think that really helped me greatly. Like, we sent all of that imagery, even the models, I think we sent over to the outsource teams and different art teams, which they used as like a stepping stone. The only piece of art we actually reused one-to-one were Tyrael's wings. So we actually took the Tyrael wings from the old Max file and then just repurposed that for hours. Like, we did very little work, very little modernization of that. We just made it work. But yeah, we did follow a lot of the rules that the old game actually used. For like another example is the succubus, in which I think the old Blizzard North model, they reused the assassin mesh for the body, and we did the same thing. We use our assassin mesh for the succubus.
Yeah, a lot of fun discoveries that we're actually kind of making the same decisions on in interesting ways. Another example too, like, is because we found a lot of stuff. There's a lot of old texture files for some environments on the game. So another example is like the walls you see in the Act 2 tombs with those kinds of like paintings on them are the same textures we're using, because we found the source files for those.
Any symbology we have questions on, we always like jump into that archive, try to find some kind of source or reference or something, and we just reuse it as much as possible. We want this to be as true as possible.
That could even carry over to the cinematics too, like a lot of the cinematics cover the same locations. Think of like Tal Rasha's tomb with Baal in front of it, and there's all those runes going on behind him. Finding sources like that to try to match as much as possible was a goal, and I'm glad to say we did find those kinds of things and matching it very well. So it's helping our cinematics too.
There was even concepts we repurposed. Like, we found a couple concepts that were amazing from 20 years ago. The Bloodhawk and the Bloodhawk Nest, and we used that completely to rebuild our new asset.
I mean, that's fascinating. I feel like I could just sit here for hours and hours, days, as you guys talk through every single thing you found in the source files.
I could too. I'm still organizing it to this day. I still could find something that could, as I put it, I'm very meticulous with this stuff because I love it so much. I'm putting, like, categorizing everything. Like, this is everything I found on War Eve. This is everything I found on the Greater Mummy Monster or Baal or something. And then if Chris comes to me and needs help with like some kind of way of identifying what parts of the creatures are or something, I even go through lengths of like seeing if I could open up those models and actually re-rendering them out in a way that we could actually see it in higher detail and see the Greater Mummy is showing like part of his bone on his knee, so we should try to match that or something like that. And there's a lot of interesting stories and references that we actually used to create the new art by re-rendering models out to see everything.
Yeah, it was literally like video game archaeology, and even learning how parts of D1 were made, parts of the code that were commented out. Totally geek out on just all of the, because it's a game that we all kind of grew up in, and a lot of us got into the games industry because of these types of games, and this game in particular, right? Like, and so it's almost like we're treating it like a classic car, right? Like, okay, it probably shouldn't run on leaded gas anymore, but you really can't change it, right? You just got to make it, good enough, even better, than they remember, and good for another 20 years.
Yeah, and even mention of Diablo 1 is very key too. Like we look at Diablo 1 as well, because naturally this being a sequel to Diablo 1, especially within the time span of when it came, like Diablo 1, was 1996 and Diablo 2, 2000. A lot of things carried over throughout development. So going back to see Diablo 1 and what it's like also helped us make decisions, even some of the arts too, because we discovered certain things we didn't even realize before until later down the line. Like an example is in the Chaos Sanctuary, you see a lot of statues with these black knights, and those are actually the same Chaos Knights you see in Diablo 1. So sometimes some of the things I find, even source files from Diablo 1, were useful for us for reference, so we can make the new statues and things like that.
Even the Sorcerer and the Act 3 Hireling shared very similar models. Like it was just an addition helmet or a little bit of detail on the chest, but that was really the difference.
You guys need to do a just developer archaeology discussion at some point where you just sit down and talk through all of this, because this is the most fascinating stuff I've heard. I mean, I've played so much Diablo 2 that I know so many intricacies of the game, but when there's more to be discovered, it's oh man, I'm itching to know. So I would love to just listen.
The funny thing is, going back to our core philosophies on the game, we wanted to keep discovery and the mystery and stuff. Because you keep discovering things all the time when you play Diablo 2, all these little hidden rules and informations. It kind of carries that fascination over through development as well. We find a lot of things in the code, design documents, models, things like that were really fascinating to see how they were made. And I learned something new every day on the projects.
One thing, shifting back to the online play here, I know there's definitely going to be questions around security. How are we handling duping? How are we handling bots? How are we handling, just anything around that, realm downs, and all of the disconnects and all of that good stuff that we deal with online? What's being taken, or what actions being taken there?
So moving over to modern BattleNet helps us with a lot of those types of things. To say it's Loctite, I wouldn't dare do that. That's like throwing a gauntlet down to the community to try to break it. But all of that should be far more secure now. Now, we do still allow you to play offline, right? You will need to authenticate that your copy is legit, but after that, you won't be bothered. And so there's a reason why we leave those characters quarantined away from online.
I mean, yeah, we have a server team working on it, and these are some of their efforts, right? We want to stop the bots, stop duping as much as possible. There's a lot of strides happening in the back end of things.
So I'm excited to play this game, and I'm sure a lot of other people are very excited. How can we sign up for this closed beta, and when will this game be coming out?
Actually, we will be doing a technical alpha, and you can sign up on our webpage today for future waves of invites. As for the game itself, it will be releasing 2021.
Well, I just want to say thank you to the remastering team right here. I absolutely am blown away by how much effort and how much passion you guys are putting into this game and just into Diablo 2. I've loved Diablo 2 for 20 years, and I never thought that the game could get better. But I think you guys are respecting the integrity while upgrading and adding and improving. And I think this is going to overall just better the game. So thank you guys so much. I appreciate you having me on and for all of the hard work you've done.
Awesome. Thank you. I mean, your praise means the world to us. I mean, you and people like you who keep the game going for 20 years. Like, that's, if you guys didn't do that, this might not be happening, right? We see the passion in what you do, in what your colleagues do. Like, so thank you even more. And thanks for coming to do this. This was fun.
So many questions.
Okay, Fluffy, ask the questions.
So, at any point, I don't even know if you can answer this, but were you ever consulted about any decision?
The game is still in production, and throughout the technical alpha, there is, trying to see how to answer this, contributions and things can be made from the community and those playing to the team.
Yes.
So,
sorry, that's something.
you know, if we get in and we're like, hey, this looks bad, hey, this needs changes, hey, you know, I don't like how this isn't feeling right, this is buggy, this isn't working right, whatever. All of those things we can tell to them, and they can Amazon, exactly. They can make adjustments, you know, and such. So
Was there anything? I know it's still honeymoon phase and you're on cloud 9, but was there anything that you were disappointed by?
Oh, for sure.
Okay.
I was disappointed. I mean, we already talked a little bit about it. There's definitely a couple of visuals that the druid looks like a hobo. The Amazon looks like a grandma. And, or like Donald Trump dressed up as an Amazon to try and get into the Amazon Warriors Club. Something. It's those two. When I saw them, I was like, oh my god! Like, please change them. So I saw those a bit late. So, you know, I'll definitely throw that feedback into them. That like the darkness overall is so good and dark, but I think it's almost like too much maybe sometimes. Like, it's really dark. Like, light radius is now really important almost, it feels like, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't see anything there, but I actually thought that's awesome. It's actually like you're going through a dungeon,
which is really showing off the lighting too.
So that's the thing is, is it better to create this slightly new experience where being in a cave, being in a sewer, being in a dungeon is even darker and crazier and whatever? Or is it better to get the lighting and the darkness levels more matching of that of regular D2 so that it's more balanced in the nature of that, right? This is the question right here that I don't know what it is. So, you know, that's I don't know if disappointment is the thing, because I think it looks better, but it's definitely a you know, just something like, that's one of those questions that, like, I don't know what the right answer is.
Wait, so if you switch the game back to the previous graphics, you're going to have an advantage there then in the dungeons?
Yeah, so that would be an advantage because it's not going to be as dark. But once again, is this game built where, you know, like, obviously I'm a speedrunner, so I'm always thinking of like advantages in every possible way. Wider screen, can I teleport a little further maybe with the, you know, I mean, I'm always looking for all the crazy advantages. Will that, you know, matter? Because otherwise, this isn't a competitive game when you're just like going through dungeons, right? Like, you're just, if I'm in a dungeon and you're in a dungeon, there's, you know, there's no like, it's not like we're doing riffs for times or anything. And so being able to see a little more is improving it. So
maybe two separate records for speedruns.
Yeah, I definitely think there's going to be two separate like categories for it.
I just noticed what's on the main screen. What the hell's going on?
I just jumped off to my main camera because I'm like, what is happening?
I've been watching the whole time. You guys were talking. Sorry.
This musical performance doesn't really remind me of slaying demons in hell, but yeah. And one thing that will change a little bit is, at least I used to play Diablo 2 religiously, and when you got to Hell, it was all, yeah, there's a lot of bots, and you you have like five paladins with perfect Hodos and CDAs and Enigmas, and everyone's just fully decked out. It's like, well, if they actually stop the duping and all the botting and stuff, it's like, bail runs might actually be challenging. It's like, if you don't have a sorceress, it's like, well, start walking, guys.
I mean, I hope they do. I really hope. And, like they said, they're integrating it into current BattleNet, modern BattleNet. So that's going to definitely help, because old janky broken bottled. But D3 is. So botting, I think, is something that they will just have to take on as their own. Like, they want to stop botting. That's how much work do you want to put into stop botting? People are going to do it. D3 obviously has tons of bots. And so that's just will they have people that go in and do that? But duping, on the other hand, I think is something that actually can be stopped. Like, is there duping in Diablo 3?
No. Not that I'm aware of, no.
Yeah. And so duping really exists because of broken BattleNet from Diablo 2, and basically people can just abuse that. So, you're just like tricking the servers, and it's like pretty easy. Like pretty easy, but it's easy enough.
Did you get to talk about mods at all?
I was just going to ask that.
Yes. Yeah. I guess they didn't put it in there. So mods are going to be supported, but they will be supported on not the remastered, because remastered is going to be in modern BattleNet, and it's not going to be like as easy to get like the code and all of that. So basically all of the mods will still, everything that we have is staying the same. It's still going to exist. So that's kind of the big thing that they were saying. Like, we're not, if there's PD2, POD, Median Excel, all that stuff, your single player informations, your randomizers, everything you have will exist on its own. And then this remastered will be within modern BattleNet.
Is there a scenario?
It's understandable.
Is there a scenario where you would want to play those mods again after this?
I mean, yeah, probably. Like, it's still fun. I'd still go enjoy, jumping on and doing just a playthrough of it, on a new character, or doing a ladder reset or whatever it is. This is definitely like super sexy. So, I mean, I'm going to be very excited to play this.
So does that,
it's always nice to get new content, right?
Does that mean on the new Diablo 2 remastered that things like the map hack, for example, are not going to work?
I mean, unless somebody finds a map hack for Diablo 2 remastered.
Yeah, like makes a new one for the new game or something.
Is there a map hack in Diablo 3?
Oh my god.
Back in Diablo 3.
There is a super thing for Diablo 3 that a lot of, like, 95% of the end game players play. That's against TOS. It's kind of sad.
Awful.
Yeah. So
okay, well then somebody will probably find a map hack for this one eventually or something. So I mean, the nice thing is at least it's not as. Like, map hack's not as bad in Diablo 2. In Diablo 3, that's pretty garbage, because that would actually help you a lot, I would think, for endgame, for your rifts and all that stuff. But in D2, I don't think map hack would... I mean, it's like just... It doesn't give you a competitive advantage that much. You can level up a little faster because you know where, like, the exits are and magic finding. But, I don't know. But I'm sure somebody will try and come out with a hack and whatever. This is all the, they're going to try and fix it. I don't remember, Warren. I'm not sure if they're bringing the ladder-only rune words and all of that stuff into single player. I might have asked that, but I can't remember. This was in December. So.
I kind of wish they would have gone forward with not noticing the garlic, just so that one guy on the internet could be like, there's no fucking garlic.
they didn't get the garlic. the garlic is the perfect example and show of just like level of detail that they put into it. I just was so, I mean, everything about it was
I've
like
played some
having to
Vicarious
sit
stuff.
here. Yeah.
They did awesome. I've been praising them for a while. Like everything I've played that they've touched has been amazing. So it's the thing. That's pretty awesome.
Having to sit here for so long and everybody just being like, if there's a remaster, it's gonna suck, and all that stuff, and everybody just coming in and being, and I'm just like, no guys, it's so good. It's so good. Like they just did it so well. But I just have to be like, maybe it'll suck. I don't know. But like, and just everybody's like, Warcraft 3 Reforged, Warcraft 3 Reforged. I'm like, don't forget StarCraft Remastered was great. And they're like, Warcraft 3 sucked. Oh God.
How long you been lying to us? How can we ever trust you?
Exactly. And then I was on Danctuary like a couple weeks ago, and you guys were like, tell us, Llama, what are your predictions? What do you think? I was like, I don't know.
Put you in a bad spot. Yeah, another thing about like the attention to detail and like how good it looks is, I played Diablo 2 a lot, but when I played back then, it was actually literally on dial-up internet on, the Diablo 2 graphics themselves are very dated, but you're also using just like shitty hardware, right? Your computer sucks, your monitor sucks. It's going to be a whole different ball game, with a remastered game on, completely different hardware. You're going to be able to enjoy it in a
I haven't
completely
played it since either.
Playing with the trackball. I mean,
I'm gonna play this.
Oh, the trackball.
So yeah, the main thing is, I guess the main thing for me, again, I mean to just keep bringing it up, but it's going to be a great game. A lot of people are going to buy it. A lot of people are going to play it. A lot of people are going to enjoy it. I'm trying to envision how I, as an ambassador of, the Diablo community itself, how are we going to get people to continue to enjoy it? Because I think it's going to be like, maybe a 1-season thing, 2-season thing, and then I think a lot of people are going to fall off from it. And I don't know, maybe that's just the nature of the beast, and it has nothing to do with the quality of the game. But I would have loved to have heard that they had at least some plans in the future to, like, first we remaster Diablo 2 and then release some cool stuff or something.
Yeah. So it didn't make it into the final cut, but they basically said that there's potential for plans of that. So they were like, because I was like, are we going to get Act 6? And they were like, currently we're just developing the base and all of that. But people are playing it and enjoying the game, and it's doing well, basically, right? If it sells well and people are having fun and all that stuff, like, maybe we do some more.
How cringe would it be if the remaster of Diablo 2 got an expansion or Act 6? Meanwhile, we can't get one more endgame activity in Diablo 3 for like 10 years.
I know. It's unfortunate that it's not a good enough game for an expansion.
Okay.
Wow.
To get another end game content piece.
One strategy that, I mean, I'm not exactly a marketing expert here, but one strategy that I would very strongly consider is, especially at the, you have the initial launch, and let's say it's successful. Okay, you have a lot of people playing it and enjoying it. I would probably be tempted to commit to at least promising to release something. It's an Act 6, or it's a new end game activity, and
end game boss, or
something that way the people who bought the game know that there is at least going to be something coming, so they can power up and get ready for it and get ready to enjoy something in the future. What I'm afraid of right now in the current situation is, okay, you release the game and everyone plays it, and the current thought is that nothing new is coming, and they get bored of it and they leave, and then be like, whoa, wait. Remember everybody who just quit? Wait, we got something coming for you now. Will you come back? I'd rather already, let them know preemptively, right? So I would love for them to consider doing something, bring something to the game new, and see if that keeps them on the line a little bit longer. Because if all these games are releasing in 2021, we have D2 Remastered and we have Diablo Immortal. Well, the next thing that we're getting is Diablo 4, which is going to be in like 2029, right? What are we going to do for 8 years? You know what I mean?
So funny, like hearing non-Diablo 2 people talk about like needing constant content updates.
You guys,
and
you
we've
say
just
like
been over here
we
playing
didn't play Diablo 2. We all play, like, well, not all of us. Some of us are filthy casual, Pete John. But
yeah, some people are filthy casual. I'm just saying, like, you know, it's like the PoE people who are like, 3 months. Like after 2 months, they're like, I'm so bored. Where's the new content? And it's like, we're just over
Some of
here
us
20
like to
years
leave
later,
game,
like,
make new
this
game.
is great. Fail runs. Like, I'm having the time of my life. You know, it's just like a different mindset. Like Diablo 2 is just the classic. You play through the game, you beat it, you do a bunch of bail runs and PvP, and then when you're ready, you make a new character and you do it again. Like that's your new content. That's just kind of how it's always been. So for me, I'm indifferent there. I'm like, you know what? If there's new content coming, cool. Like I'd love an Act 6 or like a new boss fight or some cool stuff, but I don't need like promises of endgame and all of this stuff. And you know, I think some people will leave, and then maybe when they announce some new content, they'll come back to it. And that's
so.
I think a lot of people will stay on it.
So that makes sense, Llama. I completely understand what you're saying, but that the promise of new content is not really directed at you or the niche Diablo 2 crowd, or even someone, even the people on the panel who will just blast Diablo 2. I'm talking about the new people that it will bring in. A lot of those new people who are used to playing the other games have regular content updates. They will come in, they will beat the game, they'll do a couple bear runs,
they'll leave.
But we don't want. That's it though. We don't want them to leave, right? We want them to stay.
I'm fine with them leaving. This is no. I don't want to. Maybe it's the old grandpa in me, but I don't want to accommodate and change this game to try and just fit with, you know, the young attention span that can't go more than a week without needing something new.
Grandpa Llama doesn't want anyone on his lawn.
Not Grandpa Llama. Get off my lawn and go play your fork knife over in the, you know, with your friend Jimmy or whatnot.
Elitist Llama.
Thanks for having me, Rex. I'm gonna get out of here.
All right, Mr. Peachchild, appreciate you, buddy.
See you guys.
Later.
Buff, Llama. See you.
CP.
So, you know, that's my thoughts. Like I'm an old soul, but you know, I don't think we got to go crazy and do all the insane stuff to keep it and have all that. I think old people who played the game will come back. People who are currently playing the game will play it, and then new people will come in and play it. Some of them will leave. Some of them will find the passion there and play some more. And like that's good enough for me. I don't think Diablo 2 Remastered needs to be the game that captures and does all that. I think that's Diablo 4's job, is to come in and do all of that stuff right there. Also, hi Muggle Mama.
The voice of reason is here. Tell us what you think, Muggle Mama. Give us the thoughts.
About which part?
Let's start with D2 Remastered. How do you feel about the game?
I was afraid of that when I heard D2 Remastered, and I was like, I'm on with Llama. I have no experience with D2. None. Like I didn't play it growing. I didn't start playing PC games until 2018. So my experience with D2 was maybe 6 months ago. And I got to Act 3 before I couldn't handle the graphics of it anymore. I was like,
yeah,
I can't do this. And so I think it's cool. It looks good. I'll probably purchase it. I can't say I'm going to dive deep into it, though, because I don't know it at all.
That's fair.
So
that's the thing that blows my mind time after time is like literally as much as we could sit here and, you know, shit on the concept or whatever, literally all of us are gonna buy it, and I haven't met a single person that's like, nah, I'm not gonna play it. So it's like it's gonna kill, it's gonna crush. Period.
I mean, you mean already bought it, right? Like that was the first thing I did was, oh god, pre-order. Will it get me into the alpha? No. Okay, well.
Mr. Llama, I have a sneaking suspicion that you will make it into the technical alpha. I'm not a fortune teller, but
I got my fingers crossed. I got my fingers crossed. All right, I'm gonna try and slip him a $5. See if that'll help.
They're gonna call in the real face of Diablo, and we're gonna make some changes.
Oh God, don't ruin it, please.
So, Llama, when the D2 Remastered is out, it's everything you ever wanted it to be. Are you gonna, when Diablo 4 comes out, are you gonna make the switch? Are you gonna play them both? I mean, it's hard to say, you're way in advance, but what's the play there?
I mean, Diablo 2 Remastered is coming out 2021. I don't think they gave us a release date still for Diablo 4, right? I was kind of expecting to see.
We don't even have the 5th class.
Yeah. So now, like, I was hoping Diablo 4 was gonna hit like spring 2022, but now I feel like they would have announced it there. So I feel like almost 2023 is like looking more likely. So that kind of gives us some time with D2 Remaster. Like we'll go spend a couple years with D2 Remaster, crush it, and then by the time D4 comes out, we can make a decision there.
I see zero scenario. Zero scenario where you play D4. Like you're just gonna play it for a week and you go right back to D2 and you know it.
Wow. I don't know. I mean, it's not like it's. I mean, if it's Diablo 3, I'll play it for a week and go right back to D2. But like, it just depends. I feel like, honestly, I mean, I don't know if you guys watched. You probably did the D4 discussion right after. I thought it was fantastic. I thought they did some really cool stuff. They were talking a lot about PvP. The rogue looks awesome. I honestly think D4, every update that we get on D4, I think looks better and better. Like that's kind of my thoughts. So I'm super. They still need to do some stuff. There's still some fixes, obviously, and some things that don't look great. But like every update, it has improved. So I'm really hopeful that D4 is fun and something that I can go over and play a lot of, and then probably do some balancing of D2 and D4.
So yeah, Alexia and Muggle, what are your guys' plans? You guys going to blast D2 Remastered? Are you guys looking forward to D4? Is it progressively getting better as Llama is hinting? Were you hoping for more, or was this enough from this BlizzCon?
I mean, Llama really sells it to me. I'm gonna buy it. I'm gonna buy it, and I'll play it, but we'll see if I play it for a month or 2 months, or it's really up to how long I can play it for.
I think blast D2 is a strong phrase for me. But I mean, am I going to play it? Yes. But I mean, I'm going to stick with D3 until D4 comes out. I mean, I like D3, so, I haven't been playing it since vanilla, so it's still, it's still plenty for me to learn there. But D4 looks good. The rogue is hot. Like, she's sexy, so I'm excited about that.
Awesome.
But I think it's shaping up really well. They seem to be taking everything we've been saying and taking it to heart.
So Rax, you probably are with me. I'm probably gonna blast it. You probably blast it too for at least like that first season, right?
Oh yeah, Diablo 2. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Llama, we need Diablo 2 University courses, like some refreshers, please. Get on that.
I mean, I've got guides all over on my YouTube, ! YouTube in my chat, and so there are plenty of guides for all sorts of characters. I've got guides for starting out the game, how the characters function, all sorts of stuff. I mean, these are things that I've just been making.
Yeah, but it's
for
all like
years
all
now.
D2 classic gameplay in the background. I need new stuff. I need the new videos.
That's honestly what I was afraid of.
It's fine.
That's what I was afraid of. I was like, do I need to redo all of my guides with the remastered footage behind them?
Yes.
What you do is
No.
you keep the guides exactly as you have them, and you just say that you selected the option to revert in the old graphics, but it's the new game, and no one could ever know the difference. Just don't open the stash tab and don't show the tabs, and then it will be done. So let's say
my guides resurrected.
What if Immortal and D2 remastered? It looks like potentially they're going to release it about the same time, and you gotta split your time. What's it looking like for you guys? Is it like 50-50? Is it Llama? I'm guessing 100% in D2 remastered. How are you guys going to allocate your time there? And are you going to put any into D3?
No. How to allocate time between remastered and original, you're saying?
Let's say it's released on the same day. What's the allocation there?
I'll play 100% remastered. Okay, done.
What about the other three? What would you do?
Are we saying Immortal versus remaster?
They're both
Resurrected?
releasing in 2021, right? Let's say they were released on the same day. How would you allocate your time?
Yeah, so I would blast. Hear me out before you hate. Okay, I would blast Immortal first, but I genuinely think that there's going to be a very short time window of when the pay to win starts creeping, right?
Jeff Bezos comes in.
Yeah, and so I know that
About
D2
3
is like
days.
sitting there waiting for me, with open arms as soon as that
No pay to win.
time period's over. Yeah, so that would be my allocation.
Okay.
100% both, but the time window of Immortal is pretty short.
So just to be clear, real quick, once the pay to win whales, once they surpass you, Fluffy, are you done with Immortal forever?
Yes.
You're out.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Wow. Okay. Muggle.
I kind of feel the same.
How to get Fluffy out? Buy all the stuff. I'll blast Immortal for sure. I'll blast Immortal, and I will probably pick up D2 and play it for a week, and then I'll probably alternate between Immortal and D3.
I think if we're still getting updates for D3 like we are, that's gonna be my priority, and then Diablo Immortal and D2 kind of like on the side.
And stick with D3.
Uncle, you haven't even played Diablo 2 though yet, right?
I mean, like I said, I got to Act 3 before I.
What if it captivates
take
you
anymore.
in an even stronger way than it's captivated Llama?
True. It could. It could.
No, it
We need a
can't.
new face of D2. We need a new face of
We'll
D2.
play.
Count on it.
We'll set up a little stream time. We'll play some D2 together. Don't you worry.
Okay.
Wow,
I'll
where's
do
my
that.
offer?
I'll get you into it. Nah, not you,
Sure.
Fluff.
Not you.
Fluffy's not allowed.
Speaking of which, though, I actually need to dip out now too. But it's been a pleasure, guys. It was a long time sitting in a chair, no bio, no stretching.
You
Let's go.
made it, man. Real streamers wear diapers.
Goddamn
That's
right.
right. Pens for the gamer and you.
All
Peace
right,
out,
Fluffy.
team. Peace out, chat.
Thank you.
We love you guys.
Yep. Still trying for that sponsorship.
All right, we are back, and we have Anna Cake again from the beginning. Anna, it's been a few hours. Tell us what you've learned in the last few hours. Tell us how you're feeling.
How should I start? Hi everyone.
Hello.
Wait guys, sorry. I
No,
heard
you're
the
good.
double sound.
You're good.
I will play Diablo 2, I will play Diablo Immortal, I will play Diablo 3, and I will play Diablo 4.
You can't get Anna down.
good.
So,
And-
which one are you looking forward to the most? Don't say Diablo 3.
This year? This year? No, like, assuming we're getting Diablo 2, no, we are getting Diablo 2 Remaster and we're getting Diablo Immortal. I would say Diablo Immortal? No, so I will prioritize if, in Unbelievable World where we have them in the same week. Just because I'm so bad in Diablo 2, I will look really, there will be Mr. Llama and me. Like, I will not win this race.
We'll do chicken races. We'll do chicken races again.
And
People
even
have
here,
so much
I
fun.
suck. No. That's the only reason. I would really love to jump in this world and actually like be in Diablo 2, because I played Diablo 2 when I was a teenager. When I was 15 years old, I have no idea how this game landed on my PC. But guys, you need to understand, it was in English, and I had no idea about English. So I was a barbarian, and it was pretty much, oh, stick. No, okay, let's go. Let's do something, basically. So
Tough
like,
start.
and I'm actually really sorry that no, somehow in my life I never had the chance to actually like jump in this world and to be with the community and like to actually play it, not just run around with this stick and oh, they are dying. So I would definitely, and 100% they're not gonna be released in 1 week. So I'm really waiting, and I'm really hoping that I will be able to spend a lot of time in Diablo 2 and in Diablo Immortal, and I don't know.
So,
You're muted.
Yeah, I was talking to my chat.
So,
I was telling them you're crazy.
Shots fired everywhere. So what do you guys think about?
In a fun way.
In a fun way, okay. What do you guys think about what it sounds like the global leaderboards and the global servers? I am not too familiar. Llama, on Diablo 2, is there a lot of lag issues in that game?
On Battle.net, there's definitely some. I guess I'm thinking of like single player. On Battle.net, you get your rubber banding and all of that stuff. So I actually hope that they improve that, and with kind of the pushover, it'll help with some of that stuff. We'll see. But on single player, it's great. I mean, you just have load times on leaving games and things, but otherwise it's pretty fine. But yeah, Battle.net's definitely got some lag. Ladder resets have had some issues. So like I say, all that stuff I'm hoping will be improved.
Yeah, so in Diablo 3, lag can be a pretty devastating thing. In fact, currently it's not just lag, there's tons of crashes to desktop. The only place that I'm aware of where there's like merged servers. Rebalance. Yeah, the only place that I'm aware of where there's merged servers is on the public test realm when you test out the new stuff before it comes out. And the public test realm, a lot of times you can't even log in and you get disconnected. And at the beginning of seasons, when everybody is logging in, last time the season was so laggy that half of my team disconnected. One of the players had to reinstall the game 2 times before you could even play, and we couldn't even play in the regular mode, adventure mode. We had to actually play campaign. I know in Diablo 2, I mean, that's what you do, you play campaign, but that's not what you do in D3. So when I hear about these global servers, I don't know whether to be scared from my previous experiences, especially on like, there's this like age-old question where, how much server space do you allocate for? It's like, well, if there's 10 million people playing on the first day, do you make servers that can sustain 10 million people? Because in a week, it's going to cut down to 5 million. And then a week after that, it's going to be 1 million until you reach that new like cyclical nature of like the player base. So I don't know. Like,
I mean, this is where you use like AWS or something, so you can have scaling servers.
Exactly, and I wonder
my
if
thoughts for the.
I wonder if they're going to have something like that. I guess it just makes me so nervous from all the lag in D3. But I don't know. How do you guys feel about the global leaderboards and the global servers? I guess let's say it works perfectly. Is that something that excites you guys? You can play with anybody?
I'll let someone else take that. I'm excited. I like global. I mean, having like EU server, Asia server, all that stuff is kind of, yeah. So it'll be nice.
I guess I just don't see anything against.
Okay. Yeah.
If it's working perfectly, if it's not lagging when we're talking about this situation, then why not?
Yeah, it's definitely.
I guess I look at it and go, okay, yeah, it would be cool, global servers, whatever, as long as they work. But as far as like D3 goes, those are all separate. If I want to play with friends on EU, I'll just go play EU. So,
Again, for example, I can play American server. I will lag. I'm lagging too much, so kinda. We again have the problems with lags.
Yeah, that's all I have.
Could have just kept it to American server like they do for D3. I mean, D2 is split into different regions in the US. Is that correct?
They do US East, US West, Europe, and Asia are the 4 servers for Diablo 2.
All right. Yeah, it doesn't make sense to split it up on US East and West. I gotta go, guys. Thanks for having me on.
All right, Lexi.
Yeah,
appreciate you.
To drop as well. So
Llama,
appreciate it.
Lexi,
see you guys.
Appreciate
see
good.
You.
Good job on BlizzCon,
fun.
Llama. Good job, dude.
Thank you.
Okay, who are we bringing in? Let me see here. We are bringing in Mr. Woodijo, and we are bringing in Mr. Nineball. This is going to be good. So, Anna and Muggle, what are you guys hoping for? Is the next thing that they're going to announce in D4? We need the 5th class. We need to know the end game. Is there anything else that you're looking forward to learning about the game?
I think end game is the biggest for me. Like, I'm curious to know where it goes next. So,
look at these gorgeous people who have joined us. Woody and Nineball, how you guys doing?
Yeah.
Oh, hi. How's it going?
Yeah, nice.
Woody, first time on the podcast. How was your stream? And I don't know. Tell us the things. How are you feeling?
Well, the Rogue is fucking amazing. Like, that's exactly my kind of thing, So I was very pumped when I saw that trailer. And yeah, D2, like, definitely seems interesting as well to try it out at least. I'm not a big D2 player, but yeah, looks amazing as well to kind of get the hype train rolling and try it out with everyone else who's gonna start it. So it's gonna be fun. So I did play D2, but not much. So
so you have like your class locked in for sure now, right? It's gonna be Rogue forever.
Yeah, there's no other way. So
there's no other path.
Yeah, there's. I mean, they made, they made like the D3 Demon Hunter as kind of like the cool archer class, but now we have the super basic rogue archetype that is like 1,000 times more cool than the Diablo 3 Demon Hunter. So I don't know, like I'm set. Yeah.
Wow, 1,000 times more cool than your favorite class. You must be happy as a clam.
Yeah. So that got me pumped. Yeah, that was pretty good.
Mr. Nineball,
like 4 times.
How did it shape up for you, man? Are you pumped?
So did I miss the part where they talked about Diablo 3?
No.
Oh man, that was really awesome. I enjoyed like the entirety of that deep dive with the Diablo 2 Resurrected. I mean, the part where they're talking about garlic. I never thought that I could listen to a couple of game developers talk about garlic and actually be involved in it. Because one of my favorite things when going back and playing Diablo 3, like after, you take like your mid-season break or you wait till the next one and coming back to it, I love just going back inside the houses and looking at all the like little doodads and like little wisps of smoke coming off the candles and such, to then have the developers talking about they're going into that level of detail to add those types of things into the D2 Resurrected, I'm sold. That's just amazing. That's like the type of thing that you want to hear, that they're so passionate about this game that they're doing that type of stuff. They're hunting down art assets for Garlic because they want it to be as good of an experience as they can. It's got me hyped.
Yeah, I also felt like the D2 guys, they were really invested in what they were doing. So yeah, seems very nice. Like they were really, like passionate and trying to get the details right. So really good. I'm quite positive that's gonna be great.
Yeah,
I imagine you talked a lot with Mr. Lama and he was, really excited.
Oh, he's
That's putting it lightly.
He's over the moon. So was there anything? So what Woody said, I was just extremely impressed with Woody and Nine Balls. I'm just so impressed with Vicarious Visions. I mean, they are not taking this lightly, and some of the things that they were mentioning, Llama was like, well, you kill Nightmare Bale, and then you're locked in hell and you can't see the game. It's like, no, you just log on a Nightmare character and then you can see the games. You relog and you join the game. It's like, holy shit, you guys know how to play this game. Those are some advanced tactics. Was there anything on here? I mean, Nineball already mentioned one, like there was no mention of D3. Was there anything that kind of maybe didn't disappoint you, but something that you would have liked to see in this BlizzCon? Was there anything that you felt was missing, or is it just all good vibes from you guys?
Maybe I missed. I was stretching. Did they announce any date for Diablo Immortal? No, absolutely nothing. Then,
go ahead.
No.
The only thing that's this BlizzCon. I think that's what I was thinking about this BlizzCon. Absolutely everything is there. Rogue is absolutely insane. I didn't expect it to be so good because, like my chat was saying, Amazon Paladin, and one voice was there, a little bit silently. Rogue, it's gonna be Rogue. So yeah, but the only thing that's missing is the date for this year, Diablo Immortal, or the beta, or some date for Diablo Immortal. But maybe tomorrow. But I don't know.
At least expecting a date for the next beta, because I knew they were going to go with a beta next, and make it bigger and longer, and so I kind of saw that coming, but I was expecting expected in a month or two, or not even an exact date, but just a time frame of when is that coming. So
yeah, I mean, with the development cycles, everything's always in flux, and they've very rarely ever announced release or beta dates, unless it's starting the next week, when it comes to a lot of these game announcements and such. So it wasn't one that was too high on my priority list of expecting things. I know that's the one, you guys were talking about at the beginning of the show that there are a bunch of leaks and rumors and stuff, and you're keeping yourselves cloistered to not go through and see anything. Can I talk about some of those rumors now?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Here, after day one, one of them was one of the big leaks that was going through. It was the Rogue, it was the D2 remaster, and we were going to get the Immortal launch date, and it was just I don't know, man. That doesn't seem like a type of thing that they would announce at BlizzCon, and so that's the one rumor that ended up panning, that it didn't come out.
And so, do you think that the rumor, I'm not trying to be a conspiracy theorist here. Do you think that the rumor was wrong, or do you think maybe they had plans to announce it, but for some reason they didn't? To me, it makes sense that they weren't going to announce it because, as we talked about earlier, as Anna and Bungle pointed out, why wouldn't you do a beta first? Because didn't they say for Immortal something like they're going to bring it to a wider audience first? And it's okay, that sounds like a beta. When is it? No.
Yeah. Especially with you had 2 whole character classes that you haven't even shown yet. Because we've seen nothing on the Crusader or the Necromancer in Immortal. There's the last 15 levels, a couple of new skills per character class. They said during the technical alpha that there's more in-game progression systems that we haven't seen yet. So, I mean, there's so much more to test in the game that obviously, yeah, well, there has to be a beta. And one of the things I picked up on during, Bloodshed's interview was they mentioned that they were going to do further external testing, and that they were also going to open up an additional class, singular.
Yes.
So, like, that makes me think that there's going to be, past that, another round of testing, because you have 2 classes left in order to go through and bring to the table.
So I got a question for Woody and Nineball. Maybe we can start with Woody. So it sounds like Immortal and Diablo 2 Remastered are going to come out in 2021. Let's just assume for fun that they come out on the same day. What would your allocation of time be between the 2 games? I'm not going to hold you to it, but if you had to decide today, what would it be like?
Well, I would say like 70-80% Immortal, and then a bit of Diablo 2. So, I mean, yeah, I want to explore both, but if I have to choose like this, I would say something like this. Yeah.
And is it going to? Fluffy said he's going to play Immortal until Jeff Bezos and Bill Gates start to get their Elder Rifts going, and then he's gone. He's leaving. Is it the same?
I'll be playing it free to play. So this is my goal. I want to do full free to play, and kind of do all the magic that it can, with that restriction basically. So we'll see. I don't care if other people pay to win or not, so they can do whatever they want.
You're gonna beat them without it.
He is. Oh, that's like one of those ones where if like the only pay to win mechanic in there is like the legendary gems, the stat increases that you get on legendary gems in Immortal don't come anywhere close to the item upgrades, and that is all dictated purely by game time, by how much you play the game and the level that you play.
Grinding much more than pay to win. I think the pay to win, at least with the scaling that we saw in the alpha, the pay to win aspects are actually very small compared to the grinding aspects. So you get like a little bit of a bonus. You can maybe even try to get like a max rank gem, in less than 3 years. Who knows? But, yeah. Overall, the pay to win seems quite small. So it probably won't even matter that much. Just like on the very fine details maybe, but yeah, we'll see.
So if I remember correctly, and I could be wrong, but in the feedback, I don't know if it was like the Diablo Immortal Ask Me Anything or if it was like a feedback session, but I thought people left the feedback that, some of the things like the legendary gem increases seemed very, very minor. It seemed like it was nothing. And then, I think the developer's response was, we agree that it's too little and we'll tune it up. I was like, no, don't do that. Leave it exactly how it is. That's
exactly how it is. That's the best part. That would be the best way of going about it.
Yeah. In fact, can we tone that down? Can we cut that in half or something? So a long time ago there was a leak for Diablo 4, and it was posted on Reddit, and a lot of the information that was leaked in the last BlizzCon came true. And in that leak, they said that the new classes were Amazon and Paladin, or at least at the time, that those are the 2 classes that Blizzard had planned to release for D4. Well, today we see kind of an Amazon-like character, but it's the Rogue, and it seems like people are super ecstatic about the Rogue and maybe even like it better than the Amazon. So the question that I have for you guys is, what's going to be the 5th class? Nineball. What is it?
Okay, so I think I know specifically the leak that you're going through and referencing. And that particular leak, I think people gave way too much credit to, because they got it was like a list of 15 things. They got 2 kind of right and then 13 wrong. Like, there was far more things that were just wrong and way off the mark in that supposed leak. And then the few things that they got right were just oh, it's an open world game. Well, yeah, that's been the talk of the town. That's what the entire community has been talking about, that ARPGs need to go more open world and integrate some MMO aspects. That was like the low hanging fruit that they got right, because everyone, game developers and stuff like that, were all talking about that. So that particular leak, 100% bupkis, and the guy just lucked into getting a couple things wrong.
So
or a couple things right, I mean.
Also in the link, at least that I'm referencing, I think the list was a lot longer than 15, and they listed Sorceress, Barbarian, Druid, and then they said Amazon Paladin. They also said that there were going to be mounts in the game, and that's how you'd ride around. It's like, okay, yeah, I mean, how did you get that right? But yeah, so maybe it was I mean, it obviously was bogus. It either was bogus or Blizzard changed their mind, right? It's one or the other.
Mm-hmm.
What do you guys think is going to be the 5th class? Because they said 5 classes on release, right? Blizzard said that.
Mm-hmm.
What do you guys think it's going to be? Is it going to be the Paladin? Is it going to be the Necromancer? Is it going to be something else? What would you guys do?
So obviously, I would love to see the Necromancer. It's my favorite character, just from a gameplay perspective and also from like lore and story wise. They are the heroes of Sanctuary. If you look at the story, they're the ultimate good guys, across the entire story of Diablo. But to build upon like some comments I made earlier in the stream, I feel as if they should do something new. And so the 5th character slot, I don't think that it's going to be the Necromancer or an Amazon or a Paladin. I think it's going to be something new that's never existed before.
Does the Rogue not count as something new to you? It was in Diablo 1. I think for a lot of people that might be new. Woody, did you think Rogue was new?
Well, the concept is probably rather new, because the other one is like so far, away in the past that probably most people have never touched it, seen it, or anything, right? So in that aspect, I would say, yeah, it's new. It has like this combination with like melee and ranged, and this is also something that we don't really have. So yeah, I would say it's kind of new, but on the other hand, it's still like there in the other old games. Same as all the other classes we have seen so far. So there's the Barbarian, there's the Druid, there's the Sorceress. So all the D2 guys, and then the 1D1 class. But I also think they're gonna do something new. I don't think it's gonna be just like some Necromancer again. I mean, we already have Necromancer in D3, in D2, and I don't really see it happening. But I believe it's gonna be some kind of summoner, and it's gonna be something that can do like a variety of playstyles. So summoner, ranged, or summoner melee. So someone mentioned a Death Knight, for example. I think that something like this is probably quite realistic, because there's no summoner archetype at all right now. So they might release that in an expansion, but I believe they want to start with that, and it might be something similar to this.
And that's actually a really important part, because they bring up those archetypes in the Bloodshed's interview and such, how they wanted to have that ranged one, when they're talking about it. And like you mentioned, Summoner is the only archetype that they haven't like really touched on, besides like the Holy Warrior aspect. You could go and check out Mr. Riker, who just joined us. He has a great video on archetypes and stuff like that kind of breaks all of that down.
Hello, Riker.
Hey guys, how you doing?
The man himself. So, real quick, Anna, 5th class. What's it going to be? And or what?
Fluffy gonna be so sad. Fluffy gonna be so sad if it's not Necro. I even don't know. But yeah, like I would love to see some pet class, something I don't know, Necro Witch Doctor mix, maybe something absolutely new. I personally am really for this idea with absolutely new character, with a new story behind, but I don't know. I truly don't know. I will be I guess since I give up the idea that's not gonna be a witch doctor. I am happy with the outcome. Yeah, but I would love to see the pet class. The class doesn't matter how it will be called and how it will look, but the class with the pet mechanic that will summon everything alive or dead or skeletons or like some psychopaths, doesn't matter, but who will have a huge kindergarten around who gonna run and kill everything.
Gotcha. So CJ, how's it been going today, man? I know you said you're going to be sitting there taking notes on your notepad. What do you think the 5th class is going to be in D4? And also anything else about BlizzCon, man? How did it go? How are you feeling?
Emotionally overwhelmed. It's been an exciting day. It's lots of like awesome stuff. Not as much Diablo Immortal info as I was expecting. I think that was like my one surprise. I thought we would get like a beta announcement or some kind of a date for something about Diablo Immortal.
Yeah.
The Bloodshed interview was super cool. Definitely great to see that. But as for speculation on the last class, could be anything. I like the idea of it being something like what Anna was just saying, like something new, right? Like all the other classes are somehow something that already existed. I think carving out something new and special just for D4 it makes sense. As for what kind of role it's going to fill, I don't know. I mean, they can kind of do anything. Did you guys see the silhouette? People are speculating about the silhouette on the Diablo 4 website. I don't know if it's just a placeholder or if it's meant to be a teaser. But if it's a teaser, it's either a dude in robes or it's possibly some kind of knight type guy with like a chainmail coif. So I don't know. I don't think it's gonna be a necro, basically.
So maybe it's Woody's Death Knight potentially.
Maybe, yeah.
So if I were in charge, this might make people really salty, or this might make people really excited. And I'm gonna apologize to 9ball in advance if this has absolutely, literally nothing to do with the lore, because I don't know anything about the lore. If it were up to me, even though there's a druid, and I don't care about the druid, I would bring an elemental shaman from WoW, and you can even make it enhancement or elemental, and that's what I would put in, because I played that for years and years and years and years in WoW. I want an elemental shaman. Is that so much to ask? I mean, we'll never get it, right? Because druid has those elements, but
yeah, one thing we also talked about is maybe a priest class. So, I have like these Rivatna priests and stuff. So maybe not quite a necromancer, but some kind of like, holy shadow caster. I think that would be pretty cool as well. So it could be kind of like a, a counterweight to the sorceress.
And the rogue cinematic showed that you could have like evil priests, right? Like
exactly.
Twist that it was the priest that set up the murders all along. Yeah.
That's like the one thing, because we don't actually the symbol that they keep referencing that was in the original announcement cinematic for the church, and then now this one, we don't. That's never existed before in the lore. Like we don't know what that is. Could that be, like a cover for the Church of the Triune? And so that could be one of those ones, because you've got that nice little church that has this giant demonic gate that's intended to summon Lilith back to our world. And then now you have, a priest that's going through and collecting people's ears. And then even like the box that it's held in, on the outside, you just see the two praying nuns. But as soon as you open into it, there's blood dripping off of them, and they're holding knives, is the imagery on the inside, with all the ears that are there. So there's definitely there's some manipulation that's going on there. There's something not quite as it seems with this religious group, whatever they might be.
They were praying to Akarat, right? Do we know Akarat's symbol we've seen before, and it's definitely not that, right?
No, that is not the symbol that the Church of the Zakarum, or the Crusaders or Paladins have used. It's similar. It's very similar to the Crusader emblem, but it's not the same.
So, do you guys think? So, I think Blizzard has mentioned this for Diablo 3, that they don't really design anything for support characters, or not even a support character, but even a support build. All of the support builds have been just theory crafted by the fans of the game. Do you think that Blizzard will cater toward any support builds in Diablo 4? Can you think of it? Let's just take the 4 classes that we already have, because I thought that they mentioned, I might not have caught it correctly, but they were talking about how the rogue has these ice skills that somehow synergize with the wizard skills when they're both chilling, it chills faster or something. Or am I making that up? That made me think of support.
No, I mean, what they were talking about there, I believe, is just, you know, like an overall game mechanic that they were excited about. You know, like, okay, you have like cold damage, and that will slowly build up the chill. And if two players use cold skills, then the chill is faster. So there's not really support stuff, I'd say. But I definitely believe there's going to be support builds. Just it's kind of like inevitable. Because there's always going to be something to buff other people, be it through items or be it through, you know, just tanking stuff while they go ham and just nuke. You know, it could be anything. So it always comes up, I guess, in these kind of games, and there's almost no way around it unless they specifically avoid, you know, any kind of group buffs. And even then, it might still happen, you know. So
Yeah.
That's my take.
Because it's going to be, if part of the game is going to go through to focus on like in-game group play with like these key dungeons where you have to bring in like, you know, classes that are designed to do specific roles and such, you're always going to end up with that kind of support dynamic.
In some way, they definitely going to exist. Guys, I'm disappearing. Have a wonderful rest of the day.
All right,
See
Anna.
you guys. Bye-bye.
Thank you for being here. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, Woody. It was kind of like, so I wonder if they're going to have legendaries, right, that give you like increased damage to chilled enemies or enemies that are lit on fire or whatever. I wonder if there's a support class that can literally just chill and light everything on fire, and then all the other classes can take all the damage increases to those like ailments and just have like, I don't know, just like a support class or something.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's like, if there's not like hard-coded support skills, you know, like paladin auras or crusader buffs and such, that's kind of going to be the way that it might go, where if there is an item affix that deals increased damage to frozen or stunned mobs, that you'll have a character that's dedicated to, you know, fulfilling that role to, you know, freeze them, chill them, stun them, whatever it is in order to proc those damage bonuses that the other characters are stacking, and that's your support, you know, that they'll, you know, life will find a way, to quote Jurassic Park.
Matt, how you doing, man? How has BlizzCon been going? Tell us what you know, dude.
It's been crazy. Hey, Woody. It's been a crazy time overall, and now is the time. Like, we're essentially in the final stages of BlizzCon for today, right? It's been like 6 or 7 hours of Danctuary or something crazy. We're essentially in the final panel. So it's time for the usual thing that we do on BlizzCon, which is drinking. So I hope you guys came prepared. I actually went to buy some beer today. So this is when we just kick back, relax, and discuss what happened, right? So overall, I expected more of the Immortal section. I think CJ said that as well already.
Yeah.
I felt like the first 15 to 20 minutes were like everything that we already knew from the technical alpha, just said again, which was great. I know a lot of people might have missed that alpha even happened, right? A lot of Blizzard fans that watched BlizzCon maybe didn't even realize this was the thing. So that was a very, very solid marketing gag right there, the first 15 to 20 minutes. I'm happy that we got some additional info on Mortal, but I expected significantly more. That being said, I think Bloodshed did an extremely well job. You know, congratulations for the opportunity and well executed. I like that one a lot. I still, you know, no date. Not sure how we'll continue. I'm happy to see that the next test is coming up though, and we'll see everything. And they specifically said endgame. This is when we test endgame. I know some people grinded a lot on the previous technical alpha, and they said there's much more to come, like much more to come for what endgame will be. And I felt like Immortal already has more to do than Diablo 3 has. So that to me was already surprising. So we shall see, but it's a good time to be an Immortal fan, I would say.
I'm actually quite excited to see what they will do for the endgame.
Any speculations? Like, what is there that hasn't been there yet?
Yeah, like it seems like basically the free systems are exhausted, so I don't know.
But yeah, the low-hanging fruit is gone, right? Now, what's the true end game, right? What are they gonna do?
What about, you know, dedicated group content? You know, you could run dungeons in groups and such, but once you like sufficiently like geared past Hell 2, you didn't even need a group to do it. But what if you actually have content that's designed that you have to have, the 4-player party,
Yeah,
or say if you have an 8-player party.
Is that why they named it Hell 1 and Hell 2? Because in a group you can then unlock Hell 3, Hell 4, Hell 5, and so on. Like in specific group content, you can go higher in difficulties. So maybe the thing, because I still don't understand why is it Hell 1 and then Hell 2 and before
It's just gonna be like Torment 1, Torment 2, Torment 16. I mean,
yeah.
eventually,
Why is it not normal Nightmare Hell? Why is it normal Hell 1, Hell 2? Like specifically the numbers, that's kind of confusing. It's like, so is there a Hell 3 then? Is that why they added the numbering system?
I think they're just gonna add it so they can like add more content, add more difficulty, and just keep going like +1 every time.
Probably, yeah.
But I believe group content is unlikely as kind of like the end game. It's a mobile game. People don't really coordinate. It's just like sit on the bus, hop on.
It's specifically an MMO ARPG.
No, that's true, but it might be like random events. But yeah, sorry.
Yeah, so one thing that I asked, they had the AMA panel for Diablo Immortal. And one thing that I asked, I really, really like group play in all these kinds of games. It's something that I'm very used to in any game, really. And I asked, in Diablo 3, your clan and the communities, that there really is, it's very hard to get a sense of like camaraderie. Essentially, the clans are just a glorified looking for group channel. And if I compare that to something like World of Warcraft, you can do activities with your guild and like power up your guild, and there's a guild bank and all this stuff where belonging to a guild in that game actually means a lot. So I asked them if they're planning on doing anything with the clans or anything like that, and they said that they have some significant things to announce for it in the future. So that makes me think hopefully there is something with groups. I don't know, CJ, have you heard any news about this, or you have any theories on what might be coming for Immortal?
No, honestly, no idea. I really don't know. Yeah, I was just expecting to have more, details. I don't know. The tomorrow we have a Q&A. Do we know what game that's for? Is it for all Diablo games? Is it just for D4?
No, we know the Q&A thingies, what they are for. Yeah. The first one is for Diablo 3, the second one is for Diablo Immortal, and the last one is for Diablo 4. You're talking about the grouped Q&As, right? No.
I don't. I'm looking at the schedule.
There's actual the stream schedule.
You're looking for? Oh, my bad. I was
I
was referring to the media Q&A, the grouped interviews. My bad.
Oh no! I'm talking about the on the BlizzCon schedule itself.
Yeah. I got you.
Yeah,
now.
the streamed panel. Yeah.
No, we don't know that.
Okay.
Do we? Does anybody have it up? What is the schedule for tomorrow?
So the schedule for tomorrow, at I believe this is going to be noon Pacific time or 3 p.m. Eastern. They have the Diablo Q&A, which is just got something that you've been dying to know about Sanctuary. Join the Diablo development team as they answer community questions about gameplay, monsters in the world of Sanctuary. Which I imagine, given that it was kind of to submit those questions was pretty open, it might have like one representative from D4, D2 Resurrected, and Immortal, maybe even a rep from D3 to answer questions in sequence. You then got like the community showcase, and then at the 2:05 p.m. Pacific, they have the artists at work with the Diablo Hive Mother Part 1, followed by then at the 3:20, the Diablo Hive Mother Part 2, and then also running to coincide with that is the Critical Role Diablo D&D campaign.
Right. That one.
So it seems like the meat of it is going to be kind of the first thing, right? The Q&A.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I have no idea what game it's going to be, but Nineball, you said you're speculating they're going to have a representative from every game. And was that the thing where they had they were asking for questions throughout the week?
Yeah.
Is that where they're going to take them from? Okay.
I believe so. That was the whole point, was to submit those questions for the Q&A on day 2.
Okay.
So Are there any burning questions that you guys have left for any of the games that you guys are really hoping they'll ask tomorrow? Obviously, the obvious ones are what are the release dates, but were there any key unanswered questions in any of the games that you guys are hoping that they'll address?
When can I play Rogue?
I mean, yeah, I mean a bunch of them, right? So there will be grouped media interviews tomorrow that a bunch of us will also attend, right? I hope we can make a nice team gang in the Diablo 4 panel where we pester them about SSF and we all go strong. And we all are like one front of people
SSF
wanting.
and MMO, that sounds really odd to me. But
okay, Woody is not in. We'll make sure that Woody is not in the group interview tomorrow. Someone cut his internet cable.
My time's up. I gotta hop out.
See, that's how we do it tomorrow as well. All right, thanks, Woody, dude.
I just want to make my position clear quickly. Yeah. Okay, well, have a good one.
Right.
Appreciate it, Woody. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's
there he is with the attack speed rolled on every single piece.
Yeah, like Leviathan has definitely been the fastest joiner. It's like, dude, people leave and bam, he's in.
Dude, he's ready. Leviathan, tell us the things, man.
Dude, I heard that Udijo is not on our SSF train, so yeah, we get that guy out of here. I'm here to replace him with some real religion.
Boom, gone. He says, well, it's an MMO. Oh, Woody has to leave? Oh my god.
Oh,
what?
no.
Oh no, how bad. That's so sad.
I wish I was here when he was here, though, because I'm sure he was pogging out over the Rogue. I was just currently rewatching the panel on it, and man, like I was just trying to break down like the gameplay, looking at some of the skills when they activated them, and then like what happened to other skills. I was looking at crit numbers, and like, why is that one blue? All the skills went green. What's happening? Like, I'm so hyped already.
You're already on Rogue train. All right, I see.
Oh, yes.
You got your bow class, dude. You got your bow class.
So happy.
Did you notice that? So that's what I noticed when I watched the trailer. That I think we already mentioned this one. That she had one ear missing.
Mm-hmm. She did.
Yeah. So she lost in PvP at least once.
She lost in PvP.
Or I don't know. Maybe it was like a dirty deal where she had a bounty on her head and then she just cut off her ear to get the bounty or something like this. I don't know. We'll see. There will be some story behind it. But
a show of loyalty or something. She had to cut off her own ear, maybe.
Like an anime redemption arc, perhaps.
or she's Van Gogh, you know. That could also be the case.
Top 10 anime betrayals.
Yes. Important question though. Am I the only one having a beer right now?
No, I got a cider, man.
There you go.
I'm with you.
Okay, give me 1 second. I will be right back then. I will be right back.
You go.
It's a celebration.
Exactly. This is what BlizzCon is about. At this point of the day, you know, it's 3 a.m. for me. It's a bit different for you guys. Yeah, usually at this time, at 2 or 3 a.m., we're still around, at least some of us, and still drinking.
So I got a question for all three of you, and we asked the other panelists. I'm interested. Let's pretend, because they're both come out in 2021. Let's pretend that Diablo 2 Remastered and Diablo Immortal come out on the same day. What would be your allocation of time between the games? Maybe we can start with CJ. How do you think you'd divvy up your time if they were released right now?
200% time. I could play both at the same time.
5 head.
Done.
See, that's the thing. I wanted to say the same thing. I'll play on a tablet with my feet, you know. Mouse, keyboard, let's go.
Dragon Ball Z hyperbolic time chamber. Play them both.
Yeah.
This is what you've been training for your whole life.
Exactly. Like, why does it need to be mutually exclusive? Unless Immortal gets the PC port, right? Which we know does not happen. We got the reconfirmation on this one today. Lord Fluffy got Lord Fluffy got even a nice call out, as in somebody asked.
Some jerk.
Yeah, someone asked, and it's like Fluffy was sitting there like.
I did find it positive though that they were pretty keen to talk about controller and how they're really looking into it from all that feedback and stuff.
Right, indeed. It's like they also mentioned they are looking into this, right? Which essentially, like when you do it on a public stage on BlizzCon, that is per se a confirmation because later on you can't go back with stating, well, we tried it and we didn't succeed. It's like
I think you're forgetting about PvP in Diablo 3.
True. Well enough.
Well, they did it though.
Yeah, true. Really?
Oh yeah, the brawling section. Oh yeah, there it is.
Sure.
You
So
know,
they didn't have to recycle the packaging. That's why they give us brawling, because on the packaging it says PvP included.
Yeah, you know, in the legal world, which is where I live, that wouldn't be enough to like, you know, X out a contract. You kind of performed on the contract. You said there would be the ability to fight other players. You know, you got to wiggle your way through the through the fine print.
I mean, and they did say they guaranteed that PvP was coming in patch 1.1.
Maybe that one they missed a little bit.
9ball is just not buying it at all.
They went from patch 1.010 to patch 2. They skipped 1.1. They never did a 1.1. So it's still out there. I'm sure patch 1.1 is still floating around out there. That they'll implement one day.
Some sweet day. What'd you guys think of PvP as far as it's looking in D4?
God, I thought the idea of it was impressive. Like, of course, only after that, P-Child and Fluffy educated me that they just stole it from another game. But, you know, the PvP that we're used to in Diablo 2 is step outside of the rogue encampment and just kill each other and pick up their ear for nothing. And then in Diablo 3, it's brawling, which is somehow even more pathetic. And then we go to D4, and they're like, okay, you enter this zone. Mephisto has corrupted the souls. There's monsters and there's people. You kill them, you collect these shards. They're not purified. Do you want to keep farming the shards, or do you want to go back and purify them? If you purify them, you get these specific resources. If you stay, then you'll get a bounty on your head. If people kill you, they'll get all your shards and a huge reward. If you stay alive, then you'll get a huge reward. It's like, wow, you guys actually thought about this and tried to make this like an actual thing. I was really, really impressed, personally.
Yeah, it's a full system. I really wasn't expecting that either. I figured, you know, kind of the same thing you mentioned with the D2 version. You just be able to go hostile and, you know, throw some attacks at each other. And to me, I think this seems really fascinating because you can build layers on it too. They were mentioning that those shards that you're collecting will be able to be used for buying, you know, things at vendors that are near that PvP zone. Stuff like cosmetics. So just imagine riding around on your badass horse. You put some like helmet on it. It's got like spikes and steel and also. And people are like, "How'd you get that?" It's like, yeah, I destroyed everybody. Everyone. I think it'll be fun.
Yeah, and you know they found a great, you know, in-game explanation as to why these PvP zones exist. You know, that's one of those ones where you help. It makes such a difference when you help you help use narrative in order to go through and find that causation for like the
not to me, but continue.
SVR just want to go brr.
SVR just want to go brr. Unfortunately, I missed the what's next panel, and I think so did CJ, right?
I ended up watching it after everything. Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
dude, this is the hyperbolic time chamber stuff. He didn't watch it, but yet he watched it.
Yeah, there you go. That's crazy. Yeah, I'll have to rewatch it and see. But you know, from what I've heard from you guys, I'll probably like it.
Yeah, it's definitely worth
it. I'll still want to watch the footage though and see at least how it looks like. But you know, it's a system of PvP, which is better than what we've seen. I maybe expected something from D3 to come back, like an arena system or something like this, or something we've also seen in other, mostly MMOs. We'll see. You know, it doesn't have to be mutually exclusive, so it's not one or the other. It could be multiple systems. We'll
Ryan, what game were you saying that Fluffy and Peachchild said it was based on? Is the Lost Ark thing or
Division? I think, right?
The Division. The Division. They said it was like a direct copy. The thing for me, the thing that has impressed me today, the thing that has been, and I'd like to hear what you guys think, has been the highlight of today. When we're in everything that we're doing here, we're in an early stage. Immortal is not out. Diablo 2 Remastered is not out. Diablo 4 is super not out. So a lot of times people get really hung up on like what they see in front of them, like when something's in pre-alpha. I've had 1,000 times people come up, oh, did you see this, or did you see this in Diablo 4, or this, I hate this, or they're making all these judgments. The thing for me that I can hone in on this early in the development of these games is when I hear a developer or a producer talk, tell me what you're thinking. Tell me like your mindset of what you're doing. And that what you're thinking is, to me, a greater indication of what's going to pave its way forward for the future. It's like a lot of you have said for some of the other things, the Vicarious Visions people talking about the things that they were thinking about when they were making Diablo 2 Remastered really impressed me. It really, really stunned me to the level at which they understand the game and the detail that they've dove into it. The same thing with the PvP thing. They introduced this new class. They explained why they put the class in, and I looked at the class. It's like, damn, that was really good. And then I see this new PvP system where probably we had never come to expect anything good from PvP from a Diablo series. It's really impressed me that you've clearly looked at other games and you come up with a system that, to me, at least on paper, sounds good. That's what has been remarkable to me today. What do you guys think?
I can only build on that one. In my one-on-one interview, I had 2 people from the D2 team, D2 Resurrected. So I was going in there expecting to have a D4 interview. And like 1 minute before jumping in there, Adam wrote me, well, I'm sorry, dude, it's D2. I'm like, oh, okay. I guess I don't have really prepared questions, so we're just going to freestyle it, right? And I was mostly asking stuff like, when was the first time you played Diablo? How did you get into Diablo? How did you get into working for Diablo 2 and so on? What's your intent? Are you more catering towards the, tradition of Diablo 2 and so on? And I can tell you that every single time when I was asking, like, the intriguing about the personal relationship between the person and Diablo 2, I have rarely met people being so ridiculously passionate about Diablo 2 and having so much love and passion for the game. One person was literally like giggling from love and passion for the game when explaining what he or she was doing the last, I was essentially asking what was your last task that you can speak freely about in Diablo 2 that we've seen today. That person was like so bubbly and giggly about like being passionate about what she or he was doing recently. It was just a full joy to see. So I've seen that personal connection from 1 or 2 persons working on Diablo 2 Resurrected, and that's a rare sight. And that gave me an incredible amount of hope in Diablo 2 Resurrected.
Mm-hmm.
So on that end, like what we've seen in the public eye version today, the Mr. Llama interview, it was the same in the interview. It's incredible. Like I can see why Vicarious Visions VV has been acquired. I can only see why. So I'm not sure how Nineball, CJ, and Levi, how you guys felt about what you've seen on this end. Do you say that it's been impressive, at least to me, how VV seems to be.
Should I talk about the garlic again?
Yes. Oh, true. The garlic discussion. I was also sitting there with like, wow, not bad. Okay, give me 10 more minutes about garlic.
There's nothing that I can say that you didn't hit, eloquently. It's just that you can really, and even just like the other points, like Rax, how you were going through and mentioning, like they were going through and doing like the nightmare, the tech for going through to see like the nightmare games in order to get back in there to farm some levels before you're ready for hell and such. And it's just, they've obviously played the game at a high level. They understand it and they're super passionate about it. I mean, they talked for 10 minutes about garlic. There's nothing else that can be said.
Yeah,
it's in good hands.
Yeah, that's how it feels, right? It's just in good hands. It's like people who love the game and really want to keep the magic of what was D2. I had the question, so I asked the question, if any time in development they tried to add some quality of life. That, however, they decided to not add because it would break something in D2. Like something that was seemingly so small. It's like, oh yeah, we shouldn't make that change. But up in testing that change, that it just failed. We just broke a core concept of D2. Like we just broke some quintessence that defines D2. The answer was like, yeah, multiple times. Happens all the time where we thought like, oh yeah, we can change this one, we can adjust this one. And later on it's like, actually kind of need to tune it back to the original one. So that insight was very, very surprising to me. They were very humble about this one. They really wanted to like keep it D2.
There's actually, I was just informed there's an Easter egg on the D2 website.
What is it?
It's the chat gem.
I was gonna ask about that.
Yeah.
Nice.
But you can activate a special feature on it. I don't know if you want to like pull this up on the stream just to go through and
can you
see it?
Yeah, can you link it to me or
yeah, hold on, I'll put it in
okay.
I'm putting it in the episode chat. So it's just the main website there.
Yeah, while you're doing that, I was just gonna say the thing that I felt when I was watching the panel was just the absolute amount of passion that you could tell went into this project. And I don't think you could do it without that level of care. Like that is technically a requirement, I would say, for being able to put D2 Resurrected out. Like people are going to notice this game is so beloved. Like if you skimped on any little detail, if you weren't as in love with the garlic as everyone seems to be, like it's going to show up and people are going to nitpick at that. So I think like they must have found like the right energy source and people that are super in love with D2 to get this done. And I feel the passion, and I'm not like, I will admit that I'm not even super stoked for Resurrected because I like D2, but I've played D2, so I'm excited for everyone else that's like gonna life this thing and live it forever. But I just really enjoy seeing, I think, the behind the scenes, like you guys have mentioned, of how much these devs are just wanting to make this the most authentic experience possible.
So did I go too far, 9ball? Is it on this page or on the previous one to log in? Oh,
you can't see it. You're still on the
I think you gotta go all the way down.
Right at the bottom.
Go all the way down. Oh. What? Okay. What does it do? I can't. Is
9ball trying to talk to us?
Yeah, 9ball, I think you're muted.
Oh, sorry, I was muted there. So you have to click it till it turns red.
Oh.
See you tomorrow.
Yeah.
Click it until it turns red.
Okay.
Right. Yep.
Oh.
What is it? 1 in 20? 1 in 50?
It didn't take me too long.
Okay, it's red.
Okay. And then now just click anywhere on the screen, but don't click a link.
Anywhere on the screen, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I know what I'm going to be doing all night.
Nice.
Okay. Maybe if you make everything red, something happens, or you can see something.
Oh, it's just, you know.
All right.
I'll just make the whole website red. You get the alpha right now.
Yeah.
Dude, can we appreciate for 1 second how beautiful of a heart I just drew? I just impressed myself.
Is this a recording?
I'm telling you, if you do the entire background in red, you'll able to see like a alpha code, and you can just type it in.
All right, I'll keep going. You guys just keep talking. We'll see.
This is great. This is great. But I mean, that's another level of this, right? Like the attention to detail, the care. Like there are going to be D2 people who remember the memes, or like, I guess not even the memes, like the seriousness that revolved around the chat gem and people literally believing it would give them better drops and better luck and things like that.
Okay. Well, it does, right?
I mean, yeah, of course. How do you think I got my Skulders?
Easy. That's how I got my Griffin's Eye as well. So.
All right, guys.
In terms of
oh, go ahead.
No, someone else. I was going to introduce a new topic, so.
No, go for it.
All right. I was just going to say, in terms of Immortal, because I'm keying in on that a little bit. I was throwing out hot takes that I thought we'd get a lot more out of it at this BlizzCon. I was ready for a release date or like some beta announcement, but it was more of a retrospective that we got out of Bloodshed's panel and a lot of like review of the alpha. So did that catch anyone else by surprise, or did you think we'd see more of like, here's the next zone, here's the next expectation of when you can play again, things like that?
Yeah,
both me and CJ had the exact same sentiment. Like, I even called it like more of a marketing gag, at least the first 15 minutes, because I do believe a lot of people that watch BlizzCon did not notice that we had an alpha. Like, oh, BlizzCon is, let me check that one out, right? And I'm not sure a lot of them were caught up with that an Immortal alpha even happened, it was running and all that stuff. Because I think in terms of news, it's smaller in scope, so people might have not noticed. So they got onboarded today, that it actually happened and what it contained. So it was a nice summary overall, but yeah, I expected a bit more substance on the news side of information.
Yeah,
didn't happen. Well, what can you do? But I'm with you on this one.
I think that the whole marketing aspect is actually like a really good point, because I really didn't know what to expect in terms of Diablo Immortal. I really wasn't expecting like this. Like BlizzCon isn't the place where they give release dates, so I wasn't believing like that particular rumor that there would be that we'd be going into this and getting a release date for it. But I was expecting some new info. Like you said, like a class or a zone or something like that, to actually see the Necromancer or Crusader in play. Since we've seen almost nothing of those particular two classes, and the game is launching this year. But it definitely was one of those ones where it seems as if they're still going through and talking about all the great things that they learned in the technical alpha. Just for those people that might not have tuned into any information on it at all, because it's like, oh, it's Immortal, I'm supposed to hate that, right? And then everybody loved it. Everybody that was in the technical alpha like absolutely adored the game. It was great. It was awesome. It was a technical alpha, and people like Leviathan here sunk like how many hundreds of hours did you play in those 2 weeks? It was just it's a crazy just how much that game had to offer in an alpha without like the true end game. So it's like it's gonna be good, and so they really highlighted that fact that it's gonna be a great Diablo game that just so happens to be on mobile.
So you guys want to hear my theory?
Yes.
Yes.
I believe that we're almost in like a embarrassment of riches mode with Diablo, that they have too many things to talk about now. And so if I'm thinking like, how do I organize this information? I'm Rod Ferguson, right? And I'm like, what's the star at Blizzconline? Diablo 2 Resurrected had the longest panel. It seems like it's the one people are the most hyped about because it's just the brandest, newest reveal, right? So it almost to me seems like if you don't want to bury the lead or lose people in any of the like amazing things that are happening, then you kind of have like what we saw, which is like Immortal, informational but not really new information. D4 is certainly a decent amount of hype, but like not unveiling the whole thing. And then D2R really getting a ton of spotlight. So I wouldn't be surprised if like it was a conscious choice maybe to not have a ton of info with Immortal, so that you could kind of focus all eyes on D2R, and plus the fact that it's literally for sale right now, so they really want to market it. And and then you maybe in the next 2-3 weeks, the window's cleared a little bit, and then you start to roll out some Immortal information, keep that roller coaster going.
I can do it.
Seem plausible?
It does, yeah. It also kind of lines up with something I think that has been expressed in the past, possibly from 2 BlizzCons ago, where they expressed concern over people getting their messaging crossed from a viewer perspective, that like, okay, we got information on multiple Diablo games. Which one was about which one again? Like, oh yeah, the rogue is coming to Diablo Immortal, right? Like that kind of stuff. People like...
Yeah.
And all it takes is some news outlet that is trying to be first on a news story, and they don't fully understand something. They're not sure. They don't know Diablo as well as we do, and they publish the article. Blizzard reveals such and such for this Diablo game, and that gets repeated and shared around. And now Blizzard is in this weird spot where like, do we have to come out and clarify this now that there's this public misconception? So yeah, I think you're onto something there.
That
a
reminds
perfect
me
case
of,
in point.
yeah.
Oh, sorry.
That reminds me of Riker's dice theory predicts Diablo 4.
They ran with that one, that's for sure.
Yep.
Oh, there it is.
Ah!
The infamous.
He's got the
He
dice.
has it. He has it, dude. That one has an eternal place in my heart. Oh, glory.
But like just like a perfect case in point of that was they dropped the Mortal Kombat movie trailer this week. And what was it? I think Jezebel put out an article asking why was Chun-Li not in the trailer.
Oh my god!
saw
Oh
that.
my god!
And it wasn't even a parody. Like that was an actual factual thing because they had to update it like a couple minutes later that we've discovered that she's not in the trailer because she's from a different game. You know, so I mean, just perfect example of Riker's point. You know, it's like in that quest to be first, people are just gonna like ramble off on whatever they think, not actual what's the content.
Oh god.
Oh, I can only imagine like the realization of the offer. I was like, oh, different game. That makes sense.
It does give me a thought as to the 5th class in Diablo 4, though. That might be.
Did any of you guys also got like fooled in the first half? Like when they were sitting there like preaching or praying, I was like, Paladin, I knew it, Paladin. And then
because they said Akarat too, and I was like, okay, like Crusader, Paladin.
Yeah, they got me in the first half, and then the rogue happened.
You sound like that meme. They really had us in the first.
Yes, exactly.
Because that was what was it? We were just talking. Leviathan and I were just talking earlier in this week, and one of my predictions was it was going to be kind of like more of like the darker religious character, like an Inquisitor type, or like like a witch hunter or something. And so I was getting those vibes.
They definitely did go dark though. Like she's capturing some serious like murder is fun. Like I'm here to kill all of you.
The sound of the ear in the end.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god, dude.
Gotta make that my text message notification.
Yes. Oh,
what is wrong with you?
Oh. They really delivered on this one. Like,
yeah.
Darkness, pure darkness. Perfect.
All right, guys. Well, that has been an absolutely incredible day. I was first time hosting, and I did make some mistakes. I want to thank everybody who helped me, who sent me DMs on Discord. Hey, you messed this up. You messed this up. I tried to tried to fix it as well as I can. I want to thank everybody who came. There are a ton of incredible content creators that really keep this community alive. A lot of them agreed to come on this podcast, which I'm sure means a lot to all of us. It certainly means a lot to me, and they made my job really easy. I mean, I had the schedule up. I was prepared to help people and move people in and out. I never had to do any of that. Everybody was on top of everything. Everybody had a ton of great ideas. I mean, this is the 4 we're finishing with, but yeah, I want to thank you guys, not only for this podcast, but for everything that you do for Diablo to make this possible. And I don't know. I think bright things are ahead. Don't you guys think?
Oh yeah.
I think dark things are ahead.
Dark things are.
Yes. Oh, absolutely no. This is great. I'm looking forward to going back and seeing what I missed from when the other guests are on. And I feel like this BlizzCon, like, it's clear that it had to be a very community-based thing with it just being online and all the co-streaming and everything. But it really feels like it was, for the people by the people. So well done.
Yeah. So what we're gonna do right now, guys, is we're gonna raid the new meta podcast. Fluffy and Peachild are still going, so we'll throw it over to them. Real quick, Matt, did you have some episodes planned that are coming up, or some rough ideas that you would like to share?
Yes. This Sunday, the usual time, which is 8 p.m. CET, which is 11 a.m. PST and 2 p.m. EDT, I think. We'll have a BlizzCon summary, mainly focused on Diablo news episode. 4 of the guests that you see in this panel will also be there, and a different one. So you might, if you want to play a guessing game, feel free to do so. This is the episode for Sunday. On Monday, we'll have a dedicated Diablo 2 Resurrected episode. with our usual D2 lineup, which is usually BT Neanderthal, the Bruinski, Mr. Llama, and a +2. I will probably be hosting this one. And then on Wednesday, we'll have a Diablo 3 episode about Diablo 3 stuff that might be talked about at that point. And next weekend, we'll have one more, I believe, which Rex has to still set up, I think. If that is correct. Might be incorrect. We'll see. This is kind of the schedule for Danctuary, so plenty of episodes planned. I want to thank everyone for coming in today. We had a 7-hour stream with like 16 guests rotating through, and it went fairly smooth. I appreciate all of you guys being here. Chat, let us know, and all the viewers at home, let us know how you liked it. This is something that you want to see in future, events. Danctuary Live with a rotating lineup, where it's more about companionship and less about discussion, and more about shit talking and drinking beer.
Cheers.
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 I do want to say one thing before we go and head out, because like the lineup that we have right now is kind of like the usual BlizzCon crew. Like between myself, Leviathan, SVR, Riker, it's usually we connect multiple times throughout that BlizzCon weekend. And Rax, I know you've said that you've never been to a BlizzCon.
Never been.
And so this one's kind of like the first that we get to at least go and include you like in that BlizzCon Diablo community. So cheers to you, sir. And a great job on hosting and running the stream today.
Yep.
Cheers to Rax.
Appreciate it, guys. We'll do it again. We'll be back very soon. Thank you, everybody. Have a great night. Enjoy Fluffy and Peachild, who spend a lot of their day here. And we'll see you guys again. Bye, guys.
Bye-bye.